everyone, I am your host Lazy Cass and I'm back with some new updates coming your way November 30th. Farlight 84 is evolving and the next update will provide a sneak peek at what's coming throughout the next few months. Now grab some snacks and I'll share with you what's next on November 30th. First, let's talk about hero changes. In the past few updates, we've reworked a few heroes including Maggie, Duckside, MKR and more. And in the next update, we'll bring some new magic to Cypher. First, to enhance Cypher's diversity and tactical choices, her tactical skill will be changed from area recon to coordinate shift. With her new skill, Cypher will throw an electromagnetic pulse device and monitor its coordinate changes. During the device movement, pressing a button allows you to go to that coordinate where the device is now located. Otherwise, the decoder will be directly transported to the coordinates where the device lands. This means Cypher can adjust more flexibly during combat. For example, she can quickly teleport to somewhere near the enemy and apply her ultimate EMP shock, which will reduce their defense capability by damaging their shields and deactivating their jetpacks. Just like how we adjusted the other heroes, this change will help Cypher to become more proactive in combat and fun to play with. In addition to this new playstyle, Cypher is also coming along with something the community has been asking for a long time. The long-awaited SSR skin for Cypher Wild Player. This new skin is inspired by the classic streets gaming arcade style. And coming along with this style is MKR's new SSR skin, Fanatic Mech. This series comes with some interesting special effects that you'll definitely love. Both skins will be available in the all-new Battle Pass Pixel Bliss for the next season. Apart from these two skins, let's take a look at the other lottery skins coming your way in the next update. New chest event, Sandy Illusion, will bring us a brand new Bar 95 UR skin. In the merciless desert, only the most daring adventurers can survive. Also introducing the new lottery wheel, Polar Adventure. Craving piping hot pizza in the freezing Arctic? Look no further than Maggie's new SSR skin, Absolute Zero. Starting from this version, we'll gradually enhance the artistic style of the game. You've shared a lot of ideas about the game's art style, including suggestions for a new lobby art. That's a fantastic idea, but to do that, we need to first redefine the style of some characters so everything can look coherent. You may have noticed that many new skins released recently share a common theme. They all look trendy, quirky, and modern. Knowing that you love how these skins look, we'll start by expanding the aesthetics to some of the heroes that don't share these traits. And the first one is our fireman, Captain. Captain has a low selection rate, averaging only 3%. Unlike the other characters, we feel that Captain lacks his unique personality with the current character design and would like to update his look. The new Captain will have a more prominent personality, showing his robust physique with a gentle and reliable twist. Inheriting his instructor's will and continuing to seek truth, Captain will become the synonym of justice and will remain a helpful friend of the neighborhood. Being a skillful fireman, his Aqua Blast skill deals extra damage and slows down the enemy. What did you know? The effects actually become stronger when used closer to the enemy. I bet most of you don't know because so few of you play as Captain. Now, to reintroduce this hero to all of you, we've prepared a video to tell you more about Captain. So remember to subscribe and hit the bell for more Battle Royale content. What's that? Captain's dancing? Listen closely. His dance comes with music now. In the upcoming new version, we're introducing special sound effects and background music to some dance emotes. I really can't wait to try them and piss some people off. In addition to the dance emotes upgrade, in this update, we're introducing a new item, Kill Announcement. When you kill an enemy, everyone will see this announcement. Everyone. Talking about showing off. This will become a brand new way to highlight your perfect kills. I finally have some new motivation to practice my shooting skills. To make the gameplay experience more sophisticated for the long term, we're planning to make some important changes to the weapons in Farlight 84. So far, you'll notice that the recoil of our guns is designed to be relatively low compared to other games. The result is that it is relatively difficult to distinguish the unique feel of different weapons within the same type. This has created a weird situation where some guns feel so similar and some guns are not that useful in most situations. In this update, we'll start working on this part of the gameplay generally known as gunplay. We will start by adjusting the feel of the AK-77 by making it feel realistic to hold and shoot. The first aspect is bullet spread. So far, all of our weapons have fixed bullet spread trajectories, not random. And in this update, randomness will be introduced first to the AK. The bullets you fire with the AK will no longer feel stale, but will spread more organically within the crosshair range. The second aspect is recoil. We've fine-tuned AK's recoil in this update, increasing its maximum value. This means that you feel that your gun shakes a little bit more than before, and its shooting accuracy may become lower. While this feels more real, you have to put more focus on controlling AK's recoil. The third aspect is audio. We plan to strengthen the immersion of these weapons by improving how they sound. In the next update, the audio of the AK-77 and Bar 95 will be updated. The new sounds will have more realistic texture. You'll experience a clearer, more impactful feedback. Let's take a listen. Overall, our goal with these adjustments is to raise the skill ceiling of gunplay, giving you more room to learn and master the weapons. Your full potential will be expanded, creating an excitement that lasts longer. You may ask, will that make it more difficult to play on mobile devices? We totally understand your concern, so the mobile experience will be optimized by recalibrating aim assist so that the experience still fits well in the palm of your hand. We're preparing a special announcement video to talk more about these upcoming changes and share some design thoughts on making the Farlight 84 experience even better. So subscribe and follow us to stay tuned. Next up, events. The event column is introducing a new announcement section. In the future, updates and announcements will be displayed right here, making it convenient for everyone to understand the details of the updates and know what's happening in the community. For example, we'll post anti-cheats updates right here for you. While we kept updating the ban lists every week on social, not everyone gets the information because of social algorithms. Now, these info will be shown right here, so every one of you get to know the latest news. And good news! Rewards are getting even better in the events. Now the daily tasks will provide you with new challenges and rewards every single day. At the same time, more rewards are now available for progression have also been increased. We've added the drop of Elite and Legend pack in the progression track, and you'll keep getting extra rewards even if you finish the whole progression. We have also optimized the chest event. The chest event will now be an open draw, meaning you can be sure which item you will get for certain within a given number of pulls, let's say 50 pulls. In the past, you couldn't be certain about that. Additionally, on any PC version, the update will now support the direct purchase of weekly and the monthly cards, offering more choices for you to support the game's development. Personal profiles also have some exciting new additions. In the future, your profile will display a popularity score. Encountered a good teammate, give them a follow to boost their popularity. At the same time, you'll be able to view the history of visitors to your profile. Talking about social features, I guess you have encountered this weird situation. You see a friend when you log into the game. You want to invite them, play together, but they're already in a match. You wait, and they finally finish that match. You press invite, but he's in matchmaking again. After the update, you won't get this kind of trouble anymore. You can schedule to play with your friends who are currently in the game. Of course, if they indeed don't want to play with you, sadly, it's okay, we'll find another one. Now, you finally managed to find a friend to play together and you're in matchmaking now. While you wait, you want to claim the event and seasonal rewards, but you find that you can't click. After the update, this will happen no more. You can now claim the rewards whenever you see them. Finally, before everyone in your team's gone after a match, you will relive your highlights in the game. Every brilliant moment is worth watching and analyzing repeatedly. And I mean repeatedly. I'm sure you'll want to watch that 1,000 times. Okay, that's all for the update on November 30th. It's also almost December, and we've prepared some community holidays events for everyone. So once again, subscribe and follow us so you don't miss out on these free holidays rewards. Don't forget to like, comment, and share this video with your friends. Get the game updated on November 30th. I'm Lazy Cass, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Yo, you heard about Mike? Oh, they say he's like a giant, all decked out in heavy armor. He's the baddest legend in this city. No cap. Straight up. Baddies bounce when they spot him. Dare to mess with him, you'll get hurt. Nah, that ain't it. Why? Okay, hear me out. He's got that never give up attitude and hands quicker than anyone. He's always working on every muscle and improving himself. He's ready to pop up wherever people need help.
That ain't cool at all. Oh, trust me. When he pulled me out of that fire, he was hella cool.
That was a close one, kiddies. But don't trip. You're safe now.
The final week, the final day of the FPC weekly qualifiers here at Season 2. We're down into the mobile finals and PC finals later on. But for now, I'm Infinity and this is Drew Suave right beside me to see and experience mobile finals.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting, right? Because we talked about, we did go through 4 entire weeks, and this is the last chance for all those new teams that came in a little bit later, right? Because, well, what did we have? We have the usual suspects now, so Oasis, Execration, get all their points up. At this point, we don't want to look at the top. We're now looking towards the bottom, because this is what's going to decide who gets in to the knockouts once we get back into Farlight FPC next year as well. So, I don't know, who are your favorites that we want to talk about? We have the newly entered teams.
Let's not engage in a brawl of favorites because that will just rise up of crowd roar.
That's true.
I'm kidding. Of course, like one of the favorites, never going to go out of my list. The reigning defending champion, of course. Execration is up there.
Yeah.
But
you got Execration. Always on the top, Yeah. Also, I think always alongside NCG. Followed by, of course, Naos, Oasis, Ghost Reborn. Right? So those are the usual people that are at the top. Not surprised there because they've been grinding it out since Season 1. But since this is the last qualifying stage, the last chance for the newer teams to get in there, you want to shift the spotlight in that direction. I think recently those new meta shifters, Aquila, who have brought out that Cypher meta once we had the rework, right? The combo of the Cypher and the Maciel was really interesting when we saw that week 3, if I'm not mistaken, where they went with a great breakout performance as well.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? There are a lot of teams that have evolved all throughout the weeks coming through the very first one that we've had into Season 2, into the weeks after, right? And definitely on top of Execration, we have the likes of Ghost Reborn, we have the likes of NCG as well. Ghost Reborn has always been the bounty hunter. Ghost Reborn has always been the killers of each and every respective group. So that is one of the expectations that we have for the viewers watching at home in FPC.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to. Of course, it's the last finals. But before we move on to the actual games, we got to talk about how the tournament actually works, of course. So we're going to go ahead and give a top-side view of how the tournament's actually going. Of course, we start out with the qualifiers, which we are at now. This is the last week of the qualifiers. But, of course, Monday to Wednesday, we started out in the open qualifiers where we have our offline games that happen every week, which we do have the last week happening this week. So, of course, this is going to be the closing of our open qualifiers with those daily matches.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Season 1 qualifiers that we had, right? We have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as the daily matches for each and every single weekly qualifiers. And then the top 60 teams will go into the weekly semifinals to go into the weekly finals, wherein top 15 teams will be left standing. But once again, the open qualifiers, this is the last day that we've had for the open qualifiers. Next year, in our next matchup, it will already be the knockout stages, wherein it will be the top 60 teams from the qualifiers that will come through into battling it out to really secure a semifinal spot.
Now after that, we're finalizing the top 30 who will be making it into day 1 of the LAN event. We're gonna go with the first 2 groups, Group A and Group B, which will be split between the upper and lowers. To the side, of course, our grand finalists that will be battling it out in a best of 5 on the LAN for our total prize pool of 37,500 USD.
Yeah, that's 25,000 for the mobile division and 12,500 for the likes of the PC division. So much stakes on the line on top of the opportunity to hoist the championship title here at Season 2.
Yeah, of course, the money, like we said, and the glory where you create your saga, become part of Farlight history as the second champions of FPC.
Yeah, and right now, as we have mentioned, the prize pool is seen on hand right now, 37,500 USD overall for both divisions that we have for FPC, and it's really an exciting moment. Just imagine when was the last time that we've seen the LAN finals for season 1? Then we jumped into season 2, and now next year, the very beginning at January, we will be looking at the knockout stages immediately coming into FPC.
Great way to kick off the year, and of course the cap off season too, all at once. It's gonna be one hell of a huge event. Of course, I'd love to see more people show up to the LAN, so I'm gonna be really excited for that. But we're gonna go back to the task at hand again. It's the last open qualifier. It's the last weekly finals, and these are the teams that are going to be facing off here in this group. Now, NCG, Excretion, the usual suspects. Of course, some newer teams that we keep talking about, right? Built different. Chimex, which is the rebranded VB2 back in season 1. They're still great, performing great here. Blackfire, Oasis.
Yeah, but there's a lot of familiar names as well, right? You have AXGZR on top of that, 1TAE, AXGSS, New XL, and Ghost Saint coming into the qualified teams for the Week 5 finals that we have for open qualifiers. And thus far, coming into yesterday's matchup, we have seen Execration perform with a 3-peat finish yesterday in the respective groups in Group C. And that group has Ghost Reborn on it. And with that performance coming from XCTN, there is no one that can underestimate them coming into top 15 here in the Week 5 finals.
Yeah, you really got to respect them, right? Because when you're in this kind of lobby, the heavy hitters here, right? Top 60 on Saturday. When every time we get to Sunday, Execration are always high performers. But what makes that worse? The fact that everyone else in the lobby are still heavy hitters. So you really got to respect how Execration can still end up on top, even with the likes of NCG, of Oasis, of Ghost Reborn being in that stacked lobby as well.
Yeah, in that stack lobby, top 15. I mean, just imagine the Bounty Hunters up against a reigning defending champion. It was Ghost Reborn who is within inches of taking the crown against Execration back in LAN 1 Grand Finals for the mobile division. And once again, XCTN is showing their dominance here in FPC. Having the 3-peat finish yesterday had been in unexpectations. We have expected them to perform, but not at that degree, not at that caliber. But coming into the other teams as well, we're looking at NCG, the Uncrowned Kings coming right through once again, still in hope and is still finding their crown, still finding their footing coming into FPC Season 2.
Yeah, I gotta keep seeing how they evolve as the season moves on forward. So if you guys want to see or stay updated with Farlight 84 in the esports side, of course, go ahead and take a look at our socials. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, which we are live on 3 out of the 4 right now. So go ahead and check those out. If you're on at least one, don't forget to follow on the others because you don't want to miss any of that content coming out.
Yeah, especially when it comes to updates as well of Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 2. What's going on in the mobile division? What's going on in the PC division? Especially coming down into the knockout stages already, which will be very important for each and every single team. That's Farlight 84 for YouTube and Facebook, at Farlight84_official for Instagram, and Farlight_84_official on TikTok. And once again, FPC Season 2 will not occur without our sponsor. Thank you very much, ROG, for making this tournament possible for those who dare.
Yeah, I gotta talk about those devices, right? When we were on the LAN, high-performing devices, just to complement our high-performing players. So if you wanna take a look at what makes things possible, right? Those crazy plays that are almost inhuman to look at, well, you gotta pair that up definitely with a device that can still keep up with your performance as well.
The phone for champions. I mean, ROG has provided over 60 phones during the Season 1 LAN finals, and that was an amazing sight to see. Each and every single team was able to really get a hand onto their new phone. They're very fast, they're very quick phones coming into the FPC, and it was just a great experience overall, even into the desk. But coming back into the game that we have for the day here, Josh, what teams are you looking at? You asked me. I answered Execration. Now,
yeah,
the ball's in your court. Who will
ball's
be
in my court?
the team that you're looking for?
I think really we're seeing some breakout performances from some of these teams, right? The last few weeks, Blackfire finally getting a map. We got Ghost Reborn, of course, always gonna be there. NU Complex have also been evolving really great, but well, we gotta we can't go straight into that. We're gonna go to a quick break where we're gonna have to talk about it behind the scenes. See you guys in a bit. Narinig ko na yung
Yo, you heard about Mike? Oh, they say he's like a giant, all decked out in heavy armor. He's the baddest legend in this city. No cap. Straight up. Baddies bounce when they spot him. Dare to mess with him, you'll get hurt. Nah, that ain't it. Why? Okay, hear me out. He's got that never give up attitude and hands quicker than anyone. He's always working on every muscle and improving himself. He's ready to pop up wherever people need help.
That ain't cool at all. Oh, trust me. When he pulled me out of that fire, he was hella cool.
That was a close one, kitty. But don't trip. You're safe now.
Welcome back to the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 2 into the week 5 mobile finals. Once again, casters did not change. I'm still Infinity, and there's still Suave right beside me. And Suave coming down to our topic a while ago. Top 15 teams right now in the mobile division. Who are you looking at?
Really, right? Like I said earlier, I'm not super interested in like who's at the top. It's been the same people over and over again for the last weeks, and now we're looking at the actual last open qualifier. So I'm kind of really looking more towards who's gonna make it, who's gonna be that last clincher, because the gap in FPC points between these teams, they're so small, 10, 20 between each of these teams. So it's gonna be real interesting once we actually get down to it. So for me, I think those breakout performances coming from AXG, NU Complex, and even Cloud Avenue Vitas, 1 CAE, have been really good these last few weeks and really consistent as well. I think they're gonna be those that are going to be able to really secure their spots today as well.
Yeah, and there's a big mystery, right? Because remember, each and every single weekly semifinals is that these are top 60 teams. And coming into the weekly finals, how could the top performers in their respective groups now battle it out and face up against the best of the best? It's a top 15 teams left coming in across the board into the weekly semifinals.
Yeah, it really begs the question, how do you adapt when you're in this kind of stacked lobby, right? I mean, we've seen adaptations, say, for example, NCG were hyper-aggressive in the semifinals, and when they get to the finals, they think things through just a little bit more. Right? We've seen that evolution come out. We've also seen those like Ghost Reborn, same thing. They slow things down a little bit, give a little bit more respect to their opposing teams in the lobby before they go in for the kill.
Yeah. And definitely that is something that we have to look at. How much kills are these teams going to stack up? Because that will be important as we head into Sunset City. And just Suave, this is already the top 15 teams left. This is the week 5 finals, and we're jumping through into game 1.
Gonna be interesting though. We got a lot of early droppers here more towards the north. Oasis and now seem to be a little bit more interesting. Right now is in their usual spot, Power Free Station. Oasis a little bit more fractured in terms of how distributed they are across the map. I don't know what's going on with our line here. I like this Blackfire taking Sanctuary Tower here, which has been pretty much ignored by a lot of the teams in the recent weeks as well. So they're gonna get a lot of resources in this part of the map, in that region.
Yeah, and as traditional as we have seen over the past, is that it's going to be Execration who's dropping into Sunflower Shopping Mall. Powerhouse International is going on to construction. NCG, as traditional as they are, coming back into ACC. This is what they've done over the past few decades, if you may. The Noble Planetarium in the past season, this is where their drop point is. So very traditional for each and every single team here. What's a little bit different is Ghost Reborn not dropping into their usual spot, with TI6 actually getting a hold of Riverview Park.
Now looks like we got a few skirmishes already going on, so looks like these teams want to get those frag points up nice and early, especially since it is map number 1, which is where we're gonna find out what your choices are going to be down the line once we get to the second, third map. So we're going to be starting it off already here in Todd's Hot Rod, AXGSS versus another team. It looks like the fight's already over as soon as we pan over to here.
Yeah, I mean, these early engages doesn't actually matter as much. And yes, traditionally from what we've seen, this is where these teams go aggressive. This is where these teams stack up on damage. This is where they stack up on kills to really push the borderlines of how much points they're able to attain in each and every single series that they're batting up against, right? But coming into these early engages, there are still respawners available. Pretty much every single team could still rise to the occasion, despite not having respawners coming into the early game. There's just a lot of risks involved.
Definitely a lot of risks, because of course when you drop down, your initial loot isn't too much, but what if you get your favorite, right? Your AK-77 or Jupiter 6, whichever your choice gun is, then already have like for example right now AXGSS already on level 4 armor. It's a question of whether or not you want to take those fights, because yes, if you do, you get extra shield XP, growth XP and everything, but what if you lose? What do you do then?
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the level 4 shields, and that has always been the storyline. So when it comes to these early games, if ever a single team is able to get those level 4 shields early on, and even then, 3 people who's getting level 4 shields, there's a lot more opportunity for them to go aggressive. Then the added layer is they still have respawners available. So AXGSS is currently on the road into a very dominating start here coming into the early game. But right now, Ghost Reborn, very unfortunate coming in from the Bounty Hunters of FPC is that they're getting so much detriment coming their way just because they lost their initial spot at the review park. And there are other teams who's looking to hunt them down.
Yeah, and it looks like they're really following up on this fight. Most people know that they're actually targeted by XGZR right now, but at the moment they don't really have much to fight for, which is gonna be a little bit of a problem going down the line. But at least for them, of course, the problem now is that we got another team doubling down on this fight.
Yeah, this is just the weakness of Ghost Reborn ever since Season 1. Coming into the GP qualifiers is that Ghost Reborn has been really dominant. If ever you leave the west or east side of the map open for them, if there is no team that will contest them of Riverview Park, they will immediately get level 4 shields, level 5 shields coming into the early phases. And right now, that's a different story, right? Coming into the Week 5 finals, there are a lot of teams that dropped into the Riverview Park. It was the I6 and another team that came through onto this POI. And there were other teams as well who contested them onto their initial drop point in southeast part of Sunset City. And that is what had happened right now coming into this early game. We're in Ghost Reborn doesn't have any breathing room to be able to get those loots early on.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate actually. You saw Ghost Reborn fight against TI6 early, actually winning that fight, but then Kaim X comes in and gets rid of their respawners, which is a kind of a biting you in the butt, right? When you take that early fight, you become extremely visible to surrounding teams, especially when you use those utilities, right? The EMP, the absolute gravity, which makes it really obvious that there's a fight going on. You become targeted by whoever sees you at that point because they know that your cooldowns are still up and you can't fight back in terms of the skills being activated.
Yeah, and currently we have teams now scattering away for kills, for loot, and for shields as well. Ghost Reborn currently only at level 2, level 3 shields, with respawners being denied time again already. So right now the only players that they could really just hunt down are those Gragglers currently in the game at the moment. So Ghost Reborn and those kills left and right. Ghost Saint as well. This is the Ghost Saint that we're looking at the moment in the southeast part of Sunset City. But also, notably, into the north side of the map, we have Blackfire, 1CAD, and now Esports batting up against each other. And these are some of the teams that we have to take note of coming into Season 2.
And we talked about how powerful these teams are mechanically, but at the moment, right, now they're in a pretty bad spot, knowing that, well, yes, they do have the zone in their favor, but the problem is Blackfire, they have such a great spot right now. Gabriel on top of the ongoing show with the high ground, so there's no way Blackfire, Naos rather, can get out scot-free. And as you can see, Auto-Play already being brought down.
Yeah, and that's up against Blackfire. Blackfire has performed out of the mind starting at Season 2, right? In Group A, they were able to get the first repeat finish of FPC Season 2, and right now, they have been performing still time and time again. And currently, NRX Blackfire, they have stacked already 4 level 4 shields, and that has been a very, very good start for this team.
Yeah, I think the level 4 shield really is your baseline of whether or not you're going to be ready for a fight. Now, Air Beast in the hands of Lancelot, he's going to be leading the charge against Now.
Yeah, Kong in danger at the moment, receiving so much beam damage with the Air Beast on hand for Lancelot, one of the members of the Knights of the Round Table here at Blackfire. That is their leader, that is their captain coming in, but one member already fell down. It's Gabriel, who's no longer to be found here by the side of NRX Blackfire. Well, now still holding still on their position as Kong just waits behind a rock.
Looking at Naos right now, they really are very fractured, so it's going to be easy to isolate these fights. So yeah, Kong not going to be much we talked about there, as he's already fallen up against a 1v3 or a 4 in that situation. So a little unfortunate for him.
Really unfortunate. I mean, these early engages, I do not love these prolonged fights because once AAE, NRX, Blackfire, and now us Esports has been fighting for the longest time. And the reason why it's very detrimental for a lot of these teams to hold on and play these very delayed engages is that there is a lack of time to be able to go into the safe zone. That's one. There's a lack of time to be able to get more loots, gain more shield XP devices that we've seen all throughout the map. That's another, right? And this is a huge disadvantage wherein other teams are freely looting across the map when these teams are just waiting for the right time to pounce.
Really, what do you even do at this point, right? Yeah, especially if you're, say for example, right now, Quavo, being all alone, no loot, no teammates, how do you get back? Because then the longer you take to get inside the zone, the more likely you're gonna be gate kept by other teams that are already set up, who have already looted up with level 5, level 6 shields. I mean, we've seen NCG and the Chimex do these in the last few weeks when they already have the shields as early as now. I mean, look at Gab, level 5 already.
Yeah, level 5 already. They're very impressive that they were able to take charge of that, but currently CMX as well, just holding still. TI6 having a battle up against Built Diff. There's only X-Cavs left coming into this buildings with TI6 for Lone Wolf. That is Cavs just on the horizon, playing a little bit more of a tag your red type of situation, but that will be Xiaolong Bei who brings them down, and that will be one of the first few squads that is currently eliminated in game 1 as we have 12 teams left.
That's 3 squads already wiped after only the first zone. And now we got another fight going. Execration versus Powerhouse right now. Powerhouse is the best spot, all huddled behind this rock.
And even Execration as well, just waiting and buying time here as Sado receives so much damage from the long range engage for the likes of Powerhouse International. But as you mentioned, Powerhouse currently is on a bad situation, is on a bad spot. They're currently out in the open, and now it's Execration who's trying to go in for the engage as well with a Blaze Blaster versus the relocation for Powerhouse International. IO already down. 3 members left for the side of Powerhouse, and Execration is still looking for that chase. Still trying to fight this. The P69 receiving a lot of damage over shields left coming in from Virus. Goes in for the reset for now. And you have the duck side. The wrecking duck ball. That's not enough. Not enough to buy time for themselves. Execration brought down 2 members already for the side of Powerhouse.
Yeah, real problem for them because now Execration, yes, they have gotten those frags up with Powerhouse only having 1 remaining member, but they've also, again, taking an early engage like this exposes your current position. Now Built Different seem to be targeting them from across the canyon, and it looks like Oasis has spotted them as well, especially with all the divulges and the Absolute Gravity actually being such a large visual target. They're going to be made aware of the position of the enemy team. So at this moment, everyone making way to get themselves inside of the safe zone at here in Tin Man Complex. I think Oasis have a great high ground, but that's not really going to be the target at the moment. It's more of a question of who gatekeeps who in this situation. Because now Quavo alone with the Wasteland Hovercraft. Yeah, taken down by Hartman. Not much to be said there. Now is now wiped off the map.
Yeah, 11 teams left coming into game number 1 of the Mobile Division Finals. Very unfortunate of the top 1 team that we have currently in the Week 5 Finals when it comes to standing on this respective week, but still, this is what happens when it comes to battling the best of the best. There's just a lot of coin flip. There's a lot of percentages and possibilities that could happen in each and every single game, and that is just the bitter end for the side of Naos Esports here in game number 1. But Oasis still standing still, coming into Tin Man Industriopolis, holding their position, doesn't want to give anything away from the likes of CMX and other teams as well in the Land of the Dead. Oh, Tamayo.
Oh, the base blasters. What? What? He actually scared our lion there with a cord shit. I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but hey, at least they're safe now.
Alex getting information for the likes of Oasis on the location of CMX at the moment. For now, that will be just a standstill coming in from this team. They do not want to just go for the overextension, but 1 knockout coming for the side of Oasis, but will not push through with it all in with the shields coming in from Duck side. That will be a huge safety net. War Falcon flying across on top, getting information of where Oasis is at. Huge damage coming from those shields, but Hartman already goes down.
What? and engage from Oasis. They've already set up everything perfectly, but the revamp is going to be going for Calyx, so he can stay alive and try to do some damage from the outside as the rest of his team are going to try and heal each other up. So they're doing a really good job of holding Oasis at bay. Xiaolong Bei almost taken down. Just a sliver of health here.
A sliver of health, still alive. Early breeding, Xiaolong Bei brought down by Hasbulla, but the answer back coming in for the side of Oasis. They want to bring down CMX, but at the moment, they're still 4-man strong.
4 men strong right now for Climax. And I think they're also painfully aware of the teams that might be going across the bridge, namely right now NCG, who are actually looking to make themselves known. They're already taking a look through these boxes, so they're not willing to take a wide open fight against Oasis. At least they know that they've done damage, that they've made them burn a couple of med kits, some shield restoration devices, but you don't want to go all in and expose yourself to what right now there's 8 other teams that are still alive, and there's so little space.
There's just so much currently built into this fight. Execution right now is looking for other teams as well, the stragglers, but AXGSS will still be alive within inches of being killed there by the likes of Execution. The executioners of FPC will not be able to see them. Thus far, another team falls down as 8 teams will be left standing.
Again, they're going to be fighting against Oasis. Kaimex doubling down on the fight. Oasis now going to be wiped. Didn't really have much to do there. The War Falcon and the cluster bombs, as well as the Blinding Mark, I think played a great role in that fight. I really like it when we get to this point because we see the military precision of the teams, because most of these fights last 5, 10, maybe even 15 seconds unless it's those up close and personal gunfights against the other teams.
Execution right now being seen as well with the divulge coming in from the opposition, as they are currently standing in Todd's Hot Rod. The Land of the Dead is not a position of advantage for each and every single one, but NCG Bobby might just lost his shield there, but still alive coming into these fights. Will be able to go back into his teammates, and Execration will not pursue for the all-in. That is such a dangerous situation. EMP already used up. Lukey waiting on the horizon will bring them down.
Great way to start it off. Now we got another team just on the edge. Thought they were safe there for a long while. Actually, you saw Execration walking circles around them, and eventually they did find out. So now it's gonna be a full squad wipe. MCG though, it looks like they're looking to start things off. Absolute Gravity to open things up.
On the hunt here for Pappy, looking left and right, looking to chase down Execration. They have a couple of members left here. Lucky 69 will fall down. There's one more member left coming in from XCT, and the reigning defending champions is being brought down left and right, one by one, but Sano still alive here, could still play for placements. And that will be NCG having to battle up against Cloud Avenue.
And you got Hymix as well joining in. There's so much going on, and these are only 2 teams, right? You've got the base class and everything being used out, visual clutter everywhere, so I'm not surprised that they're going to be targeted from elsewhere as well.
FCG is eliminated. CMX was able to bring them down. The Uncrowned Kings eliminated early on. The third party that CMX was able to do coming from that fight was phenomenal, but now Sato, the lone wolf of Execration, the defending champions, wiped to the ground to the face of Sunset, sitting right now. It will be brought down with 4 teams left.
4 squads. Hasbulla taking the War Falcon. He's going to be a target, but at least he has the information for the rest of his team. There's still a lot of space on the map as well. So with 4 squads here, there's still time to regain your bearings, get yourself in a great spot. We also do have a few skirmishes going on the outskirts of Tin Man Complex.
Tin Man, Industrial, has so much more of a natural recovery here into the vicinity, but another team was wiped out because of the danger zone, already ticking for so much damage, 20 HP per tick. But at the moment, it's a play for patience here from here on out. Everyone wants to play for placements, considering this is already top 3 teams left coming into game 1.
Yeah, some attempts at doing some chip damage here. Base blasters, incendiaries being brought out, hopefully to do some damage against the enemy team. Though Griffin's gonna be spotted out, and it looks like they do want to play from long distance, at least for now.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, this is play for patience game. A lot of these teams wants to just wait for one team to pounce first. This is a 4v1. We're in Jay-Z is the only one standing for the likes of Ghost Reborn, but CMX will be able to see them, and Jay-Z already on a disadvantage, on a bad situation, in a bad spot. Incendiary Molly will not connect, so Jay-Z still has time here, but the zone is already closing in.
No.
He is on a timer. He has to go out of the window pretty soon, and that will be the time as CMX brings them down. 2 squads remaining, a 1v1 of a team, and a 4v4 when it comes to player situations for both squads. Battle of both teams here. Built-Diff against CMX. Divulge already gives information to CMX on where Built-Diff is currently at.
Yeah, great. Now you will notice that the Absolute Gravity being brought out. They're going to be starting it off.
Now Absolute Gravity as well being cancelled
Both
and
ways.
denied coming from Built-Diff. Now we get the push from Built-Diff. There's 2 members who goes down already. And now it's just Bula. It's the only one remaining along with one of her members left coming in from CMX. That is a little bit unfortunate as you are being seen across outside the building. Built-Diff lost 2 of their members, but in the end, they will dominate game number 1 as they bring down CAMX. Built Different wins it all in game 1.
Games of patience here in this map number 1. I really like it because I think this is going to set the tone for the rest of our series, right? A little bit of respect coming in from most of the teams, especially moving towards the end of the game. There really was not willingness to go hyper aggressive from our usual suspects, right? NCG, Built Different, who usually go in full send no matter what. This is gonna be it's gonna be a long series of games, I think.
Yeah. And there is a lot of unfortunate sights that we've seen coming from game number 1 as well. The likes of NCG was brought down early on as they were hunting down Execration. There was also Ghost Reborn, who was not seen for the longest time. They were only able to get 8 kills out from that game. And Built Different, this new squad coming into Season 2, coming into the organization of Built Different, has been performing out of expectation here, and thus far they win game 1 of week 5 finals.
Yeah, great performance coming out from them. It was a mixture of patience and actually great tactical decision making, where they knew where to look. They knew how to divide and conquer those gunfights, because I think that initiation by Chimex, which started with the Absolute Gravity, and 2 of them jumping on top, the other 2 at the bottom, they focused all their power towards the most apparent danger, which were those 2 on the top, and then they isolated the fights. It was perfect. Divide and conquer, just like it was coming out of a Sun Tzu book.
Okay, I did not get the reference. And is that a movie? Is there any Gen Z terms? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let's not talk about age here. I'm a little bit old already, but
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. But as you mentioned, right, it was a very good tactical position as well coming from Built Team. They were playing a little bit more patience when the zone closed in. They brought out the big guns. Like the Absolute Gravity came through. It was the opposition who was forced to really just scatter away. It was KMX who was brought down into 2 members left, so it's a 4v2 situation. It was really, really unfortunate, and as soon as we were talking about this, it was just a good performance overall by the likes of Built Dip, and we'll see how they got through game number 1 and got the win in the highlights.
course, you can't have a victory without an MVP. That's going to be Yato here with a great performance on the Cypher. 1,822 damage and getting 4 total kills. But I really want to highlight as well how his EMP shocks and the core shift have been really important in those combat situations, especially towards the end.
Yeah, Yato led here by Built Lift Mobile. Very strong start by the team coming into the Week 5 finals. They were able to get 4 total kills and 1.8k total damage for the likes of Yato. And Cypher is so strong at the moment. Very, very strong. And we've talked about how important Cyphers are coming into Season 1, wherein those EMP shocks can change the tides in a storyline of a team into an engage on a team fight. But right now, with the changes that we've had with the Core Shift instead of the Recon, there's still a lot more combos. There's still a lot more plays that you could do with it, with these changes coming into Season 2.
Yeah, people get real creative, right? Chord shift along with an ongoing show, or with all the visual clutter. Like, you got an EMP, you have an absolute gravity in front of you. You're not gonna notice the shiny orb of the chord shift showing up behind you. So suddenly you have a Cypher shooting you from behind without you having any idea what's going on. So when these teams go full send, it gets real chaotic.
Yeah, it's a delivery system, right? You have Core Shift that coming into the backs of the opposition, and then EMP shock comes through right after. And this is just a really good combo that a lot of these Cypher players could do. But on top of that, Core Shift could also be played defensively. Like, these teams could go back into those team fights with the Core Shift, go back to their teammates as well. And this is already information provided that there is someone in front of them. So it's a very good utility to have coming into a single team on top of the changes that we've had, and on top of EMP shock coming into the Cypher players.
Yeah, the flexibility, I think, of the Cypher is what really makes it perfect in the meta right now. Because you got teams that are playing a Mayshell, you got teams playing the Ember again, it's now returning into the meta. So these teams getting real creative, especially now that it's the last open qualifier final. We're going to go straight into map number 2. We're going to stop talking about strategies, go straight into the chaos here into Sunset City.
And to Sunset City we go. And it will be the weekly finals for the mobile division here. Game number 2. And the interesting part about this is that we're now having the capsule pack more towards the eastern side of the map, but this will be the teams that will be hindered to go to the likes of Power Tree Station and to the likes of Iris Ranch. It will be a little bit more time to be able to reach that point, but Execration currently has a very good situation for them. The capsule pad really dictates a huge advantage for the likes of our reigning defending champion, wherein they get easy access onto Sunflower Shopping Mall and even Mansion and the lights.
You got some fights already going on as well. Some of these teams have chosen to change their drop points, actually. So these POIs kind of shuffling in terms of significance here, because depending on who ends up winning those first fights to get rid of the respawners, it really does change the pace of this map, right? We got Oasis still here in Carnivale, their usual favorite spot, NCG, going back to their roots here in Nova Planetarium. And for some reason, not a lot of people touching Power Tree Station, which is usually the Naos drop point, actually.
Yeah, and this is the huge problem, right? The changes that we've had coming into Season 2 of Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, the way that the capsule pad works. And we actually touched this a little. I've talked about this a while ago, that the capsule pad is leaning more towards the eastern side of the map. And that is the reason why we see a hindrance to the likes of Naos or any other teams in particular to gain access onto Power Tree Station or even Iris Ranch. And that is what we're seeing at the moment, because dropping into your points or dropping to a single POI immediately, whether it is a huge point of interest or a small point of interest, it doesn't matter. Dropping first initially in the map in a game gives you so much advantage up against the rest, just because you have the initial lead of getting more loots, getting more shields already into those fights, and you are ready to go in for those engages.
Oh boy, yeah, there's gonna be an early engage. Ghost Reborn State, AXGSS here. There's an Air Beast already. I really like how the Air Beast has appeared now on ground loot instead of the airdrop, right? So this changes things up a bit, makes things a little bit more mobile, especially in the early game. Because that laser beam hurts so much.
It hurts so much. And it gives you also extra mobility. This is what has the angry game coming as well. The coming into those engages with the likes of Warfighter, with the likes of Air Team, very important. And the Warflag as well. Getting a lot
Oh!
from the long distance and even aerial view of what is really happening in these engages, into these fights.
Yeah, we keep seeing it, right? The War Falcon playing more of a recon instead of the artillery bombardment here with the cluster bombs. But there's also the ongoing show in the Cypher. Again, mobility is really playing a huge part in how the meta has been shifted here, especially in the mobile division. Of course, with new heroes, new capsulers popping up every now and then. It's just so creative depending on which team is playing or who you're up against. Because at some point you start to recognize a pattern. Oh, MCG's playing with a Dockside now. Oh, Execration's playing with a Mayshell now. How do we adapt to that situation?
Yeah, it's always that adaptation that will be important. Every single team who's able to adapt on a faster pace, who's the team that is able to adapt into the patch notes, who's able to adapt into these changes, right? The Cypher, for one, with the storage shift change, how could these teams react to that? But at the moment, the save zone will be dictated towards the southwest part of the map, and it will be Sunflower Shopping Mall. It will be Execution who will have that massive advantage on getting that prime position early on in Sunflower Shopping Mall. But NCG goes as well onto a Power Tree Station to meet up against Naos.
Yeah, really, where do you go from here though, right? Execration have Sunflower Shopping Mall, but at this point they only do have level 3 shields. So they need to decide where to rotate to get those shield XP up. Because again, the optimal shield when you get into like initial fights is at least level 4. That's why you make sure that you're not one and done when you're taken down by, say, a singular AK-77 magazine, right? If you're beamed down from a certain distance, that hurts a lot. And having these kinds of shields in those kinds of fights is definitely not something you want, especially going into the late game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely is. Right? Will be important as well. What are the disadvantage though? If Execration just stays put into Sunflower Shopping Mall, yes, they will have the better lead into getting a lot of position advantage against any team early. But the massive problem about that is that they will stay put when it comes to the level 3 shields currently that they have. Level 4 shields will not be surpassed the remainder of this game until fight breaks.
You're really gonna have to depend on whether or not you want to keep pushing those fights. Meanwhile, though, we got Blackfire versus TI6 just on the outside. It's interesting, this current situation, right? Because you got one layer of gatekeepers, that's Blackfire. Then the further you move in, you've got 2 more squads who are somehow lined up in perfect harmony. So once Blackfire moves on, they're gonna walk into another team, which is I don't know how we ended up here.
Yeah, definitely is. And right now, Execration is on and this will be important, right? Because they have to scour for loot. They have to get the spoils of war coming into these engages. And right now, they are on a massive disadvantage with only level 2 shields on hand. They have to look for some place arrows to be able to stack up when it comes to those loots. Chips is being seen out by Ghost Saint. We'll be able to go out, back away immediately right after these early engages. Very, very crucial moment for each and every single one, but Jay already brought down 3 members left for the likes of Ghost Saint as they scour back away. Execration was able to see them, and Luki and Blue already with level 4 shields. It's a really impressive engage that they were able to do here coming into these early phases of the game.
Yeah, already getting the first squad wipe actually here. Now we're down to the last 14. On top of that, finally getting the loot, like we said, those resources are super important, especially moving into the later game. But it looks like the loot, the equipment, is gonna walk right into them. We got Ghost Reborn here, making themselves known, making themselves visible. It looks like Execration not willing to take the fight just yet.
Yeah, and Ghost Reborn wants the construction.
Oh,
This
boy.
is what they have done in Season 1, but it's being chased out by Execration. JZ now moving left and
Oh.
right. The sidestep will not be enough. JZ is brought down. This will be a member disadvantage for the likes of Ghost Reborn. Execration now, the lead here, having the bridge onto themselves. Will go in for the reset as they are batting up against AXGSS as well. There is a lot of teams stacked into the southeast part of the zone. So currently, just a lot of teams that has to battle it out. Execution now going in to look onto Pain.
Oh, he
Finding
knows.
Mark, gets information. Pain goes down. Execution gets another kill for themselves.
Absolutely disgusting. Again, Execration playing the Executioners. You see one straggler, they're gonna take him down. They're gonna hunt him down because they smell blood as soon as it hits the water. Now, eliminating one of the teams that have been trying to stay alive in this area, moving towards their initial drop spot, Sunflower Shopping Mall. You already got to fight again now.
So good. Coming in for the light was Bula. Who came back, but Calic already brought down as well from long range distance. Oasis was able to beam them out, but right now, K-Mac, Bula waiting behind the building here. Playing it a bit more patiently as they're on a disadvantage. Up against up, and then he's the hard fight on Hartman. Going into God,
He's
but
so
only
low.
with 1 HP knocked out.
They find him in the air. Just executed right here. NCG, they know that there's another team. I think they're setting their sights on Oasis here. The
Okay.
ongoing show.
Very difficult situation there. Will be Oasis who is on disadvantage coming to fight. Yes, they have the high grounds, but you have NPG, you have Vestar Nakagi who has a lot more cover than them.
Yeah, they're gonna have to run away here, get a better sense of shelter. I think he's aware that there's another team under here. Timex, he hit by the base blaster as well.
Disaster on Hartman that will be remembered down, brought down to Cloud Avenue. And NCG has eliminated Hatbula in the team overall, and Cloud Avenue has to say goodbye here in game number 2. NCG currently has full control over Carnival.
Quite a few frags already, 9. And possibly the best cheese in the lobby at the moment, right? Level 5 all around, except for Kiko, who's on level 4, taking full control of Carnival. This is essentially the gateway into the zone if you're coming in from the north.
Yeah, it's a gateway to the zone. It could be a gateway to hell from that point of view as well. There's just a lot of teams that are currently waiting just
Wait,
behind the south of the safe zone. NCG already on the push here onto Nova Planetarium. Going on to Blackfire. It's Get who's down low already. Vision Erosion. This will buy time for the likes of Blackfire to go back out, but NCG lost one of their members. And now Wolfie comes down in a 3v4. Having a critical dash goes in, and that will be Gabriel, who is killed, who is knocked out. Blackfire. Members left. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but they have level 6 shields on hand. That's a lot. The captain coming in from Blackfire still has to go in for the resets, but so much damage comes across onto Get the remaining members of Blackfire. But Oasis, at the right moment, they went as a third party into this engage. There will be 3 squads on the horizon. Blackfire having to go left and right, but Lancelot the last man standing for NRX.
Already got 1 casualty on the side of Oasis here. Xiaolong Bei, I think, is going to be the initial fighter. Tip of his spear, essentially, here with the full armor. Our Lion, though, he knows, he sees him, but he can't get the shot just yet. Lancelot's hiding. It's going to be a 1v2.
And that will be it. Oasis will be able to bring down the captain of NRX, Blackfire. That will be the death of them coming from game number 2 as Oasis brings them down.
Really, a little bit more equal this time around. I think Oasis have been more consistent in terms of placement, at least so far. Now with the second map being underway, got still 10 teams very much alive at the moment.
Yeah. And thus far, it is just a lot of teams being stacked out. The reigning defending champion up against Biltip through, and look, he is already brought down. Biltip has the numbers advantage for them. 1 member left. Still holding their focus. There's another squad coming right through it. Squad 6 coming into this fight. Powerhouse International wants a little bit of this fight as well. They're looking for has to move out. Kurama is brought down. The Nine-Tailed Fox will not go out of the detriment of the hands and the grasp of Powerhouse International, as 19 will be left standing coming into these games. Shadow 69 vehicle as a cover. We'll be able to go in for the reset, but not a good spot to just hide on.
Yeah, there's definitely no way for him to get out. Now you got Sato, that's gonna be the last hope for execration here. Defending champions now gonna be targeted by Powerhouse. 4v1. I don't know how you get out of this situation, because now you got a base blaster. Everyone trained on where you are, and he's just being taken down by so many different utilities right now.
1 HP left. Holding on onto the hope and the miracle. He will be able to go back out, but the reigning defending champions will be eliminated here in game number 2 of the Mobile Week 5 finals.
8 squads left now. You got actually the zone moving towards Magic, which is actually perfect for Powerhouse right now. Everyone has essentially a terrible spot when you want to move into this direction, because Powerhouse essentially have the high ground on every angle. Doesn't matter where you look. Now it's in Heart-Shaped Island. We even got Oasis moving in from the canyon towards the north. Where do you go from here when you're up against a team who has the perfect positioning?
Supply ship en route.
Now has to fight NUXL, but Quave will get eliminated, and that was another member. That is another squad who is annihilated in game number 2. 17s will be left standing here into game 2, map 2 of the Week 5 final.
Wow. I don't know. You got Oasis now slowly rotating over. You got AXGSS. They know that they are going to be running out of time. The later you leave it, the more likely you're going to be gate-kept from this spot. So at the moment, you only do have one squad, or two rather. You got Oasis and Powerhouse who still have a full roster. Everyone else kind of bleeding. Right, you got AXG here with 3. And most of the more heavy-hitting teams, right? You got the NCG and Execration already gone from the map, so this is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and it's the sound, it's the hymn of the time we're in. The final zone is already closing in, that we're hearing just on the horizon, on the vicinity. But right now, Ghosts Reborn, 1CAE, NUXL along with Powerhouse International,
I think they know.
Standing foot. They know. They definitely do. Ghosts Reborn having the sights onto Heart Island, a very dangerous spot as well, as they are on the outskirts of the safe zone. And if they go out, this is a bad situation for Ghosts Reborn.
Yeah, definitely not gonna be fun, right? Because when you open up that fight against those two stragglers in Heart-Shaped Island, again, you become a gigantic target for everyone else who is concerned. Because you got Oasis, you got Powerhouse looking down on you from this position. So if I were them, I would essentially walk away, right? Walk away now, try and stay alive for the long run. But that doesn't seem to be the plan, because look at Candy. He's going to join the, I think we're going to call it Rat Island from now on. That's 3 singular players.
And the sights on him, that will be Ghost Reborn. Daisy has eyes of an eagle. We'll be able to beam him out. And now, Nora also brought down very low.
It's essentially a trap. You walk into Heart-Shaped Island, you're dead, right? You got 4 rats down there who are trying to stay alive. Everyone's just trained on that area. So how do you escape? I don't think you can at this point. How do you get out?
Yeah, there's just no escape. NUXL creeping themselves onto 1CAE. He has information. Fancy, who has information where 1CAE is at with a vertical dash as well.
Nice.
Going in for the reset, going in for the revive. Ongoing show already used up, but Fancy will be able to go back into the buildings and retreat back to safety. Oasis though, level 6, level 4, and level 5 shields on hand. That will be such a huge advantage coming into these final fights with 5 teams left as Aurora is brought down.
Powerhouse playing it staunch here, perfectly in the center of our safe zone, waiting for everyone to get in. So here now, NUXL with only Vance being alive. Again, a target for everyone who wants to get those extra frag points up. Now Powerhouse locked in a fight against Oasis.
Has control over Mansion. That will be an advantage for them,
the
but
ongoing
Oasis
show
still
too.
has the shield advantage against them. Level 6, level 5, and level 4 shield or line who has it on. Now Powerhouse International will lose one of their members. 3 members left coming into these fights to a 4v3 situation.
Oh, that's not fun. Arlion brings out the War Falcon. He wants to bombard them with bombs.
XGSS also comes through into this fight. The FP is already used up along with the absolute gravity. Massive lead coming in for the likes of Oasis. Now Gary Molly as well used up. A huge damage capability of Oasis. Brought down to levels already. Powerhouse International and PRHS is eliminated.
They're kicked out of their own home here. Now it's been taken over by Oasis, who have now the perfect position because everyone is desperate to get inside of the zone. And here it comes, another fight.
And now going into the rooftop as well. AFTS, that's what we're target for Oasis, but no long pay Tamayo. Can you do it? One member left coming right up for Oasis. XLG. Waiting on the right, but EMP shot brought them down so much more. AXGSS is eliminated. One by one. There's a member scouring onto the buildings. Mikey is brought back up by Ghost Report. They are two members coming into this fight. AXGSS is brought down, annihilated, erased. JZ was able to bring down a couple of members here from the opposition. But it's a 2v1 situation here in favor of Ghost Reborn. Oasis, three of their members was eliminated priorly, and they have to look for a miracle play coming into this final moment.
But this is perfect too, right? You've got the perfect hero here in this situation. You have a Young who has a divulge and in the smallest possible zone. So as soon as you bring that divulge out, use your blinding mark, combo it. They can't see where it's coming from. So they're really hunting to make sure that when they find Xiaolong Bei, it's going to be a 2v1 and they're not going to be divided in that final fight. But he's so quiet, so patient.
And the thing is, Ghost Reborn need not to be able to force out disengage. They know that if they play together, they will have the advantage up against Xiaolong Bei. The question is, you play up against the numbers game here. Xiaolong Bei looking to just shift up the pace here, going over the hills. We'll have eyes and information of Ghost Reborn, but these are two players with level 6 shields. Cross the board for Ghost Reborn.
They don't know. Xiaolong Bei has a great angle. He's gonna come up from the flank, so Ghost Reborn just needs to wait for the right time. A little bit of impatience could cost them this map, but it's gonna come down to this, the final closing of the zone. They have no choice but to fight it out at this point.
Is brought down by the danger zone, and Ghost Reborn, the Bounty Hunters, will take their first win in a mobile Week 5 finals.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic, don't you think?
Yeah. It is a very dramatic ending as well, but it fell through from the roof down below, coming into that final fight with his own closing in.
You were so ready to hype that up, but hey, sometimes you just can't get out of it, and there was essentially no escape for Xiaolong Bei there. So here, Ghost Reborn playing the patience game, ending up the winners of map number 2 with a whopping 7 kills in the hands of JZ. Wow.
Yeah, it was really good. And Ghost Reborn initially was getting so much disadvantage into the early game because the thing is, there are a lot of teams who was wanting to bring them down, was hunting them down as well onto the west part of the map, but surprisingly enough, they were still able to play towards the patience game, and they were still able to stack up 11 kills and get the top 1 finish here in game 2.
Yeah, still gonna be helpful for them to get those points up, of course. Placement in the end is gonna be the one to dictate our the final points once we finish out this series. So that's definitely gonna be a great boost for Ghost Reborn to possibly get those extra FPC points towards the end and make sure that they lock in their slot in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and today is very important for a lot of teams because the thing is, next year we already have the knockout stages, and this is the last chance for these teams to be able to accumulate points, as you mentioned, and this will be such a crucial moment for each and every single one that they have to perform out of their very, very best, because coming into the knockout stages, it will be crucial for them to gain the better lead when it comes to the FPC points overall across the board for Season 2, as it will dictate who goes into the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely a great time to really play out what you can, especially since we're seeing some of the usual suspects getting dropped down early. So this is a proving ground for those newbie teams to really prove their stuff and get those FPC points, really secure themselves in the top 60 actually when we move into 60. The knockout. So yeah, we got one last map for those teams here to rack up those points when we get down to the math.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shocker, right? Coming into game number 1 and game number 2, Execration was not able to find their footing. And there is one more game that will be a bit crucial as well from them to be able to take the top 1 position if they want to creep themselves back into top 1 placements here in the week 5 finals. But overall, such a good performance coming in for the likes of Ghost Reborn, the bounty hunters that we've had, and it's a good thing to be able to look down onto the road that Ghost Reborn was able to take here in game 2 as we jump in to the highlights. And the one who led the charge, the one who led the team to success under their Cypher player coming down into the midst of MVP titles. It's Ghost JZ who takes the MVP with 7 total kills and 1.5k total damage.
It seems to be a pattern now. Always the Cypher leading the charge, right? I don't think we've seen a lot of Ember. Yes, we have seen some vision erosions here and there, but those who end up on top towards the end in this group seem to have chosen the Cypher and Mayshul over the Cypher and Ember in the current meta.
Yeah, in the current meta, it's just Cypher who always is really strong into a composition. We've mentioned this, right? The changes brought out more power and more opportunities for Cypher players to do a lot of outplays, going in onto those fights or even playing the Chorus Drift defensively.
Yeah, I think that's really the flexibility of a team, right? How you adapt to the situation at hand. When NCG's coming at you on one side and Ghost Reborn from the other, you need to find a way out or decide, do I want to take this fight? And which fight do I take? Right? Which direction do I move? And I something strange, right, about the map, actually. We ended up closing into Mansion, which essentially was a game of King of the Hill, right? Whoever was standing on top was going to be poised to win. And we ended up with Ghost Reborn having taken it away from Oasis here. Xiaolong Bay really not having the chance to fight back because, the safe zone was just gone at that point.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's better, right? Because the thing is, as you have mentioned time and time again, the point accumulation when it comes to the formula here is taking note and taking account for the damage output and even placements, damage taken, and whatever stats we have. So just dying onto the zone denies a little bit more points for the Ghost Reborn, and that's not as big, but is still a play of patience here for the likes of Xiaolong Bay.
Yeah, speaking of patience, thank you guys for watching. We're gonna reward you one more time, of course, 1,000 gold here for those who want to redeem that code. Go ahead and open up your CD key. You're gonna get that as a reward for helping us get to 500 views today. Of course, if you guys keep adding to the viewer count, get your friends to watch, your family to watch. It is Sunday, family day. Might as well use FPC as your bonding time with your family or your significant other as well.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is on top of the codes that we're giving out away is that we also have TikTok drops integrated already in our Farlight 84 broadcast channels on TikTok. So do take note of that. If you want more points coming into your Farlight accounts, do check out the TikTok broadcast as well, as we already have TikTok drop integration and pretty much a very giving day to all of the viewers watching at home. And thank you very much as well to ROG for making FPC Season 2 possible.
Yeah, it is the season of giving. It is December after all. So for those of you who are there, of course, we love the amount of support that we've been getting in from the community. But, we're going to have to go straight back into the action. Map number 2 is over. We're going to go to the last Map of the last weekly finals
one.
here coming in for the qualifiers. Drop down into Sunset City. Everyone get into your capsules because this is the proving ground, your last chance to qualify.
Ooh, a very detrimental capsule pad as well. When the teams are more favored toward Power Tree Station, Nova Planetarium, and Sunflower Shopping Mall. So this will be a big problem for the likes of Execration, for the likes of Naos or Oasis, and even the likes of NCG. So a lot of these teams have to switch up. The pace has to switch up their drop points from here on forward, just because Capsule Path once again is leading towards more of the western side of the map.
They actually got a lot of people who are seemingly doubling down, right? Now is making an effort to get the power station, but falling off a little bit short. Now they're getting shot at by Ghost Reborn. And Nova Planetarium being untouched, essentially virgin land right now, as everyone else going back to the basics. Of course, Execration here, their usual drop point. NUXL and AXG in a little bit of an awkward spot, because again, NCG are not in their favorite spot either.
Yeah, NCG is not in their favorite spot, as you've mentioned. A lot of these teams have adjusted their situation. Now it's Esports once again, though, going into Power Tree Station. NCG dropping onto Carnival. This is one of the expectations that we've had already, just because the capsule pack once again is a little bit more of a disadvantage. It hates the likes of NCG now and Execration. Coming into the Week 5 mobile finals. There's no hate on the capsule pack, but it's a little bit of a disadvantage coming in from these teams, but the early engages coming right through on the kill feed. We're seeing it right up again, right? And this is one of the changes that I love so much about Farlight 84, because in Season 1, it's always cut across the west side of Sunset City and the east side of Sunset City. This time around, it's more towards one side or the other, which changes up a lot of the dynamic as well for these teams.
Yeah, the rotations get a little bit weird, and now because of that, the rotations a lot earlier. Like within the first 10 seconds, people dropping, there's already fights breaking out. But different now, struggling to stay alive in the face of ASGSS. Not sure if they want to double down on this fight or move towards a more open or a abundant pace on the map, maybe, because I mean, Finland Industriapolis is right there.
Yeah, the chorus shift as well being used in a very short distance of fights. Once again, the power of chorus shift is limitless. You could go into these engages, you could go into this 1v1s, you could reposition defensively as well when it comes to these big team fights, which is a really, really good addition into the Cypher players that we've had currently coming into these games. But thus far, Ghost Reborn coming back into their forms in the recent times, as they will be able to bring down TI6 as we're looking down onto the kill feed, because thus far, time and time again, Riverview Park is consistently being denied by TI6, by NRX Proverbs away from them, and they're just looking at their footing. They're still finding their footing up against the likes of these teams, up against the best of the best teams here in a mobile division.
Yeah. I don't know. There's just something about Tin Man Industriapolis and Todd's Hot Rod, right? Because you got all these, all the weapons you could want, the attachments to get yourself a full kit, as well as there's 3 shield XP devices here. So it's really it's usually a hot drop, but knowing how these teams behave, they've really been flexible in rotating away. Again, now a fight between, I think, that's supposed to be born against NRX Proverbs here. That's the second fight already for NRX.
There's no more respawners available. So Jay-Z, it is one up against the world. It's Jay-Z up against the world here. Left and right. This will be the core shift coming into the backside. Jay-Z will be able to bring down another member, but will be a respawner already forced out. Ghost Reborn only has a couple of members left. As CA-Max will be able to bring down NRX Proverbs.
It's going to be the first wipe of the map. KMX coming in with the perfect timing, right, to play that third party. And as soon as they fall, Ghost Reborn run for the hills. They know that KMX is a threat because they've been so consistent over the last few weeks, over the entire season, I dare say, to this point where they know if you're bleeding, you need to get away first before you even think of looking in their direction as well.
Yeah, very situational here, but this far KMX having a lot of eliminations coming into this early game will be able to net them a lot of level 4 shields currently onto the hands of Hartman on Calyx and also Juva. So much more capabilities to fight on the early game of map 3 here in the mobile finals, but thus far they have full control over Riverview Park for them to be able to stack up more shield XP devices, and it's so much more patient right now that we're coming into season 2 compared to season 1, where the tides have shifted.
They have shifted. I mean, even the way that teams play, right? We used to go in full chaos every fight, every encounter. But now we see teams making sure that, okay, wait, is this a fight we want to take? Is it worth it? Do we wait for the fight to end, or do we join in now, right? I mean, we've seen NCG evolve, we've seen Execration evolve, and even Chimex on top of the rebrand have evolved their playstyle as well. So a little bit more strategic as we move forward in FPC. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of these waiting game final situations like we saw in map number 2.
Yeah, definitely is. And now looking at the reigning defending champions, they have a position here. Having the sights onto the buildings and having a lot of leads as well coming into these early games. This will be a lot more crucial for each and every single one to be able to stack up on level 4 shields coming into these early phases, to be able to really survive a lot of hit later on.
Yeah, essentially Execration at this point, they want to go ahead and get some extra shield XP, but here,
MX
starting this fight against Powerhouse.
being seen by Powerhouse International. No more shields left for Hasbulla. Has to go in the wrecking duckbolt to go back out. Knocked out already. Powerhouse International. It's a 1-for-1 trade of KMX and Powerhouse. Ongoing show already used. Force shift has been used up. Coming in to go up on top. And now KMX only has 2 members left. It's Juva and Heartman, the only one left standing here. But trade back coming right through. It won't be the pounds that Powerhouse International will be able to do. It's a 3v2 situation at the moment, but respawners are still available. Divulge are already used up by Execration as they come as a third party.
No. Gonna be joining in here to try and get rid of Powerhouse, who are now standing as the Reaper of the lobby. Here with Virus on the War Falcon. Looks like they want to turn tail and run for the hills.
Virus on the chase here with a War Falcon. Already was able to break down the vehicle, and now Force Shift has been used up. Yo, going right through, but Virus is waiting.
What a response. He saw the shiny orb. He knew where he was going to land. He waited with his arms wide open and just shot him down. There was really no coming back from that fight for him.
Yeah, kill served in a silver platter. Execration currently already with 6 kills to their name. A lot of eliminations coming into these early paces. Really good situation for the reigning defending champion, but time and time again, Execration, yes, they were able to bring out a lot of kills coming into the early mid-game of each and every single fight here in Sunset City, but they are not able to stack up a top 1 finish as of yet here in the Mobile Week 5 finals.
Yeah, but remember, consistency is key. I think they don't want to prioritize getting up on top, more being consistent towards the upper half of our lobby. I mean, look at this Execration. They're not actively looking for enemies, right? They're looking for the shield XP so that when we get to the late game, they're prepared for those all-out battles.
Yeah, but as always, top 1 finish will always give you a lot more points. So we'll see how Execration will play this out, as they're currently, as you mentioned, just hovering towards those shield XP devices, still looking and on a hunt for teams waiting a bit more patiently this time around, but AXGSS is now being seen by Execration, now going for the chase with a flamethrower on hand by Luki the Skywalker. Will not go for the all-in though, but Virus receiving a lot of damage from the long-range distance. Has to go in for the reset as the shields have been broken down. It's Blue. Now with Absolute Gravity has been broken down. AXGSS will be able to go in with a 1-for-1 trade.
But a great response out of AXG. As soon as they see the vehicles, they set up for the fight and maintain the high ground. So now you see Execration trying to find the rhythm to get inside of the zone, to find a way to fight them, but they just can't get an angle right now.
Execration already lost 2 of their members. A huge disadvantage. Luki and Sato up against AXGSS, but they will not opt to go in for that engage. They are on massive disadvantage here. Sato, no more shields left. With Chimex now coming up as well.
Don't know, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Chimex, they see where Execration was trained towards, and now they've totally left it wide open. It's a full wipe from Chimex. AXGSS are gone.
And now with Chimex being able to push back Execration and also another team, AXGSS, They're now going in with the spoils of war. Sato and Lucky just waiting on the horizon, waiting for the right opportunity to be able to go in with the revives. Whoops! Was knocked out by Sato with a defender. Just so good of a crosshair placement, but not
Perfect.
Revives could be made by AX GSS as Mops will be able to go back onto a better position on his dead body.
Completely oblivious of the presence of Sato there. There was just no idea, right? He wasn't even looking in his direction. So I like this. It's really sneaky from Execration. They're playing a little bit more of an aggressive rat type of play because you got only Sato still alive. But here, Timex in a fight.
Execration lost another one of their members. This is not what they have hoped for. And now Luki being chased down by Climax has to go in with a vertical dash onto the rooftop.
Ooh.
Execration! The defending champions are eliminated here in map 3 of the Mobile Week 5 finals. And now AXGSS has information of where Climax is at.
They know. I think they want to go in for the revenge fight here. Got Lin Bomba bringing out this flamethrower. I think they're going to be looking to reconnect with each other here, make sure that they're complete when they find out another team that's looking to fight them. You got Kimex. They know cluster bombs coming in from the sky in Hartman's hands.
Now Hartman will be able to get that information. War Falcon is already brought down very low. This will be a dangerous time for them, but it will be Hartman who is able to go out the vehicle in time. But at this stage of the game, it will be Kimex who gets the better position here in the middle of the Sanctuary Tower. Gets a better spot as well as they are still in the safe zone.
Well, 8 teams still standing, and actually quite a few that are fully complete in their roster. So there's still a lot of action to look forward to now in the later game. Here, though, with the zone moving towards the north, this is going to be made very interesting because Blackfire got here early. Therefore, now Sanctuary Tower going to be wide open, but totally a barren wasteland here. It's going to depend now. The most effective way to get your loot up is to actually take those fights.
Yeah, take those fights, play it patiently. You see, Climax already at level 6, level 5, and level 4 shields with only. Juva has a bit of a disadvantage coming into the shield XPs. But nevertheless, they are still on the lead. If you're looking at NRX Blackfire, only level 4 shields across the board. But that will be a massive advantage coming from Climax. And when it comes to the safe zone, it's really out in the open.
It is. There's no buildings within the safe zone except for Sanctuary Tower. This is the best place to hide. And actually, look at Naus. They're dead in the center here, in the middle of this building complex. So it's going to depend on who walks in front of them at this point. It will all depend on the next zone, how these fights are going to be panning out. We also do have quite a few complete squads still at the moment. So it's going to be really interesting once the fights do break out here.
It will be very interesting. NTG just waiting behind the hills here. We'll meet Blackfire really soon. Blackfire is in a bad situation as there is a lot of situations where they can get pincered by both Kimex and also NCG. If you're looking at the map at the moment, NCG is just on a bit of the outskirts of the safe zone, but could still just jump in as a third party when it comes to the right moment here. Blackfire, they have to look into the perspective that if they stay here for long, a lot of these teams could just jump them right across the board. As you're looking at their position right now, they have cover and they are still in the safe zone. So that will be what Kimex could really prioritize coming into 40 seconds before the zone closes in.
Yeah, gotta wait for the perfect time to rotate, right? Because you know, with them being just on the edge of the zone, those who are on the outside are gonna have no choice but actually take that fight against Kimex here. So as soon as this next zone starts shrinking, the search zone is gonna do the damage, especially since now it's a little bit later in the game. Even if you have those armors up, that's gonna sting a lot.
That will sting a lot. Really just be something that they could bring out their venoms into game 3 of the grand final. So we have, or right now, rather, the week 5 mobile final. So we have now 6 seconds before the zone closes in. It will be Kimex who has to move soon. Divulge already used up, so that will be the information provided for the likes of NRX Blackfire. But looking at Esco Saint as well. This is looking to play up against NCG into the backside. No more shields coming in from Pappy. Has to go in for the resets for now, but Ghost Saints
Divulge?
already poised as well to jump in.
I don't think they saw anything though. They know that NCG's here, but they don't know the exact whereabouts though. Pavi and Mad Mars here on the upper spot, but everyone else I think is a little bit farther. Absolute Gravity, they're gonna start it up.
And now the ongoing show as well gets a lot of high ground. And now Mad Mars jumps through into the ongoing show, gets information Banjo as well into the front lines. Getting a lot of defensive capabilities, but one member already down. That is Ghost Saint, who is on a disadvantage, trying to ramp up when it comes to the numbers game with Pappy. Will be able to go back in over behind the hills for the resets to come through. A 3v4 situation is not Ghost Saint's game to play.
That divulge is great, and look at this, they're zoning him out via the Incendiary. He can't fight! It's 3v4!
SR Nakage is now on a massive lead here, but Pappy's brought down low, but the answer back of a kill of their own. Zento is going down. Jay and Ron, the only ones remaining here for Ghost Saint. Up against NCG. They jump back in. There's a signal for them to just go in for the pounce as Ghost Saint is removed from map 3.
They get absolutely destroyed in that fight. They had the high ground. There was this chip damage coming in from Pavi as well, and the base blaster too. It was a perfect combo here for NCG, playing on the topology, right? Where they're standing is perfect in that situation. But here, Kaimex and Blackfire, the action doesn't stop.
Gabriel, be able to go in for the ongoing show as well, but not a good situation for them as there's a lot of teams that has eyes on them. And now ongoing show for the Calyx as well. Gets the high ground. Gets the sights onto some of the members by Blackfire. Having a contest onto this good position that NRX Blackfire has currently poised themselves into. Kaimex just waiting behind the buildings. Waiting behind the covers of the buildings in front of them. Be able to buy time here.
A lot of time that's going to be bought because right now we're closing in. This is so small, right? 5 spots to the live Lin bomb, but desperately trying to find cover.
And the zone already closed in. There's just no escape. Quavo brings him down. 4 teams remaining into map 3 of the mobile finals.
Blinding Mark misses. There's Fire starting the fight.
Shield left. Hartman jumps through out in the open. So much risk involved, but we'll be able to go back to cover. That's really good, but Calyx now being chased down. EMP already used up. A signal for them to come in. It's the NRX Blackfire who wants a better edge up against Kaimex, but that will just be the end of one of their members coming into that fight. And now it will be the Duckside matchup, but there's another member behind Kaimex's shield to be able to bring down the members of the opposition. And now NCG's third party comes through at the right moment as Kaimex is brought down very low.
Base Blaster. Wow. It's gonna be Calyx now, all alone. NCG, I think, is the last squad still alive in full form right now, so they're definitely standing on the high ground, at least in terms of survivability. It's gonna be a 4v1v1.
Now, the Wrecking Duck ball goes through. Calyx is being seen, and that will be Kaimex eliminated, and Naos is now the opportunity for them to get the top 2 spot, and NCG gets their first win here in the mobile Week 5 finals.
NCG, the uncrowned kings, coming out on top on the back of all the chaos, right? You got 4 team fights happening all at once. What a way to end this best of 3 series.
What an absolute win coming in from the uncrowned kings. They were able to take a win out of the mobile finals that we have for today. The very last one of the open qualifiers, but a play of patience and a play of a delayed game. This is one of the strategies that we've seen over the past season and over the past few weeks that has netted a huge benefit for a lot of teams, and NCG has utilized it once again to play a bit more safe and a bit more of a prolonged fight up against a lot of these teams. And thus far, they were able to win up against the likes of NRX Blackfire and now Esports, along with Kaimex as well, that has seen a lot of growth over the past few weeks here in Season 2.
Yeah, full 180, I think, from the usual look of a weekly final match, right? It's usually high-octane fights, but right now we're playing it a little bit more tactically, something a little bit more traditional in the Battle Royale genre of games. People are waiting it out, waiting for the right time to strike, and as soon as they're ready for the kill, they go in and take them out in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, in a matter of seconds, like 1 kills or 1 team gets immediately wiped out of Sunset City, and that is something that we haven't seen for such a long time already. A lot of these teams are now playing when it comes to these placements, and emphasis on points. Those points accumulation are such a huge significance into the overall perspective of FPC Season 2.
Yeah, you got to look at the bigger picture, right? Because again, last open qualifier, you need to make sure that even if you don't end up on top, you can still get those points in, get a high placement for the week, and get those FPC points in. Because again, I think a lot of the teams, their scoreboard, their FPC points are so close to each other with maybe a 10-20 point gap here. So it's anyone's game to get into the top 60, make it into the knockouts.
It's anyone's game. Anyone could win it all, coming in down into these nits and gritties of the mobile division. And once again, those utilities were such on point. How NCG was able to utilize the ongoing show as well to be able to really just battle it out up against NRX, Blackfire, and the like. So such a good performance coming in from them. And now let's see how they were able to get the top one here in Map 3. And the one who takes the MVP title coming into Game 3, a different story.
Ooh.
Now that we've seen it, it's a Mayshell who gets the MVP title, Mad Mars who gets 4 total kills and 1.6k total damage.
Yeah, great performance out of Mad Mars. I think we saw this combo coming out from NCG, right? You got the Base Blaster and the Incendiary from the Lucinda, which essentially turns a building into a coffin, right? We saw, I think, I'm not sure what team it was, but once they got caught inside, I think it was Skymex actually, the last 2 players, they dropped the Base Blaster and the Incendiary when the creativity of NCG right now is through the roof.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that they could do with a Base Blaster. So much damage as well, and so much more capabilities to jump into those buildings and get information on top of the damage that the Base Blaster provides. And with the ongoing show on top of that, buildings could be turned into skyscrapers. And so much utilities, right?
I mean, how do you fight that? I think at one point we saw just a gigantic tower, right? You got this lighthouse of an ongoing show with one team on top. How do you combat that? You can't even shoot at the Mayshell who's on top, let alone if it's a full force squad on top as well.
One of the counters that we've had coming into those ongoing shows is another Base Blaster. We've seen it. Like, Base Blasters being thrown onto ongoing show. It disrupts the cover coming in from the players on top of the ongoing show, and in addition to that, it also damages the watchtower. So it's overall a really good thing. You have to utilize the Base Blaster to a T. Going into the buildings or going into the ongoing shows from any opposition is a good sight to see coming in to these fights. But overall, good adaptation for each and every single team. And shockingly enough, we did not see a back-to-back finish from any of these teams that we're looking at coming into the Mobile Week 5 finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect, right? You could not ask for a better end to our open qualifier stage than what we just saw, because now it's anybody's game. We're gonna have to find out in the actual scorecards, the team rankings, to see who ends up on top and who gets those last FPC points, which will be going up in just a few seconds. We're gonna find out who is racking up the most here after that last weekly final.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because there's, once again, no team that got the back-to-back victory. So the top 1, top 2, top 3 finish of these teams are something of an interesting take to see. But Ghost Reborn, we've seen them go on top there. CMX as well to be netting themselves a lot of wins, a lot of points coming in through that. But right now, a lot of teams have improved. The CMX, AXGSS built different. The organization that was able to bring in the likes of Easy Sweep and Easy Wiped, currently in their mobile team, was able to take the top 5 finish here in the mobile week 5 finals.
I mean, at this point, looking at this ranking, who would have thought? Built different all the way down in the 5th, even with that victory. It's just so congested, right? More towards after the top 4, everyone is so close. It's 1, 2, 3 point leads between these teams, and it's really gonna change the landscape when we get to the final FPC point count.
And that's just the big importance of kills, right? Despite any of these teams getting a single win into their respective groups, into their respective games, this will not be a clear-cut top 1, top 3 finish into the overall series rankings. But those teams was able to net themselves a lot of kills, get themselves a victory in one of the games or the other, will get a better lead, a better edge against the rest when it comes to the top 15 rankings.
I mean, we keep seeing it too, right? Those frags, the teams that do frag out, even if they don't make it to the top, sometimes they still end up at the top of the scoreboard. We've seen the likes of Ghost Reborn, right? 15, 20 kills in one map, 20 in another. Even if they don't get a victory, they still end up at the very top of the scoreboard. It really goes down to the math at the end of the day.
Yeah. Are you good at math? Because I'm not.
I'm not.
I don't know how the calculations are gonna work. What percentage is the kills? What percentage is the victories? But something to take note of for the viewers watching at home here is that every single kills, every single damage that they do for the teams that is included here in FPC is such of a big importance into the final points accumulation for FPC Season 2 and overall cumulatively all throughout week to week battles, week to week matchup. And that is something to take note for these teams coming down into the knockout stages, that getting those kills also do matter. But of course, we also have an interview just around the corner and something of a very interesting, fresh eyes to see here coming into FPC.
Yeah, top of the lobby, Ghost Reborn here. We're gonna go to an interview. We're gonna drop you guys off at the Tagalog broadcast, give you guys a look at what Ghost Reborn thinks. They're gonna be interviewing Jay-Z, so we'll see you guys in a bit.
Right, Ayan na nga. What's up, Kuya Jay-Z?
Hello po.
Kumusta naman? Ayun,
Okay lang po.
congrats sa
Kayo po.
napaka-successful nyong game. Pero simulan ko na yung mainit na tanong kasi kayong dalawa lang ni Mac Pro yung natira dito sa ating main team, no? And kumusta yung mga changes nyo with Mikey and si isa pang kuya?
Juba. Si Pain.
Ayan. Yan, si Pain. Yan, si Pain.
Nag-adjust pa kami talaga ngayon, and syempre, bago pa lang, almost 1 week pa lang ata kami nag-change, and nag-improve pa kami. Pero good thing na malaking tulong tong week na to para mapaboost yung pag-improve namin heading sa next year na FPC offline tournament.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Ano kayo?
Ayun, Kuya JC, again, congratulations dito sa week number 5. Magandang tapos to di ba? Kumbaga, magandang momentum booster para sa inyo. Pero JC, ang tanong ko, dahil nga medyo magkakaroon tayo ng pahinga, paano kayo magpa-practice, di ba? Maghahanap ba kayo ng scrimmages? May mga contact na ba kayo?
Syempre, di na mawawala yung mga scrim eh. Daming scrim dyan, daming mga nagpapa-scrim, mini tournaments, and syempre din namin palalagpasin yun. Sasalihan namin lahat ng pwedeng salihan, and kung kaya naman sa schedule, di kami magpapakabakante para tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung preparation namin towards natin sa FPC Season 2.
Ayun. So, may chance pa ba na magpalit pa ng, magsabihin na natin, kumambak yung ibang members? May mga swap in, swap out ba sa strat natin? Or talagang gusto nyo muna i-establish yung feelings nyo with Mikey and Pain?
Siguro ito na yung magiging lineup kasi since magpapasahan na ng lineup eh. Parang ngayong knockouts
ilalak
kung
in
ano
na.
yung kailangan. Kaya talagang kailangan na namin i-establish yung kung ano yung lineup namin ngayon. And ituloy-tuloy na lang.
Okay, so ayun, message sa iyong supporters, sa mga nanonood sa iyo ngayon dito sa FPC.
Gusto ko lang pasalamat sa mga supporters ng Farlight and syempre sa supporters ng Ghost Reborn sa walang sawang pagsuporta sa team namin and sana asahan pa rin namin kayo sa mga susunod na tournaments. And thank you rin sa inyo sa mga casters sa pagcast ng mga games namin. And see you
Yun.
sa offline tournament sa
Event.
Yun.
Ayun.
next.
Uy, Merry Christmas sa inyo sa Ghost
Oh,
Reborn.
Merry Christmas.
Happy
Merry
New
Christmas din
Year.
po.
Oh, thank you, JZ. Kita-kits tayo sa offline event. And
Ay.
sana makompleto na ang Destiny. Matindi kami ng pangalan sa top. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Jay-Z from Ghost Reborn. What an interview to be had there. I mean, they were talking about the changes when it comes to their composition. Only two from the original Ghost Reborn was staying put into their team lineup, and thus far, they were utilizing the Week 5 qualifiers to be able to make adjustments and really improve the chemistry of the team.
Yeah, I think that also changes how the lobby goes, right? Knowing that Ghost Reborn are still adapting to their new roster, they want to feel it out a bit and see how that's going to affect their play style. So, luckily for Ghost Reborn, they already essentially are locked in, given the number of given the number of FPC points that they've already racked up over the previous weeks. So, should be comfortable for them. But it's we've got a few weeks until we go to the knockout, so they do still have a lot of time to develop as a team here, to find their perfect chemistry rather.
A lot of time to be able to reach that point as well, and it will be an exciting moment for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship as we have the roster lock already coming through for the knockout stages, and then coming into the FPC season 2. And Ghost Reborn has stated that, you know what, they're utilizing every single free time that they have to go into those screams, to go into those mini tournaments, to be able to practice and get to the point of the former selves that they were able to do as bounty hunters in FPC. And as we jump into the qualified teams weekly finals, week 5 mobile tournament for the top 15 teams at the moment, it's once again the uncrowned kings staying put on top 1, with NCG getting a victory of themselves and 2.2k current week FPC points. Ghost Aboard to follow up, KMX Execution and Naos to get those top 1 top 5 finish.
Yeah, nice and close for them. Everyone else more built different. And Oasis here, 1,355. Oasis followed by 745. Everyone else a little bit lower here in the FPC point count for this week. But of course, again, we still need to look at the bigger picture later on to find out who makes it into the knockout stages. Because remember, every week is a grind to get those FPC points up.
Yeah, every single week is a grind. Every single week is of big importance and huge significance coming through into every single day of the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. It will be such an exciting moment for Farlight 84 fans right out there, and I'm looking forward to the evolutions of these teams as well coming to the knockouts, because last year it was an exciting moment coming from Ghost Reborn's evolution into the open qualifiers on the knockout stages. And speaking of, into season 2, as we mentioned, today is the last day of the week 5 open qualifiers overall, and coming in at January 6th and January 7th, it will be the knockout stages already for the mobile division.
Yeah, got a 3-week break before we open the year with the knockout, so it's gonna be a real exciting here as we move into 2024.
And going back into the groupings that we have for the knockout stages, it will be January 6th to January 7th. We're in the top 60 teams that was able to accumulate so much points all throughout the open qualifiers. We'll jump through into Group A and into Group D. And that will be weekdays or weekends rather on the Saturdays for Group A and Group B, and Group C and Group D will play in Sunday and Sunday. Well, Sunday overall for both series.
Yeah, really gonna be interesting because this is where we're gonna find out who is the cream of the crop, who will continue to climb the mountain of achievement, climb the mountain of FPC.
So yeah, it's the time we're in. Every single team has to put their best foot forward and not leave any stones unturned. And with that said and done, the qualified teams coming into the knockout stages will be Execration, AXGSS, Master X1, KMX, Master X2, Osiris, TI6, PBE Tyrant, and Bakunawa.
Got SR717, one of the sister teams of NCG, Obnoxious, Shadow here, Seiya, of course, always there ever since the first event of Farlight 84, 2 King, and the EAS as well. That's going to be the first 15 teams here qualified for the knockout stages.
And coming right through into the following qualified teams for the knockout stages. The next set of teams that we have will be SR Nakage, the Uncrowned Kings, coming right up. CMNE to follow up. DTKX4, Built Different, the mobile team of Built Different, Easy Sweep and Easy Wiped, coming in for the PC division. Beta Esports, the sister team as well. Master X6, Powerhouse International. Ghost Saint, the sister team of Ghost Reborn. Master X0, 1CAE, NBE Monarchy, PVM and CH, Org Please, AXGNP, and GSRY.
We got a few Ghost Reborn teams here. Sister teams coming in, right? Lots of Master X's, lots of Ghost teams as well. And of course, we're not done. We do still have a few more teams to talk about who did make it into the knockouts. Taking a look in a bit.
Yeah, the next group of qualified teams moving forward into the knockout stages right out of the gate. It will be Naos Esports, followed up by Velos, CAF RX, Blackfire, NRX NM, OBX ASM, VVXP, PVZ, Z-Sera, X-Beta, NR6 Isaiah 611, Master X9, DDKX1, X-Sera, and GSRII. And there we go. Right out of the get-go, it will be Ghost Reborn, the Bounty Hunters of FPC, coming right here into the qualified teams. Akala, CMN VCE, Oasis, Null XIX, Mad V2, NU Phase, SMTI, 7270, ASGZR, EU PHM, Vici, NUXL, Madgun, and JG Spin for the top 60 teams that will proceed into the knockouts.
Euphoria, one of the newer orgs to have entered Farlight 84. I think this is going to be real interesting because they're a young team, especially when you look up against those teams that have been here since the very start of Farlight 84 and you face Oasis now. So it's going to be very interesting as you move into January. Looking forward to more of the chaos, more development from our local Farlight scene.
Yeah, local Farlight team. I mean, top 60 teams. We have seen each and every respective groups moving forward into the knockout stages. And once again, emphasizing that these are the best of the best that will remain coming into the FPC out from hundreds and hundreds of teams in Farlight 84 Philippines Championship.
They've all cemented their part in the story, in creating their saga here in Season 2. Now is the time where they need to make sure that they don't get lost in the sauce. They have to develop. They have 3 weeks to battle it out. Enter your training arc and then go all out in the knockouts because everything is amplified from here on out. You make one mistake, you might not come out in the next broadcast day.
Oh, that's unfortunate, right? one mistake could really dictate it all. Like one mistake could change the storyline for each and every respective teams. And I like how you mentioned about that because once again, these are very important dates that we're looking forward to. January 6th and January 7th will be the knockout stages for Farlight 84 Philippine Championship Season 2. And that will be something to look forward into. Once again, thank you very much, ROG, for making this tournament possible, for making the open qualifiers, the knockouts, and even the upcoming LAN finals possible. But before we jump into the PC division later on, we're just going to take a short break. But when we come back, we're going to dive into a different platform here in FPC Season 2.
everyone, I am your host, Lacey Cass, and I'm back with some new updates coming your way November 30th. Farlight 84 is evolving, and the next update will provide a sneak peek at what's coming throughout the next few months. Now grab some snacks, and I'll share with you what's next on November 30th. First, let's talk about hero changes. In the past few updates, we've reworked a few heroes including Maggie, Duckside, MKR, and more. And in the next update, we'll bring some new magic to Cyber. First, to enhance Cyber's diversity and tactical choices, her tactical skill will be changed from area recon to coordinate shift. With her new skill, Cyber will throw an electromagnetic pulse device and monitor its coordinate changes. During the device movement, pressing a button allows you to go to that coordinate where the device is now located. Otherwise, the decoder will be directly transported to the coordinates where the device lands. This means Cyber can adjust more flexibly during combat. For example, she can quickly teleport to somewhere near the enemy and apply her ultimate EMP shock, which will reduce their defense capabilities by damaging their shields and deactivating their jetpacks. Just like how we adjusted the other heroes, this change will help Cyber to become more proactive in combat and fun to play with. In addition to this new playstyle, Cyber is also coming along with something the community has been asking for a long time. The long-awaited SSR skin for Cyber Wild Player. This new skin is inspired by the classic Streets Gaming arcade style. And coming along with this style is MKR's new SSR skin, Kinetic Mech. This series comes with some interesting special effects that you'll definitely love. Both skins will be available in the all-new Battle Pass Pixel Blitz for the next season. Apart from these two skins, let's take a look at the other lottery skins coming your way in the next update. New chest event, Sandy Illusion, will bring us a brand new Bar 95 UR skin. In the merciless desert, only the most daring adventurers can survive. Also introducing the new lottery wheel, Polar Adventure. Craving piping hot pizza in the freezing Arctic? Look no further than Maggie's new SSR skin, Absolute Zero. Starting from this version, we'll gradually enhance the artistic style of the game. You've shared a lot of ideas about the game's art style, including suggestions for a new lobby art. That's a fantastic idea, but to do that, we need to first redefine the style of some characters so everything can look coherent. You may have noticed that many new skins released recently share a common theme. They all look trendy, quirky, and modern. Knowing that you love how these skins look, we'll start by expanding the aesthetics to some of the heroes that don't share these traits. And the first one is our fireman, Captain. Captain has a low selection rate, averaging only 3%. Unlike the other characters, we feel that Captain lacks his unique personality with the current character design and would like to update his look. The new Captain will have a more prominent personality, showing his robust physique with a gentle and reliable twist. Inheriting his instructor's will and continuing to seek truth, Captain will become the synonym of justice and will remain a helpful friend of the neighborhood. Being a skillful fireman, his Aqua Blast skill deals extra damage and slows down the enemy. What did you know? The effects actually become stronger when used closer to the enemy. I bet most of you don't know because so few of you play as Captain. Now, to reintroduce this hero to all of you, we've prepared a video to tell you more about Captain. So remember to subscribe and hit the bell for more Battle Royale content. What's that? Captain's dancing? Listen closely. His dance comes with music now. In the upcoming new version, we're introducing special sound effects and background music to some dance emotes. I really can't wait to try them and piss some people off. In addition to the dance emotes upgrade, in this update, we're introducing a new item, Kill Announcement. When you kill an enemy, everyone will see this announcement. Everyone. Talking about showing off. This will become a brand new way to highlight your perfect kills. I finally have some new motivation to practice my shooting skills. To make the gameplay experience more sophisticated for the long term, we're planning to make some important changes to the weapons in Farlight 84. So far, you'll notice that the recoil of our guns is designed to be relatively low compared to other games. The result is that it is relatively difficult to distinguish the unique feel of different weapons within the same type. This has created a weird situation where some guns feel so similar and some guns are not that useful in most situations. In this update, we'll start working on this part of the gameplay generally known as gunplay. We will start by adjusting the feel of the AK-77 by making it feel realistic to hold and shoot. The first aspect is bullet spread. So far, all of our weapons have fixed bullet spread trajectories, not random. And in this update, randomness will be introduced first to the AK. The bullets you fire with the AK will no longer feel stale, but will spread more organically within the crosshair range. The second aspect is recoil. We fine-tuned AK's recoil in this update, increasing its maximum value. This means that you feel that your gun shakes a little bit more than before, and its shooting accuracy may become lower. While this feels more real, you have to put more focus on controlling AK's recoil. The third aspect is audio. We plan to strengthen the immersion of these weapons by improving how they sound. In the next update, the audio of the AK-77 and Bar 95 will be updated. The new sounds will have a more realistic texture. You'll experience a clearer, more impactful feedback. Let's take a listen. Overall, our goal with these adjustments is to raise the skill ceiling of gunplay, giving you more room to learn and master the weapons. Your full potential will be expanded, creating an excitement that lasts longer. You may ask, will that make it more difficult to play on mobile devices? We totally understand your concern, so the mobile experience will be optimized by recalibrating aim assist so that the experience still fits well in the palm of your hand. We're preparing a special announcement video to talk more about these upcoming changes and share some design thoughts on making the Farlight 84 experience even better. So subscribe and follow us to stay tuned. Next up, events. The event column is introducing a new announcement section. In the future, updates and announcements will be displayed right here, making it convenient for everyone to understand the details of the updates and know what's happening in the community. For example, we'll post anti-cheats updates right here for you. While we kept updating the ban lists every week on social, not everyone gets the information because of social algorithms. Now, these info will be shown right here, so every one of you get to know the latest news. And good news! Rewards are getting even better in the events. Now the daily tasks will provide you with new challenges and rewards every single day. At the same time, more rewards are now available for progression have also been increased. We've added the drop of Elite and Legend pack in the progression track, and you'll keep getting extra rewards even if you finish the whole progression. We have also optimized the chest event. The chest event will now be an open draw, meaning you can be sure which item you will get for certain within a given number of pulls, let's say 50 pulls. In the past, you couldn't be certain about that. Additionally, on any PC version, the update will now support the direct purchase of weekly and the monthly cards, offering more choices for you to support the game's development. Personal profiles also have some exciting new additions. In the future, your profile will display a popularity score. Encountered a good teammate, give them a follow to boost their popularity. At the same time, you'll be able to view the history of visitors to your profile. Talking about social features, I guess you have encountered this weird situation. You see a friend when you log into the game. You want to invite them, play together, but they're already in a match. You wait, and they finally finish that match. You press invite, but he's in matchmaking again. After the update, you won't get this kind of trouble anymore. You can schedule to play with your friends who are currently in the game. Of course, if they indeed don't want to play with you, sadly, it's okay. We'll find another one. Now, you finally managed to find a friend to play together and you're in matchmaking now. While you wait, you want to claim the event and seasonal rewards, but you find that you can't click. After the update, this will happen no more. You can now claim the rewards whenever you see them. Finally, before everyone in your team's gone after a match, you will relive your highlights in the game. Every brilliant moment is worth watching and analyzing repeatedly. And I mean repeatedly. I'm sure you'll want to watch that 1,000 times. Okay, that's all for the update on November 30th. It's also almost December, and we've prepared some community holidays events for everyone. So once again, subscribe and follow us so you don't miss out on these free holidays rewards. Don't forget to like, comment, and share this video with your friends. Get the game updated on November 30th. I'm Lazy Cass, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Yo, you heard about Mike? Oh, they say he's like a giant, all decked out in heavy armor. He's the baddest legend in this city. No cap. Straight up. Baddies bounce when they spot him. Dare to mess with him, you'll get hurt. Nah, that ain't it. Why? Okay, hear me out. He's got that never give up attitude and hands quicker than anyone. He's always working on every muscle and improving himself. He's ready to pop up wherever people need help.
That ain't cool at all. Oh, trust me. When he pulled me out of that fire, he was hella cool.
That was a close one, kitty. But don't trip. You're safe now.
You're still watching FPC 2. This is the PC Finals. You're here with me today, Birkim, and of course Infinity. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, we have just finished the mobile week 5 finals, and that was a feast to watch. And now jumping into the PC division, a very different expectations that we have because of these two different platforms.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats, has been Maggie that has been dominating the PC division, and this is the first week of our PC finals. So we're done with 4 weeks. It's absolutely crazy that we've already reached this point, and it's gonna be the knockout stage that will be happening next year. It feels like it's
Yeah.
so far out. Yeah, but yeah, hope you guys can stay tuned for that particular part of the PC finals and the mobile division as well next year. But yeah, there's a lot to consider here for the PC finals. Apart from the new meta, the new guns that have been released, what are you looking forward to here today?
I'm looking forward to the likes of Builtif as well. You know what? They're not the best performer out of the PC division, but thus far, jumping into season 2 in comparison to their season 1 performance, they were able to stack up on wins as well, time and time again. And that is one of the teams that I'm looking forward to. I'm also looking into the likes of the former defending champions that we have coming into season 1 beta. If they come through into the PC division today, that's also a team that I'm looking into.
A lot of teams that we have to take note of. Of course, this is the last week of the weekly finals, and let's take a look at our, of course, tournament format for the PC division. So what do we have here today? Of course, we just mentioned that we are currently in season 2. Of course, the open qualifiers, the weekly qualifiers have been happening ever since, and this is going to be the last week number 4. And currently it's going to be ending today. Yeah, today's going to be the last day, 17th. Then we're going to be having a 2-week break for, of course, the holidays. But if you guys have been tuning in, it happens every Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah.
and Wednesday evening for the daily matches.
Yeah, and the thing about the open qualifiers are pretty much the entirety of the tournament explainer or the tournament format that we have all throughout season 2. It's tomato from season 1 up until season 2 is that we have a similar format that we have open qualifiers coming into the early phases. We have daily matches from Monday to Wednesday, and then the top teams coming through will go to proceed into the weekly semifinals, into the weekly finals. Coming into the knockout stages that will happen next year, right out of the gate, the very first week of January, we will have the knockouts. The top 60 teams will be separated and will be allocated into various groups, and that will be something to really watch out for, because this will be the time wherein a lot of these teams will be knocked out left and right. Top 30 teams coming from the knockout stages will proceed into the PC finals, wherein they will be separated into 2 groups of Group A and Group B, and that will be the time wherein we will determine on who the top 15 teams are to proceed into the grand finals for an opportunity to hoist the championship title. And of course, if you want to stay updated about Farlight 84 Philippines Championship on the PC division and even the mobile division, if you're a fan from the mobile teams, please do give a follow and give a like into our social media pages to get the quickest and latest updates about FPC. Now, jumping into the prize pool, we have 37,500 USD on the line for these teams.
Yep, that is a lot of money. And of course, this is going to be the second split. This is going to be split in between the mobile and the PC division. So it's still tons for the teams to work on their dreams, and of course, for their upgrades as well. And of course, the glory to be named as the FPC champions. Last season, it was Dream Team for the PC division, and of course, Execration for the mobile division. And we're still waiting for, of course, who will be the one on top. It's still going to be a long road here, Infinity, and you've already seen the roadmap. So I can't wait to see what will happen or what will unfold next year, especially in the knockout stage. And of course, our grand finals, that will be a LAN event once again for the mobile division, but for the PC division, stay tuned for that as well.
Yeah, and once again, so much exciting moments for the Farlight 84 fans out there coming into FPC Season 2. You've mentioned it already. When it comes to the mobile division, we have a lot of things stacked up, 25,000 USD and even a mobile land finals. But we also have something a little bit more exciting as well. When it comes to the PC division, we have the PC finals next year as an online that we're gonna have to see these teams perform at their minds. But before we jump into the knockouts next year, let's first look at the Group A qualified teams. Right now, for the Week 5 qualified teams that we have just on the horizon, it's Built Diff. They have for the very first team coming through for Group A, Kit XDK, that Kitsune Daichi, I believe, coming through as well. That will be an important team to look out for. NTRXA, Paragon SC, Purge, Eminence, 24K PM, Rates, 1BAP, 1TUM, Notorious, GSRIA, BDEF Wiped, Nitrox, and OBXFF. So these teams are exciting to watch. I mean, looking at this, Kitsune Daichi for one has been one of the teams that is a bit of a coin flip. They were able to bring down the likes of Naos during the weekly open qualifiers last season, but they are the team that is a bit of the on-off. It really depends on the day how they perform from each and every single matchup that they have. A little bit of an aggressive team, to say so, at the very least. And then you also have the likes of Team Nitrox that has shown a lot of greatness as well over the past few seasons and over the past few weeks. So another team to watch out for. The likes of Rates as well coming through here for Group A. Something to we just look forward into. But overall, for the viewers watching at home, especially those who stayed coming in from the mobile division, a very huge disparity coming into the mobile division and PC division is that mobile division relies more towards the utility plays when it comes to composition, right? And you can see the likes of Lucinda, Cypher, the Mayshell come through, and then Young for information into a composition. This is one of the standards from the mobile division, but in the BC division, this is a little bit more interesting because it's more towards the aim game. You're seeing the Maggies come into compositions along with the likes of Cypher that will never go out in the compositions of FPC PC division, but you also have the likes of Lucinda, the Cyphers, and one that is more flexible going through into the PC platform.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot to take in, especially since the meta has been ever changing, and it has been I should say it's unpredictable at times, and sometimes the teams have been either they're struggling or they are quickly adapting to the meta. And for the PC division, I think ever since, no matter what you nerf here, no matter what you buff here, the Maggie has always been a staple. And if I'm not mistaken, it is the top choice of a capsular here in the PC division. And I can't wait to see the teams play it out here today. A lot of guns have been buffed as well. The M4, the MG7 is still a staple. So I think for the PC division, it's going to be a little bit more exciting. Some would say it's a bit more slow-paced than the mobile division.
Yeah, a bit more slow-paced, right? Because when it comes to the PC division, we will now be able to see the defenders come through, the snipers coming from these teams, regardless of what hero composition these players are using at. These snipers are going to be crucial because PCs, once again, emphasizing on the aim game that we're going to have coming into these platforms, wherein those long-range distance, the mechanical prowess of each and every single team, the ability to be able to have the vision game because of the mouse and keyboard coming through into the PC division. I mean, what else are you gonna use? Controller? But aside from that, right, you have much more mechanical aspects into the PC division that allows you to play the likes of these snipers, these defenders.
Mhm. Yeah, I love how you said controller so calmly there. But we're going to be going into Sunset City here for our very first game for Group A Infinity. And let's take a look at the teams. This is quite a very stacked group. Their top teams are here. Evidence that had a spectacular performance for the previous weeks, built diff as well. And we're starting to see a flight path start over at the east side of the map, go in towards the north side. So what can you tell me here?
What can I tell you here? The capsule path is leaning more towards the northeast part of the map, so this will be a very big hindrance to a lot of these teams that want to access Sunflower Shopping Mall Nova Planetarium. This is one of the aspects wherein Farlight 84 has changed over the past season, which I love so much, because now with these changes, it's not a very standard and linear drop point wherein this will be my drop point every single time. These teams need to adapt towards the situations.
Yeah, speaking of the drop points, right? Like they've been trying out different drop points. This has been happening in the first few weeks of FPC 2. It has only been happening ever since the start of the end of week 2 and going into week number 3. These teams have been trying out different drop spots. I guess it's maybe a backup when it comes to the finals, right? Like everybody knows your comfort drops. You're gonna have to find some other location. And this team has been known to be dropping in the Bat Cave, and so far they've been trying Sanctuary Tower, pretty much like the same strategy that NCG from the mobile division has been doing.
Yeah, it's more towards playing in your comfort zone or trying out something brand new, because we've seen it happen time and time again, whether it's a drop point wherein a lot of these teams go for the contest, and the teams who is consistently more is towards the losing end adapt into those situations and go someplace else because they want that safety net. Because there are a lot of teams as well that play towards a little bit more towards the mid game and late game, wherein they are already stacked up on shields, they're already stacked up on weapons, and now they can fight. They don't want those early engages because there's just a lot of risk and there's a lot of layers when you're fighting in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right now. There seems to be a lot of the teams here that are going in for the early engages. And for me personally, this is really hard, right? You're only working with either a Mad Rabbit if you just drop down. And yeah, that's going to be devastating for squad number 8, as they've been taking in a lot of shots. I'm not so sure if they can make it out of this one. Nobody has shields just yet.
Nobody has shields, so expectations are these early engages are going to be a lot of detriment for a lot of these teams. And it's so much of a debate, right? Yeah, when it comes to these early games, a lot of these teams could go aggressive, and the respawners are there as an availability for a lot of these teams. But quite honestly, it's not as significant as we would look at into the bigger perspective when it comes to the overall storyline for these teams. Because yes, you will get a lot of kills, you will get a lot of opportunities to stack up on shields, but there's just goods and bads, pros and cons coming into these early aggressive plays.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Nobody has gotten the time. I mean, this is quite new for the PC division, knowing that the players love to get their hands on these shields, those arsenals first, but now it seems like all out pandemonium here on the outskirts of Sunflower Shopping Mall. That's going to be Katsuna Daichi cleaning up the work here. Fortunately for Nitrox, they only have one member, maybe 2 members left. Maggie Duel, and that is going to be Gloxy God. Going to be able to get everyone up as well from Nitrox. Nicely done from them, and 4 frags as early as now.
Yeah, Revive Central coming into the lower half of Sunflower Shopping Mall, but look at their opposition. They're dropping onto the same point here, so they have to respect this.
Yeah, everybody's just waiting to see who will get eliminated first. You only got a Mad Rabbit to work with here for Katsuna Daichi. It is going to be a misery down as well from Nitrox. Let's see if the rest of the members here can make it. It's going to be a duel for the Mad Rabbits. A lot of Mad Rabbit plays happening here early on, but that's going to be, Katsuna Daichi finally fighting back here up against Nitrox.
Very risky move that Katsuna Daichi was able to do there, that, dropping onto the same point with no respawners available. 1v1.
Wow. Lucinda, shotgun, not going to be enough, and that is going to be Nitrox once again winning in that duel. It's going to be Gloxy God as the Reaper right now. That's going to be the first squad eliminated. That was Katsuna Daichi, taken out by Nitrox.
Katsuna Daichi removed from map number 1 of Group A. Really unfortunate timing, and we mentioned this during the pre-show that they are a bit of a coin flip team, but right now it goes up against 24K.
The ultimates invested here. And of course, not a lot to work with, but you know what, Squad number 12 taking in a lot of the damage here. A lot of the pose are being utilized. Fortunately enough, there were no other backups there, and that's going to be Squad number 7 taking in the lead here and going to be able to get their teammates up again. But you know what, Squad number 12, they're really dropping down in just a little bit. So yeah, there's 3 squads in close proximity here in Nova Planetarium.
Yeah, Ghost is above 24k PM at the moment, but look at Squad 10 as well, slowly creeping into these fights. So a very risky plays coming across the board. A lot of teams stacked up on top of each other.
Wow, over on the top side, make that a War Falcon as well. well coming in style here for Shanks. Lots of bullets haven't been tested. There's the bombs coming through. And a lot of vehicles as well in the area. Let's see if squad number 10 can make it. And it seems like Ghost, they're going to be chased out of the planetarium. Making that one member left. A lot of respawn pods have been used here for squad number 7. But that is going to be built as well over on the other side of the map. Taking down Nitrox. And 7 frags here for squad number 10.
7 frags already locked in. 7 kills was able to be locked out by a one-tum. And thus far, they won that third-party central fight up against 2 squads, at Squad 10 and Squad 7. Thus far, they have gotten themselves a lot of advantage. Level 4 shields already locked in by Elgin, 1. Les already at level 5 shields, so a very good vantage point moving forward for the likes of One-Tum to now rotate to someplace else and look for kills. Now look for fights, force out engages and force out issues.
Wow, there's a lot of squads there over on the top side in Sanctuary Tower, and I think this is favoring them because the circle is going to be closed in there. But yeah, Iris Ranch as well is going to be tight. A couple stragglers here as well. 8 frags for Raid, squad number 8. And they're going to be getting in the Shield XP devices. This is quite standard as well, coming in from the PC division. You want to be able to stack up those arsenals before you get into the final circle.
Yeah, stuck up on arsenals, right? And similarly, rates now being stacked up on level 4 shields.
No, squad number 15. That's going to be a Maggie you're going up against. Not going to be easy, and this is exactly why the Maggie still stands on top when it comes to the choice of capsulers here in the PC division.
Yeah, the ceiling when it comes to power, I mean, the PC division is just so much. And the Maggie just gives you a lot of advantage, especially when it comes to those 1v1s with a tactical role. Eminence up against Built Diff.
Odex is going to be running out there with that vehicle. Going to go inside the zone, and this is what everyone's trying to do. Next, going to be melted down by that flamethrower. That's going to be Built Diff finally getting there. Wow, that is their first kill for this map.
First kill off this map. I mean, Built Diff at the moment, Built Diff wiped, has been known to play a bit more aggressive into the start of Season 1, which has netted them a lot of risks as well, but Built Diff Wipe still fighting up against Eminence.
Yep, that's going to be EMP investment here. Built Diff going to be going up against squad number 6. Let's see who will come out on top here. Mac the Demon going to be flying down in that War Falcon. And that's going to be it. Eminence as well in the vicinity. No one's going to be committing anything just yet.
Oh!
Shotgun, Ancient Star still pretty much very relevant after the adjustments that have been made. It's still not over. Look at the fancy footwork here being done by Wiz. That's the Eminence being beaten down here by Built Diff 1 by 1, and they win the trade-off. There's only going to be Jim left, and it's over. That is going to be Built Diff taking in the victory here.
Built Diff 5 kills right out of the gate coming into the Sanctuary Tower. A very good start coming from these teams as well, with the revives coming through. Their squad already brought down once again. 10 teams remaining into game number 1 of Group A PC Division. A lot of aggression being sought out for, and chaos brewing into the early phases. But speaking of chaos, it's Paragon SC up against Purge, who is just out in the open, who has to retreat. There's just so much disadvantage onto fighting another team who has natural cover on buildings.
Oh man, that was a shot coming through from the other side, and Paragons at sea rather. They're not letting up. Having in this compound for their side, they've been beaming down Purge, and that's gonna be one member down, forcing that last straggler over there on the other side by the wood port. It's not gonna be able to get anything. And over here, it's also total pandemonium. Look at all the ultimates being invested here.
Oh!
Who will come out on top? That's Raid. And this is why Bo is still the one being prioritized here by some of the teams. Not if I might say, all of the teams here in the PC division love using this attacker. Now it's gonna be a chase here between one BAP and Wraiths. It's gonna be one running in to the top side. Let's see if they will be able to make it. He finally makes it out. I'm not so sure if he can be able to evade this one. That's gonna be squad number 8 taking in everything here. Was he able to get out?
They were able to go out from that, but rates as far. And something that is fresh coming through from that engage for the viewers watching at home is the addition of Bo as well into the PC division, just because you could remove a member just with one frenzy blast or even a cluster grenade. That is just the power of the bow at the moment when it comes to these short range distance fights. Throw your tactical skill, throw your ultimate skill, and the opposition will just get melted. That is one of the aspects where we see Wraiths utilize such tactical skills to their advantage. But right now, Ted and Flaw receiving a lot of damage from far away.
Yeah, the bow, really. We've seen that last week, and I think, especially in close range, it's gonna be so good. I mean, not only in the mobile division, it was like the MG7s yesterday, and even today in the finals. But in the PC division, we're starting to see like, yeah, bows, the shotguns from Lucinda is gonna be very, very precise as well here. Especially, you're talking about the PC division here. 9 squads left here in our lobby, and it seems like great. They're doing really great. 13 frags here right now, and they're not giving up their spot. They're right in the middle of the circle. And taking a look at this overall picture, built diff as well over on the other side. And they're going to be having in the information of with each other, knowing that they're on the opposite side. Nitrox as well, going to try to close in. Squad number 10, they're going to invest in the absolute gravity. That's going to be 2 members down from the side of Ghost. Make that everyone taken down in an instant. Just as I was hyping it up, everyone gets taken down here by squad number 10. 13 frags for them as well.
Cluster grenade along with frenzy blast. So much burst damage coming through into those team fights, and thus far 13 kills already for one time. We've mentioned this when it comes to these early games. They were able to knock out 8 kills already in the early paces, and they were able to stack up on level 5 shields across the board, with only Shanks having a level 4, still needing to reach that stature of a level 5 shield. But thus far, it's given them so much early game advantage. And if you're looking at the kill feed or the squad status, they are one of the teams, aside from Wraiths, that was able to stack up a lot of kills. And really eyes on this team moving forward, coming into that final zone later on. If they're able to reach that point, it will be Wraiths that they have to fight up against onto an even level playing field when it comes to reaching that point in time.
Yeah, I think you also have to rack up the kills here or the frags here. I think that was very evident in the mobile division, which is why everyone was a little bit aggressive yesterday in the semifinals. But now here in the PC division as well, we're starting to see the squads, right? Getting in those kills even before they're taken down. The damage, the total damage, the frags, these things will matter in the overall rankings here in the PC finals. And mind you, this is the last one for our weekly qualifier. So let's see. I think so far it is squad number 8. And of course, I haven't seen Eminence or Built Diff just yet. We've seen them earlier, but we haven't seen them be as explosive. So now we're down to 7 squads, still 10 and 8 standing on top, followed by Nitrox, actually. That was one of the favorite teams to win last season.
Yeah, one of the favorite teams to be able to win last season. I mean, Dream Team was able to win the PC finals last season with only a 1 point difference to the second position. So very interesting point to take note that PC divisions, when it comes to these moments, are very, very close when it comes to their possibility of winning. Because the thing is, once again, it's all about that aim game and how these teams are able to adapt into PC. And once again, thus far, it is going to be very important for them to be able to utilize these skills, to be able to utilize their advantages coming into the early game. Now the zone already closed in, locked in into the middle of the danger zone at the moment. So this is a very good situation for Squad 8 because they have hills for cover and they have another pathway coming into the safe zone if they want to go through into the northern part of the danger zone at the moment.
Yeah, some of the squads are willing to fight on the outskirts here of the danger zone. It seems like it's going to be Purge and Built Diff. I think they know that they're here. A lot of ultimates have been invested. They're going to be catching the members here of Purge by surprise. And that's going to be it. Was that it for Built Diff? Just caught them by surprise, and that's going to be Wiz taking in, at least reaping in all of the rewards. They're getting in the red armor as well for now, and 6 squads here. It's going to be really tight. This is quite an open area that we're talking about. So War Falcons are going to be utilized. I think yesterday we've seen a couple of airbees as well that have been utilized by the squads.
Yeah, BDiff, SW right now, there are only 2 members left. Very, very dangerous position for them. They have to play it for placements from here on forward.
Yeah.
This is one of the top teams that we're looking at into this respective group. But thus far, Wantum is on a situation of a disadvantage. They're out in the open in their scattered part, but thus far, these long-range fights occur, and he's being brought out. Once again, focusing on defenders here. Something of a weapon that has been utilized every single time by the PC division teams.
Yeah, the AK-77 as well. That has been a popular choice, even in the mobile division. The continuous damage that it can do, and with the scope as well that One Tom has there. This is such a tight spot here for Adrian G. I'm not so sure if he can leave that tree. But now, Nitrox as well. They're going to find Seiyosho here. Will go in. Seiyosho not going to be able to take in the damage coming out from KC's MG7. And is that it for Build Diff? Are they already out?
That could be it, but right now it's 5 teams remaining. Coming into these zones, a very chaotic start for each and every single one here, but Nitrox stacking up 10 kills already, level 5 shield secured. And we've seen how Nitrox played it out for the long game, coming into the south part of Sunset City, and now reaching the top 5 positions at the moment. But Paragon has eyes on them.
Yeah, they're not willing to let go. Wow! The War Falcon once again. It's such a double-edged sword when you have that. Can crash and burn once everyone's hot. You're so open, susceptible to damage. And now we see Nitrox going in an early engage here with
One
Raid.
down.
That's going to be absolute gravity invested. One member already down, 14 frags here for Raids. They're going to be driving out. Circle's going to be closing in. They aren't willing to fight up against Nitrox just yet.
This is really good though. The hills for cover coming in to the side of Raids. Nitrox, the only one left standing.
Okay, Misery. Oh, course shift out. This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday. You don't need a springboard. You can pretty much teleport anywhere, but that's going to be one member left for their side. And now Paragon's SC as well in this compound. They're right in the middle. So everyone is going to be converging here to this point infinity. So I think Paragon SC, they really have a good vantage point of where everyone's going to be coming in.
Good vantage point. This final zone is really close, but Paragon SC currently is in the best situation, is in the best spot right now. A lot of risk involved still, because he can have Raids and Built Diff wipe to go in at the last moment as a third party, but overall the prime position is towards Paragon SC, that they have very much buildings for cover at this point.
Yeah, Built Diff as well. Even though they have the armor here, they're a little bit careful on how to approach this situation. We also got a straggler there from Nitrox. I believe that is Misery. All alone there. Paragon's SC says there's going to be a bigger fish to fry, which is Wraith, as well as squad number 13. But take note, they have an MG7 here as well in the hands of French.
Oh!
Whoa!
Wow! That incendiary molly along with the frenzy blast will be able to bring down Raids. 3 teams remaining coming into these final zones. 8 players remaining.
Oh my god, what on earth was that? What did I see? Everyone was taken out, right? Just like that. So it's going to be a 3v1 situation here. And so far, it's going to be Paragon SC that still has a good cover here. Build Diff going to try to go in for some surprise attack. They're able to get one up. So that is still complete for the side of Paragons. 4 members still up here.
4v3, v1. It will be Paragon still who has the prime position. Built Diff wiped is now being seen, but the likes of the Cypher for Paragon's SC has sights on them. EMP goes out.
Yeah, this is going to be EMP and the MG7. A lot of these ultimates have been invested. The cluster grenades as well. And let's see if it is going to be Built Diff that will be standing on top once again. Forge Ships comes in and Adrian G gets caught up by surprise. Goes out of the building. That's going to be absolute gravity pulling everyone from Paragon SC. That's going to be the last 2 teams up. It's going to be the last Dragon and Nitrox. Not going to be able to make it up against Paragon's SC as they take in the victory here for the first map.
It was a very good play coming in for the side of Paragon's SC. They understood that if they just stay put, coming into the buildings, and they just hide onto their cover, they will be at a disadvantage because Built Diff wiped and Raids could just jump them as a third party and they will be on a pinch. But they prioritized Raids first. They were able to eliminate them right out of the get-go, and once they did, they were on a vantage point where Built Diff wiped. Who has to jump in? Who has to move towards them rather than Paragon? That has to force the issue.
Yeah, I think for Paragon SC, they also weren't willing to let go of their position, which was quite a smart choice. As compared to the other teams here who are a bit willing to fight on the on the outskirts of the circle, namely Raids, Built Different was willing to do that. But Paragon's SC, they were able to get in a good location. I think this is one of the things that I also consider when you go into the final circle, get into the middle of the circle, maybe find in some cover. And that's exactly what Paragon SC did. There was only the numbers advantage as well that was on their side. Built Diff had 3 members, and Nitrox, of course, was also fighting in for the placement there.
Yeah, it was a very chaotic ending, a very dramatic ending as well, because there was just so many teams who was battling for the top spot. It was Built Diff Wiped, who had a very good idea, right? They just wait patiently behind the hills, wait for the right time to be able to come through. But once again, Paragon FC's methodical brain was just stating that, you know what, we could prioritize raid first because they were just on the hills. We could just pounce them, and the incendiary molly plus the blast frenzy blast was phenomenal utilization of the tactical skills that was able to really just wipe out the opposition. And once they did, they were safe on their backs. They just have to fight on their fronts. They just have to fight a war up against Built Diff Wiped and Paragons, or well, rather, one of the stragglers coming into these final moments.
Yeah, I think once it comes to stragglers, usually the teams don't take notice of them. So it was either Raid or Built Diff, one of the top teams that we have here in the PC division. I was like, wow, that was such a deadly combo coming out from Paragon's SC, and they waited it out until the very end. The patience game was the name of the game, and of course, for you guys who are also patiently waiting for this redeem code, here it is. And of course, don't forget to like and follow as well our stream. That's gonna be 30 diamonds for our milestone here, 800 views. Be sure to grab that. Of course, that every single diamond helps to be able to get either a battle pass or a skin of your choice.
Yeah, that's around 10%, well, less than 10% for the battle pass, but nevertheless, as you mentioned, this will definitely help towards reaching that position of they could buy skins, they could buy the battle pass. That nets a lot of returns as well, especially with the skins availability coming into these viewers watching at home. So it's an opportunity. It's a redeem code for these viewers to be able to take down with 30 gems into their accounts. But also, in addition to that, please do check out TikTok broadcasts for TikTok drops, as we have that integration already. So additional rewards for the Farlight fans out there.
Yeah, and of course, additional rewards as well for our players. For everyone watching, check out these highlights of what went on in map number 1 of the PC Finals. Of course, we've been hyping this up Infinity ever since. The Maggie, that has been a staple and never goes out of style here in the PC division. And I think this is one of the most damage that I've seen here for today. 2051 for Grad So Angry from Paragon's SC here today. Not the most kills that you would see on the Maggie. You should see a lot more, but I think the tactical role and the mobility that the Maggie has is just really what makes it a popular choice here in the PC division.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When it comes to Paragon Sclerosis, when it comes to these battles, yes, it was Grad so angry, who was not able to stack up a lot of kills compared to his teammates. But the aspect of dealing 2k damage coming into the PC division and coming into those final moments became so integral for Paragon to be able to reach that point of success into Group A Map 1.
Yeah, I think we didn't even take into consideration how many assists that Grad So Angry was able to do here in this game. That was also a factor as well, having a Maggie, right? You're able to assist your teammates in getting in those kills if you're not the one actually dishing out the damage. So I think that's still the reason why it still stands on top. I think for almost 4 weeks consecutively that we've been seeing Maggie standing on top. Quite surprising still that we have not seen a lot of Mayshels as well in the PC division. But then again, it's a different meta here. It's a different meta in the mobile. It's a different division. It's a different meta as well here in the PC.
Yeah, very different aspects to look at as well, right? The PC division, we haven't seen Asian Star in the mobile division for pretty much the longest time, but we've seen it being utilized from Lucinda players from a while ago's matchup. It's not a staple gun anymore that we've seen because of the recent changes, as you mentioned a while ago. But thus far, those aspects is these minor details that we have to look at coming into the PC division that is really, really different coming into the mobile. Like the bows coming in, the Maggies coming into a competition. These are very, very big changes when it comes to heroes, because it's aim game and it's damage game in the PC division that was always emphasized.
Yeah, you're not even using the controller at that. You're just using your mouse and your keyboard. And yeah, I think accuracy is going to be the key here, the preciseness as well. As for the mobile division, it's all about, I think it's more of the decision making. It's still a factor here in the PC division, but the composition here is more of, I see like 3 attackers, right? Talk about aggressiveness. So 3 attackers and a support. So that's usually the case here. So not really centered towards like the Duck side, not centered towards a Mayshell. So these squads just definitely want to go all out, and we're starting to see a lot of different strategies here as well. Infinity, are you guys ready? Grab your jetpacks, because we're gonna be heading into map number 2, straight into Sunset City here once again. And let's take a look at our flight path here. How's our weather? How are the teams doing? Are there gonna be any different drop spots here as we head into map number 2?
Here we go.
Okay.
I love
They
the
just
capsule
flipped the map.
pack much more. Yeah, I definitely do love it, because the thing is, this is more towards the south part of the map rather than what we've seen thus far on to the northeastern part of the map, or even the eastern part of the map that we have constantly seen even in mobile division. So this gives a lot more opportunity for these teams to be able to come through into the Power Play Station, Nova Planetarium, and even Sunflower Shopping Mall, which is pretty much taken away and so crowded by 4 or 5 squads.
Yeah, that is like, wow, why does I mean, come on, okay. We're talking about the Farlight Philippines Championship. Everybody here in the Philippines love those malls, especially now in the Christmas season. This is exactly why it's so congested so far in the roads, because everybody has been shopping for Christmas. It's yeah, I can't believe it's like one more week until it's Christmas.
Yeah, 1 more week and it will be the holiday seasons for a lot of these people. But right now, it will be the time we're in. Chaos will be brewing here in Sunset City, because thus far, a lot of these teams wants those early engages. If we're looking at the map currently, a lot of people also stack on the Land of the Dead. Namely, it is NRTXA, also with other squads as well. I believe this is 3 squads in Todd's Out Rod and Tin Man Industrial, generally in the Land of the Dead currently, have to fight for their own place, having to fight for their own point of interest. And that will be something to take note in these early fights, in these early engages. Once again, the team who will be able to stack up a lot of these level 4 shields coming into the early game will have more advantage into going aggressive.
I love how Mommy So Happy has been using this chord shift. I mean, as apart from having vehicles, right? That is the best way to actually go into a place. If you're either too lazy to drive, you can just do those chord shift and just teleport to wherever you want. And I haven't seen so much of the new tactical skill of Cypher being utilized to its fullest potential. I've seen some shades of it yesterday in the mobile division, but here in the PC division, it's used more as a way to be a bit more mobile as compared to like the mobile division. It's used for surprise attacks, for gank plays here. So yeah, I haven't seen so much of that here in the PC division. And speaking of our last map winners here as well, they've already stacked up on level 4 shields here for Paragon's SC.
Yeah, stacked up on a lot of shields, as you have mentioned. It's a big question, right? Where did he come from? But right now, looking at the southeast part of the map, there's so much teams right now on the vicinity. Right now, 1BAP as well, having to have their eyes on another team to fight up against them. This is a big
they're in
disadvantage.
the annex here.
There's a big
Wow, two
disadvantage
War
though.
Falcons.
They do not have
Yeah.
any cover.
I think all the teams now are pretty much willing to go up against each other, and that's the thing. I've been seeing memes about this Infinity. Like, once you have those level 3 shields, it's go time here. And it seems like for squad number 15 and 9, it's go time for them. All of them have those level 3, but none are just willing to go for the full commit just yet. So we're starting to see them doing this back and forth movements coming out from them, but no one has been investing any ultimates yet.
And now with War Falcon utilization going right through, get information. Absolute Gravity already used.
Oh man, Absolute Gravity has the lead here. Squad number 9, 15. Will be fighting for their space here in the annex. Right before you head into the planetarium, Ivan will be spotting in one member. And that is going to be one BAP actually securing in this area before they get into the planetarium. Nicely done by them. And now here on the other side as well, Paragon's SC able to take one member down here of Phil Tip, but then again, it's still pretty early in the game. Everyone wants to be racking up those skills, building up those arsenals, and still Paragon SC, they have the numbers advantage here. Seiyosho once again running for the top, but not going to be able to base. Still makes it with their health, does not have those shields. It's going to be beamed down there by Trench. It's going to be getting everyone back up once again here for Paragon SC.
Yeah, Paragons will be able to go in with a full initial wipe up against Squad 1, but it's far. Squad 1 will change their position here. It's Worry Bear. It's Built Def, Easy Sweep. Who was seen with Paragons?
Oh no, Worry Bear! What was he doing there? Was he getting the revives? And he dropped back down, and that kind of signals everyone from Built Diff to actually disperse from this area, because this is now Paragon's
Squad
SC
6
having a secure hold. But yeah, squad number 6 as well. Going in on the backside here. This is evidence that we're talking about. They've had a lot of frags for week number 2 and week number 3, and now they spot Paragon SC here trying to go in for the surprise attack, and here comes the Absolute Gravity. Paragon's SC still below the building here. Eminence gonna try to go in for the surprise attack. A little bit too close there. Next, but from outside, Effie gonna be beaming everyone down there with the AK-77. 2 members still up, 3 members still up here for Paragon's SC. And they're able to get them up. But you know what? Eminence is still relentless here on the chase.
Relentless, but Paragons is much more power. 8 kills already. It's a 3v1.
Yep, that's gonna be it. Paragon's SC still has a secure hold on this area, making Eminence actually use their respawn pods, but they're still in the vicinity. They're still willing to fight on the outskirts. And this was Kitsune Daichi that we're talking about here over on the other side. Going against Not. Squad number 11 not gonna be successful there. They don't really have anything in their hands as compared to Kitsune Daichi. Shang will be fighting in their target. He's gonna be using defensive foot, but not up against the other Maggie. He's gonna be standing on top, and that's gonna be Kitsune Daichi reaping in 12 frags here.
12 frags. As you mentioned, a lot of kills already statured coming in for this team, but right now, Paragons will be able to get a lot of kills. Stack up on level 4 and level 5 shields across the board. 13 kills already to their name. A lot of power coming right through, and we mentioned the ability of teams to be able to go in with these early advantage, and right now Paragons SC has it all, but still waiting for the
take down
opportunity
Eminence,
to go
because
in with the level 5
last time we
shields. Yeah.
checked, Eminence was here in this area, and it seems like we're down to 13 squads, so I think they were able to take down Eminence, so they're the first squads out here.
Yeah, a lot of squads already brought out. 13 teams left into comparison with the initial number that we've had. 15 teams down to 13 left. And right now, Paragons has with their advantage. The reset comes in into the safe zone, but Notorious is still just waiting over the Batcave. It's Wraiths.
Oh, whoa, Wraiths gets caught in by surprise. Legal in here, but they don't really have that much shields. Purge can go all the way in. That's the EMP. Frags for the squad, and if they manage to take down Wraith, 2 more members left for them. Hiding in over on the other side. And that is going to be Purge actually wiping down 2 members. They're actually going to be dispersing the area, and that is going to be Wraith actually backing out from that one. Flo and Clarion, the only one left here for the squad.
Yeah, the only one left. Squad Purge still looking for one of their members, or well, rather, one more member coming from the opposition. Squad 8 is now forced to relocate themselves into another spot onto Iris Ranch. Thus far, they have to move soon because Zone will close in a minute and 50 seconds, and if that happens, the tech damage will ramp up, and thus far, they have to move soon.
I think these squads are just willing to do that, right? Like, once you eliminate one squad, at least if you have a level 4 shield, if you're talking about Purge, level 4 shield, once you take one squad down, at least a level 5 or a level 6 shield once you get up. Now, build this behind themselves. Once again, up against Paragon's SC. That's me a 3v3 situation. 2 members here of Paragons. Adrian G already down.
Yeah.
13 frags here for Paragon SC.
Yeah, 30 frags, but right now Wiz is on the run. Yeah, Steve. Play it a bit more safe, Wiz!
Oh no, Wiz gonna be dueling here with Mummy. Not gonna be able to be successful once again, and that's gonna be Paragon SC. Just taking down Build Diff one by one here.
One by one, they go down. Paragon's SC still complete with 3 members. Well,
Is that Shang?
that's a bit ironic. Not complete with 3 members, but nevertheless, they still have 3 members on their team, on their name. And they will be able to go in with a revive. 17 kills already, though. So one of the topmost kills thus far coming into this group that we've seen thus far. Rates into Carnival along with 24k PM. Just waiting over the horizon here. Yeah.
There's only 2 of them left here. If you recall, the last time that Wraith actually went into an encounter with another squad, the 2 of them were already down. I'm not so sure if they got another one up. But it's gonna be dangerous to fight up against a complete squad here. So they have to think it through before passing through Carnival. It seems like they want to go to this area.
They want to go through it, right? Because the thing is, Carnival is a really good vantage point. But now, with 1 second remaining, it will be 24k PM who he just has to go through into the south side of the danger zone. Will be able to go in for the hunt here. UND.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it. That is a lot. I mean, that's not even ultimates invested, right? And June D didn't really have anything left at that point, and the rest of the members here of Raid are just gonna be fighting it for, again, the placements. As you can see, some of them are already moving into the center of the circle, not gonna be going in for those revives. And we're talking about the second circle here, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot more ticks here, a lot more damage on your HP. And there's still a lot of squads here up in our map here. 11 squads as compared to earlier. We were already down to 1-digit number here, but 11 squads remaining, and still a very long standoff here, a long stalemate between Build Diff, squad number 11, and squad number 2.
Seosho up against Kai EMP, already casted out, and Seosho will win that 1v1. But this is still so much of a disadvantage coming in from Seosho. They only have 1 member left for a B-Diff easy sweep, and this will be a crucial moment for them if they're wanting to be able to go in for those placements, because at the moment they're pretty much out in the open.
Yeah, they came from Sanctuary Tower, and now it's only Seosho left here. At least he's been taking out all of these other stragglers here as well, but it's not going to be easy, right, for Build Diff. Either Seosho here has to either go towards the center of the circle, hide it out, knowing that there's a lot more squads here that are complete. And speaking of the other squads, still the kill feed here, or the kill score count here for the squads, the top one is going to be Paragon's SC, followed by actually Kitsune Daichi, the first squad that was eliminated in map number 1.
Yeah, it will be good eliminations from left and right here. And Kitsune Daichi, from this position, it is pretty much perfect. Right, they are on the center of this position, and if ever the safe zone comes down on south, they could rotate themselves into construction. There is a big problem though. Squad 4 and Squad 3 is currently in the Land of the Dead, so when it comes to these pathways, these 2 squads coming in from the Land of the Dead could go towards construction as well. So this will be a choke point wherein a lot of these teams has to fight for and has to survive.
No. Hey, Montushi. Seosho rather gets spotted out there from his hiding spot, forced to get out there. I'm not so sure if he's gonna be able to make it, and that's gonna be Build Diff beamed down. He was a little bit quiet there, but he did not expect squad number 3 to be camping out here on this warehouse here of Tin Man Industrial. That's gonna be 7 squads left. squad number 3 here. I think so far they don't really have that much frags, but they are all of the squads they're currently traversing over the outskirts here of the circle. No one has gone in for the full engage yet, and it seems like the center of the circle is going to be closing in towards the Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, Sunflower Shopping Mall. It could definitely be, but it's just moments in time wherein we will see it, and that will still be a good position coming from Squad 2, so they don't have to rotate to Construction, but they could get a better vantage point when they rotate now, because Construction will get a better access towards Sunflower Shopping Mall and even the hills as well for cover. And that will be something that Squad 4 and also Squad 3 has to take note of, that now they can move to be able to reach that point wherein they're on a much better position than what they are now.
Yeah, Kitsune Daichi right over in the middle. And if you remember, this is exactly what Paragon SC did earlier in map number 1. They were in the center of the circle, being able to have that good vantage point of where everyone is going to be coming in. It's going to be either Kitsune Daichi going to be gatekeeping this area up against squad number 3 or squad number 4 and even squad number 7. And here comes the supply drop. It might actually drop to where Kitsune Daichi is. So that's going to be favoring them a little bit more. But take note, this is Paragon's SC that we're talking about. 17 frags to their name here. And they're not stopping just yet. And so far, they're looking for their next target here. Still not letting go of this area right beside the Batcave.
Yeah, still not letting go. And they're waiting for time, right? 15 seconds, that will be where everyone's going to change their pacing. XY. Down low, brought down.
Wow. That is 2 members. Make that almost 3 members now. Wow, the damage is just too much here as squad number 4 is going to be facing the rat here as squad number 9. Absolute Gravity has already been invested here. AK-77, make that a M4. Being worked on here by Pong Key. Forced to go in the danger zone. That's going to be 11 frags here for 1 map. Nicely done there. Cleaning up the work down to 5 squads.
One bad aim. Philippines has impeccable aim right now. 11 kills already. What ironic that we've seen toward the name of their team. But thus far, it will be Kitsune Daichi who snipes from far away. That will be 1 man down for 1 map.
Squad number 3 as well, gonna be beamed down there by the members here at Kitsune Daichi. The defenders are still a thing, so even though we've started to see AK-77, the defenders are being still utilized to its fullest potential here in the PC division. Kitsune Daichi in the middle, so everyone is just having all their eyes on them, knowing that they're right there in the middle. But then again, like what I mentioned, they can keep anyone who's coming in here, and that might just be the end there of 1 BAP. It's only Choso. I'm not so sure if the others made it out alive. Wait, Kaylee is over there. Yeah, so he managed to get in, but they're not a complete squad. So again, 1 BAP, even though they have racked up a lot of frags, as of the moment, right, they are not complete. So it's going to be a fight here between Kitsune Daichi, squad number 3, and squad number 4.
Squad 3 and squad 4. Right now, though, squad 3 has so much of a disadvantage, and we've mentioned this. Like, squad 2 could opt to go into construction and have a better lead, but they opted to stay here. And this is a pro and con wherein you can gatekeep the likes of squad 3 and squad 9, but you're at the disadvantage to go through into the safe zone, because when we're looking in the safe zone, it's covering the annex building of Sunflower Shopping Mall and also construction. And now squad 14, or squad 4 rather, has a station towards construction already, so now they are on a better lead when it comes to the placements into the latter stages of this game. And now the zone is closing in.
Oh no, Kitsune Daichi, they have to move.
Oh, 2 down.
2 members down instantly. Taken down by Kitsune Daichi. They don't have any vehicles, but they have to make a move here. This is going to be dangerous. They're going to be traversing in the water, leaving them out in the open for Paragon's SC to be just beaming down here. Kitsune Daichi just made it out alive, but they're going to be having to face squad number 12 here. It's just waiting for them over on the other side.
Oh, no more armors left. Throws out the Frenzy Blast as well to deal damage. Will not connect though. Peanut will still stay put. Still be alive for the side of Kitsune Daichi. 16 kills already, but can this go through into a top 1 finish right now? Kitsune Daichi is just below the hills. A very disadvantageous spot here in comparison to Paragon's.
Yeah, now they have no way in here. Paragons is over on the top side. They can't really peek because it's either squad number 4 or squad number 2 that can beam them down. But if they wait it out, they could possibly either take down Ghost or Paragon SC that might just go up against each other. But speaking of Paragon's SC, 2 members already beamed down. And they're going to be able to get one up, but this is dangerous right now. We're talking about the last 3 squads here remaining. A lot of pressure being exerted
going
here
in.
into Paragon SC. Ghost, they're going to try to go in for Paragon SC first. Tactical roll in here by Dizzy. He's going to take
members
one down. Another one left. Maggie versus Maggie here. They're out in the open here. And you know what, Ghost? They might just be able to take this if they eliminate Paragon SC. But then again, Kitsune Daichi is just waiting for the right moment to engage. 9 frags here for Ghost. They're not gonna go for more.
Jesria now going in. Construction, just buying time here. Has to go in for the reset as Kitsune Daichi also goes in. Jesria Murphy goes down.
Yeah, still a lot of these teams looking for the proper timing there. Ghost Murphy's already down here. Kitsune Daichi's gonna try to exert a little bit more pressure here. The circle's gonna be closing in. So everyone just has to make a move here. Everyone's healing up first before they go for the final engage. But Kitsune Daichi, they have a lot of frags right now. They've taken in a lot of the squads and they're waiting for the proper timing here. Let's see who will go in first.
Kitsune Daichi though has information about the locations coming in from GS Ria. Still 3 squads remaining. A 4v2. Paragon's trench falls down. Paragon's is deleted. Oh well, we have 1 more member left, but good back and forth here. GS Ria up to him to revive. Paragon's is gone.
Yeah, Paragons is now gone. It's now down to Kitsune Daichi and Ghost, who will be able to take it. A lot of holders are still available here for Kitsune Daichi. They're still complete here while the wounds are still healing here for Ghost. And they finally did it. Finally ending it with 20 frags here for Kitsune Daichi. What a turnaround here, Infinity, from the bottom of the lobby. They finally made it here to the top. They finally made it to the first place, closing in 20 frags here for map number 2.
Kitsune Daichi performed once again. That was really good coming from this team. 20 kills as well on top of that. To top it all off with a top 1 finish. This was one of the questions that we've asked a while ago, and this was Kitsune Daichi who was able to pull through with a win. And thus far, Kimi Granger there. Fantastic performance overall from game 2.
Yeah, we're seeing a build diff as well here on the bottom of the lobby here. They got eliminated early, or they got into an encounter with another squad, and I think once it reached the second circle, they were incomplete. I think it was only Seiyosho left there standing for build diff, and now it is gonna be Kitsune Daichi once again finding in their groove here for this map number 2. But we still have one last map here for group number A, and I think it's just nice to see a good balance here of different squads winning every single map.
Yeah, we still have 1 more map. And you know what? What is something that I want to see coming into map 3? I want to see a duck side. No, I'm kidding.
I like it.
I don't want to see a duck side.
Sometimes I'm not even sure if you're trying to be serious. I'm like, is Infinity serious
No, I'm
here,
not.
or is he?
No,
he's
no,
not,
don't bring in the
Yeah,
duck side. Please don't.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be harder as well. Like, I think for mobile, I would understand why they'd bring out the duck side, why they'd bring out a Mayshell. But here in PC, if it's all out Royal Rumble, everyone's definitely gonna do it. Bows have been highlighted here frequently as well, apart from the Maggie. So if you guys are attacker mains, then definitely the PC division, you guys have to take notes from these players, because when it's about the aggression, yeah, all of the players here in the PC, they definitely have it as compared to the mobile, which, all the players prefer a lot more support here. So, yeah.
Yeah, a lot more support, a lot more damage coming through. It will be, once again, the emphasis on the PC division. All about in-game. It's all about the damage.
Take out these highlights, guys, for map number 2 of the PC Finals. beautiful final shot coming out from Kitsune Daichi. And yeah, we were just talking about the bow. And here it is again, Kimi Granger as the MVP for Kitsune Daichi, getting in 8 kills and a total of 1,915 damage. I think it should be so much more when it comes to the bow, right? The cluster grenades, it's just a lot to take in. You've seen it in map number 1. So if it was the story of MG7s in the mobile division and even the War Falcons, I think for the PC division, it is the cluster grenades coming out from the bow. And it just works so well. I mean, 3 attackers for the PC division, aggressiveness. This is the name of the game here for the PC players.
Yeah, Kitsune Daichi have been utilizing the bow ever since the very beginning coming from game 2. And that Frenzy Blast along with cluster grenades has shown them wonders coming from bow. And in addition to that, we were always focusing onto the likes of the tactical skill, the ultimate skills coming from bow, but what we have missed out is the passive of bow as well, right? Extra ammunition for those ARs. And that, I believe, is also something to really just take note of, because when it comes to these prolonged fights, when you have extra ammos when it comes to those ARs, you don't have to constantly go on for the reloads, so you have a better advantage up against these 1v1s, these 1v2s in a 5v5, or rather in a 4v4 when it comes to these final moments.
Yeah, I love how it's not only the Ancient Star. I think ever since it was released, that was also one of the things that have been utilized so well. AK-77 M4 are starting to show up here as well. But you know what? You guys have been waiting for this for the longest time. Here comes another redeem code for you guys to enjoy here for Farlight 84 Sundays. And it's going to be the sweet romance trail here for 1,000 viewers.
Yeah,
so
we'll
be
be
sure to
there
grab
somewhere.
that. I don't think I have this yet. Yeah, I love collecting these trails. I don't have this yet, so unfortunately I can't get it. But for you guys, be sure to grab it, take a screen cap right now, and be sure to claim it later on with your CD key. But yeah, I think this is first come, first serve. So open your Farlight 84 right now.
Yeah, it will be a limited amount of viewers that will be able to retrieve this. So go on and show your skills when it comes to typing those codes into your accounts. But thus far, it will be a reward coming into the Farlight 84 fans out there, especially coming into season 2 of FPC. And once again, as well, if you haven't known yet, we still have TikTok drops, the TikTok integration of Farlight 84 broadcast. So if you want more awards, do check it out.
You know what else you have to pick up? This last map as well. We're going to be heading into Sunset City once more here for the very last time for Group A, okay? We still have Group B. Sunset City once again. A lot more chaos here once again for our final map of Group A.
A lot of chaos brewing, but once again, the capsule pad is leaning towards the eastern part of the map, and this will be Power Tree Station, Nova Planetarium, and Sunflower Shopping Mall, wherein these teams could not get an easy access.
You know, I love how squad number 7 here was just like, let's take control of the situation. Let's use it to our advantage since the flight path started there. Why don't we just drop into Sanctuary Tower? Because this is not where they drop in map number 1 and map number 2. But we're starting to see a lot of early engages already there over at the far north. But some of the squads, you know, it doesn't matter as long as we're comfortable with our drop spots. I believe 3 of them are still going to be heading over to Sunflower Shopping Mall. And of course, our map 2 winners are going to be dropping there as well. I think it's a bit empty over in the middle. No one's going to Nova Planetarium, Carnival, and Riverview Park. What is this?
It's a very...
That is so weird.
Yeah, this drop locations is very interesting, right? A lot of these teams drop onto Iris Ranch and even Power Tree Station. So a very heated battle coming into the northern western part of the map, coming into Sunset City. So a lot of initial respawners will be removed, and that means that chaos will be brewed out. A lot of teams will be eliminated coming into the early game. And for the southern part of the map, on the other hand, there are also a couple of teams revolving around these part of the map. So a very interesting stature coming into game 3.
Yeah, now squad number 7 is trying to bite back here up against Built Diff, who has been, taken down the respawn pods here, I believe, Purge, and now squad number 7, they're able to bite back here. 6 frags, make that another one. 7 frags here for squad number 7. If they're able to chase Built Diff out, they should be able to take what they got here early on, especially up against their squad and Purge that they have just managed to chase out.
24 KPM though, received 9 kills already, and that means will be Built Diff wiped too. Who could possibly get wiped out there? But going into construction as well, it's Nitrox up against Paragons SC, playing a game of tag your it in a long range distance, if that even makes sense. It doesn't, so
Not really.
you can't play
Not
tag your
really.
it in a long distance. That's not gonna happen, but they're doing
well, in a closer distance, I guess they should be able to do it. And there you have it. You just called it from afar, and that's gonna be Paragon's SC finally sealing the deal with that Ancient Star and combine it with the Uzi. Deadly combo here, and I think this is what they were waiting for, right? Being able to chase someone out of the construction site before they go in for the loot, and not to mention this area gives you an easy access to Sunflower Shopping Mall.
yeah, easy access onto Sunflower Shopping Mall as well if ever it comes down into that. But Squad 2 just on the horizon, Squad 14 as well. Squad 4 is also in the vicinity. This is what we've mentioned a while ago, that there are a lot of teams into the south part of Sunset City that is currently just revolving around these POIs. And thus far, it will be such chaos brewing into the vicinity as Kitsune Daiichi is now looking to rotate into construction. With a gunboat on hand, you have a lot of missiles coming right through, but Kitsune Daiichi is out in the open with Paragons having covered.
Yeah, Paragons has managed to siege this area, and now they're the ones on the other side here, and Kitsune Daiichi actually traversing out of Sunflower Shopping Mall. It's getting chaotic here as well over at Tower 2 Station. That is a lot of bombs being thrown out. Raids, two of them down. It is absolute. What is going on here? I can't even see a single thing, but I know that's like 3 squads going up against each other. Absolute Gravity finally available here for 10. He could start to seal the deal. And squad number 10, they're just out there. No one has been eliminated just yet because this is very early on in the game. There's still some respawn pods up and available for some of the squads here in the lobby. But it seems like we finally have our first squad out. Just as I was calling it, first one out, Built Diff. First out of the game here for map number 3.
You have the caster's curse, my friend. You have the caster's curse.
Yeah. I know.
Ever
since ACC.
Yeah, ever since ACC.
I know that's a thing, but I don't want to call it yet here for map number 3. And Built Diff, easy sweep. They're here, Seiyosho, as well as Monfushi. They're a bit scattered out here. They're trying to find an opening here, maybe try to go in for the flank here up against Paragon's SC that has not left this construction site just yet. But take note, I'm not so sure if Kitsune Daiichi is over at Sunflower Shopping Mall. They can just pull off a surprise attack here.
Yeah, it's Paragon's SC is still holding their fort into construction, into the southeast part of this, but Built Diff what is seen.
Whoa, what was that? M4 by Bobby. He's down here as well by Built Diff. SC, Paragon's SC. It seems like they're the ones being chased out here by Built Diff. And I think that's it. But they do have, I think they still do have the respawn pod. So they should be able to either disperse from the construction site or go back in once again for their revenge. Eminence.
On the move.
They're parking outside. I'm not sure if they're gonna go in. And here comes squad number 3 as well. They spot out Eminence. That just has a lot more shield here. Level 4 working for them. Vision erosion as well. That's gonna be 1 down. Jin gonna be going out of the vision erosion, but that's still gonna be 3 members there going in using the vision erosion for cover. Eminence, a lot of them are really low. MV out. Serendipity as well being beamed down there by Jer's Place, and that is gonna be squad number 3 taking in or reaping in the rewards. Your deck joins in the party, but not gonna be enough. That's still going to be squad number 3 taking in everything. Envy as well, trying to go for the revenge play, but it is not enough to get taken down here by squad number 3.
Purge is also being seen. NTRXA will be able to have a spot onto one of the members coming in from Purge. Brings things down to a 3-member fight up against Purge if ever they want to force it. But thus far, I'm playing it a bit more safe. NTRXA as well doesn't want to force the engage and force the issue. Thus far, they have to go in for the reset. Thus far.
Yeah, squad number 3. They have their respawn pods up for now, but Eminence doesn't. So if they manage to at least take them down here, this should be over. They should be out here, but they're over on the top floor here. They're fighting inside the zone as well.
Fighting inside the zone, but thus far, there's no other team who was eliminated aside from Built Diff. Wipe that we've seen. Right now though, Vision Erosion already used.
Oh man, this is so hard. With the Vision Erosion is used, you just can't see a creatures please once again from the heavens, raining everyone with bullets. But now they're caught in a tight spot. Purge as well has their eyes on them. Eminence as well, not gonna be a big problem for them because MB is already back. Absolute Gravity and EMP have been invested, and mind you guys, they are fighting inside the zone, so they're also taking damage from the zone here, and that is going to be Purge. Still alive and kicking. Squad number 3 is still up. Everyone's just healing up as of the moment.
That's still alive and breathing. Anti-RXA. 10 kills to their name. Purge is now getting pushed.
Whoa! Surprise coming in for. They were just healing up, but that's gonna be squad number 3 once again with the proper timing. They're able to rack up. What is with squad number 3? They weren't able to dish out this one frag. Now Purge as well. Gonna try to go in and for the surprise play. And Jerms right now he has 9 frags to his name. What is with this guy? He's rocking an M4 and what other gun he has? I can't see. I'll find out later on. But he's been having in 9 frags. Almost more than half is him taking everyone down.
Yeah, and another reason for that is that during the vision erosions that he's able to do, there was a lot of kills that he's able to take as well. So it was just good utilities being used by the likes of Jerbs. But right now, when it comes to the safe zone, it will revolve around Irish Ranch and Carnival. I mean, given the fact that you have, 5-6 squads a while ago into the initial drop point, revolving around Irish Ranch, expectedly, the safe zone will come through into the same point as well. So this will be an interesting point of view that we're going to look at. Nitrox currently will be stated coming into Carnival along with Squad 1, just waiting for the right opportunity. Given the fact that they are still in the safe zone, they need not to do anything.
And this is built diff, if you can remember the previous weeks as well. This is one of the drop spots that they're known for, so Nitrox has to watch out for that. This is a new roster that Nitrox has fielded here for FPC 2, but now as well as to be a duel between these two squads. A lot of the ultimates have been invested, the EMP as well. It's going to be going down. Finding in the members here of Built Different. It's going to get really, really messy as the members here of Nitrox are getting gunned down one by one. First advantage toward the side of Built Diff. Don P is down, but fortunately enough for them, Monfushi is still up. Osho. That's going to be Nitrox eliminated out of Carnival care of Built Diff.
With one zone closing in, from 14 teams, it cut down into half. 7 teams remaining coming into these state of the game. 28 players remaining. Every single squad coming into these 7 teams still has 4 members alive.
Kitsune Daichi as well in the vicinity. So Built Diff, they are in a position where they just gone up against Nitrox. So Kitsune Daichi, 6 frags here as of the moment. They were the victors from the last map. And it's going to get really congested here at Carnival. And Built Diff is looking to be staying here in this area for quite some time, finding an opportunity to also gatekeep the other squads from coming here. But so far, it might actually be Kitsune Daichi and Built Diff that might go head-to-head with each other in just a few moments. Not unless they disengage here.
We'll see. Right now, it's Kitsune Daichi who is currently on the move already, who wants to go into the safe zone because, once again, they need not to go in for those fights. A prime position right now will get them a better lead, especially with Built Diff easy swiped, who's currently just waiting onto the Carnival as well. They do not want to go for the engage, but Rates is just waiting.
No Rates. They find Kitsune Daichi here. Ultimates have been invested here, and that's going to be one member down. Rates going to be catching them. Sorry, surprise. Since they're inside the compound first, they can be able to gatekeep everyone coming in. And Kitsune Daichi was just taken aback there by what Rates was able to do. But they're actually forcing them out of the compound as well. So making them visible to the other squads who are in the vicinity. But fortunately enough for Kitsune Daichi, 2 of them managed to leave the area and not to be able to go in for those revives.
Yeah, it will be very unfortunate for Squad 2 as they wanted to opt to a different location inside a safe zone, but they got punished instead. A very detrimental situation coming in from this team, but Built Diff easy swiped. Still in a good position as they are still complete as a squad. Just waiting on the Carnival as well. Might be able to see Squad 2 pretty soon. Kitsune Daichi is being seen, and Built Diff easy swipe could now turn around.
Yep, they're just going to be taking pot shots at each other, not going to overcommit there. This was a long a long engagement that they wanted to happen in Carnival, and right now Kitsune Daiichi not willing to go for the engage, maybe go in for the long range, but we're talking about the supply drop as well. Dropped right in front of Kitsune Daiichi, and they're not even going to go for it just yet, knowing that it's going to leave them out in the open. There's a lot of bodies of water here, so it's going to be really dangerous as well for the squads who will be coming in, and they might actually just bait Raid, who is right there in the middle.
Yeah, being shot from far away as well. Kitsune Daiichi is in a good position of just holding still, and this far, no other team could eliminate them as of yet. Since you have the Maggie and you have the Lucinda, so it could change things around if ever it comes down to it. But the zone now closed in, and Kitsune Daiichi honestly is in a good situation here, is in a good spot. Unless if the zone closed in, that will change things up. But thus far, they could just wait behind the hills wherein no other team could have eyes on them.
Yeah, Wraith as well, they are exactly in the same position where they were eliminated in the last map, and they're not letting go of that position. I would say that that is probably the best spot currently in the map because they're right there in the center. But in Iris Ranch as well here, we see two squads, one BAP as well as a Ghost. High ground as well for squad number 9, and Ghost has to make a move here because the circle will be closing in over on that side, so they have to make their move. But over on the other side, it has been such a long stalemate between the squads here. 6 remaining squads, I believe. Some of them are not complete, some are complete, so it's gonna be a numbers advantage here for some of the squads that are complete. Worry Bear, he has been beamed down there by Wraiths, and just like what I mentioned, this is such a good spot for them. Worry Bear down, and Mount Fuji forced to move out as well. And Wraith, this is why they're not letting go of this piece of real estate.
This is real estate. That's something that BuiltDev doesn't have right now. They're just out in the open. Right now, Wraiths still holding their fort. We'll be able to go in for the revive as well. Wraiths is now back up with 4 members alive.
Yep, they're tossing in a lot of shots here as well from BuiltDev, forcing Wraiths as well to come out of there. But I think, with Wraith being here first, they will not let go of this area. But and again, if you take a look at the map here, squad number 8, Wraith, they're here in this, they have this cover, right? But right behind them, they got squad number 2 and squad number 3 as well. That can catch them off guard.
And now GND brought down very low. BuiltDev easy sweep.
Donkey's down.
So has to go in for the revive onto Don P. So our Wraiths, very good position here, just waiting into batting it out up against Wraiths. But Wraiths currently in the middle of them all. Could be pincered out by Squad 3, by Squad 2, by Squad 1. There's a lot of teams that could just jump them at any moment in time. And a third-party strategy could be utilized by a lot of teams in the vicinity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, either 2 or 3. They're forcing out Wraith here out of that area, right? They're knowing that there's a supply drop here as well, and Kitsune Daiichi, they've been wanting to be in this area for a long time. They've dispersed. I think numbers advantage towards Wraith definitely because they have the complete squad members still up and alive. But Kitsune Daiichi, they also have to face the music as well from the other side. That is squad number 3 complete and might just go up against Peanut here. They're starting to make a move. Absolute Gravity and EMP. Have been invested this here as well. They can't go inside the zone. It's gonna take so much here as of the moment, and they're actually gonna be moving out here for squad number 3. Not gonna go for more.
Yeah, NTRXA is waiting for the time wherein they could jump in. Kitsune Daiichi still safe here, playing it a bit more patient. Peanut and Snoop just playing on zone edge right now. They are very near towards the safe zone. It will be squad 1 and squad 2 who has, or rather the other squads as well, who has to just move into the safe zone because Iris Ranch is not something that could really sustain you.
Oh,
One down.
Ted coming. Yes, 1 down from Kitsune Daiichi. That's actually still the downside once you're outside, right? You're sitting down here.
NTRXA.
Open. And that's gonna
Eliminate.
be NTRXA. Eliminated. Kitsune Daiichi is out here as well. Ghosts as well, they have their own encounters there over on the other side. It's gonna get really tight here on the outskirts, and everyone, it seems like they're going for the supply drop, and it seems like they're just gonna be fighting up against each other. BuiltDev,
Worry Bear.
Worry Bear's pretty low here on the armor, and no one's
Oh!
each other here. Cluster grenades coming out. Sayosho, the only one left here for BuiltDev. And that's gonna be it. Wraith They're falling down one by one, but fortunately there's still 3 of them left cleaning up the work here, and that is going to be Seosho taken out there by Rate, reaping in 14 kills when we're down to our last 3 squads here.
That cluster nade plus a frenzy blast, so good coming in for the side of Bo, but
Twice that we've seen that here today.
twice that we've seen it. 3 squads remaining, 3 teams remaining. This will be 4 members still for NTRXA though. 4 members for the side of Biltif as well. That will be something of an advantage we have to take note of. But right now the search will close in 10 seconds. Fight will occur, GSRIA.
Lots of defender shots coming in from the other side. Monami taking pot shots up against Ghost. They also have to take note that Raid is also waiting for the proper opportunity to strike. And mind you, they got a lot of cover here. It's going to be such a long stalemate. But I think one of the three, they have their eyes set here on Ghost. Vision Erosion has been used to disengage out. They're trying to go here for Raid, but they're out in the open. They're facing in a lot of pressure.
1 down,
from
2
squad
down.
Number 3. And squad number 8 from the other side. A lot of pressure from Ghost. There's such a tight spot here. Complete squads from both sides. They're healing up as of the moment, but it is still squad number 3
down.
and squad number 8 teaming up against Ghost.
Eliminated. Ghost Reborn IA is brought down by NTRXA, and this will go down into a 4v3 situation. It'd still be an advantage. Going inside of NTRXA,
Yep.
it will be Raids, who is on a bad situation as they are a member missing.
Yeah, but they do have their ultimates up, and that's gonna be absolute gravity there. Being used there by 10 Ancient Star, but he gets beat down here as well.
Victory.
But Larion takes in the final shot here, and that's gonna be Raid taking in the victory here for map number 3.
That will be Raids who take it down with a top 1 finish here in map 3 of Group A of the PC Finals. A good performance coming from this team. They waited patiently coming behind the hills, and they were just able to just get a better point of view over the final zone. They played towards the north side of the map, north side of the safe zone, played on zone edge, played for the late game, and that netted them a huge benefit. They were the ones who was able to eliminate a couple of teams, Kitsun and Daichi for 1, and it was just a good performance coming from this team, utilizing the time coming through into that last pace of that final match.
Yeah, quite unfortunate as well. I think they've been camping out in that particular building for a long time for Raids, and I think they just I think having that cover just enables you so much, right? Knowing that you have that cover, you can also beam anyone down from coming in, and Tet just played really well here in this game, racking up 9 frags, 7 assists, and a total of 2,159 damage overall. And he's playing a Lucinda, by the way. I think this might be one of the capsulers that dish out the most damage here in Group A.
Now, one of the capsulers that deal so much damage, and it's a good sight to see, to have the observation onto the Asian Star, because we haven't seen it in the mobile division in forever, and in the PC division is still being utilized by the likes of Lucinda, not as strong as before, but still capable enough to deal damage for the side of a couple of teams here with Lucinda into their composition. But thus far, it was a really good sight to see these changes, these disparities of the mobile division and PC division has been highlighted in Group A.
Yeah, I think the Ancient Star is a bit harder to aim when it comes to the mobile, because I've actually tried both in PC, both in mobile, and I think you can have a very good appreciation of the Ancient Star gun once you're playing it in PC. That's why it's a bit more evident or a bit more visible here in the PC division. I think twice, and apart from the Ancient Star, even though it was adjusted, we've also seen a lot of the cluster grenades and the combos coming out from the bow that is pretty much like the Rhino that we've seen in last season. So I think it just this is a crazy amount of damage that a lot of the teams really underestimate here in the PC division.
And you know what else dealt so much damage? The Maggies. The Maggies in the compositions
I
of
like,
each and every single one.
I know you're flexing your stuff here. You got a duck side cap, you got a Maggie shirt. I do have that, by the way, but you know what, guys? You guys have to check out the highlights here for map number 3 on what went on in our Group A finals. Finally, we see the MVP here, and we did mention it. Ted played so well in this particular map, being able to at least wreck the armors here
Yeah.
of the opponents, and with the Ancient Star, and I think he had an AK-77 as well. Very good combo coming out from him. Total of 9 kills and 2,159 damage with the Lucinda. So we've seen all sort of different MVPs here. We've seen a Lucinda, we've seen a Maggie, and we've also seen other captures as well rise here in the PC division.
Yeah, it's Lucinda. It's the Asian Star being utilized by Tat. It was really good coming from Braids, and overall the performance coming into the Group A weekly finals was so good. But thus far, there is no back-to-back once again here in Group A in the PC division, in the PC finals, wherein Rates for one, Map 3 was able to take it down. Paragons was able to take Game 2, I believe. Then Kitsune Daiichi took Game number 1. So overall, a lot of varying teams when it comes to the top 1 finish for today's PC finals Group A.
Yeah, and if you guys can sum it up with all the MVPs, if you guys notice, it is all attackers. So it was a Maggie,
Yeah.
a Bo, and a Lucinda, which kind of is very much evident to the playstyle here of the PC division and the composition that they actually want. So I think by far this is probably the most aggressive group that I've seen, and I think it is also the fact that we're already down to our last week of our open qualifier. So all of these teams are just racking up all of those points, those damage as well. And speaking of the total damage and the overall picture here that the teams are trying to get, let's take a look at the team rankings here, Infinity, of Group A of the PC division.
Now, who reaches the top 1, who reaches top 2, who reaches top 3? Because once again, as we stated, there is no team who was able to reach the back-to-back top 1 finish for Group A PC finals. And now we'll see how this could occur and bring it out. Because right now,
Ooh.
Rates is on top.
Wow, just by that last map when the total damage and even the frags that they have racked up there in map number 3 was so vital. I think they are at par with Paragon SC. That is not so far behind them, followed by, I was actually expecting Kitsune Daiichi to actually finish on the top 3 spot, but I think we have to also think of the so far in all of the 3 maps, who has taken in the most damage, who has had the most frags. I think what was really surprising here for me is the standing here of Built Diff and Eminence as well, that had a stellar performance back in the first few weeks of FPC2.
Yeah, and the thing about GS3, yes, they were not able to get any victories. And as you mentioned, it was one of the expectations that Kitsune Daiichi was going to take top 3. But the thing is, once again, an emphasis on placements. We saw the placements points comes in. It was around 48 points or something onto GS3 side, wherein it plays a huge role. It plays a huge part when it comes to these point accumulation, and that is the reason why they were able to secure the top 3 spot into Group A PC finals.
Yeah, this is exactly why I feel like I can't play competitively, because there's so many things that you have to consider, right? Like as a team, like not only do you have to get the frags, you have to calculate the total damage as well if you want to be on top of the list. So for the other squads as well, I think that's something to take into consideration now that we finally see the overall picture here for Group A, and we're going to be heading into the knockout stage next year, and not to mention as well the PC finals and the mobile finals. That will be a LAN event, by the way, so stay tuned for that.
Very exciting. I mean, LAN event once again coming into the mobile LAN finals will be such an exciting moment to really look out for, to see and experience the winning moment of the champions for season 2. I don't know who it's gonna be, but a lot of expectations on the line for a couple of teams that we're looking at. And even in the PC finals as well, it will not be a LAN, but nevertheless, it will be the same excitement coming right through, because these are the teams that was able to grind 5 weeks of open qualifiers, go into the knockout stages, and really survive the gruesome road into the grand finals to reach top 15 and have an opportunity to hoist the championship title.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be exciting here for the PC, because there's a lot of re-rosters here. Dream Team has already been re-rostered. But you know what? We have to hear more from our PC players here. Let's toss it back to our Tagalog casters right now with an interview with Rate.
Hi!
Rinig
Ay,
po ba?
ayun, medyo mahina lang.
Hello? Wait lang po. Hello?
Sige lang, sige lang. Yan, dinig
Narinig
ka
niyo po
naman,
ba?
dinig ka naman.
Okay po.
Yes po. Pero medyo mahina lang. Pero okay lang, okay lang. Tolerable. Una sa lahat, congratulations sa team ng
Thank you po.
Race XZ. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, ngayon lang namin kayo nakitang nag-perform way back FPC Season 1. So, paano ba yung ginagawang preparation ng teams? Or nagkaroon ba ng pagpapalit dun sa roster ng
Actually,
Race?
yung roster po namin ngayon is bago lang rin. Iba po yung rates ng season 1 sa season 2 po. Bali, ang kampi ko pong yung isa si Clarion is kasama ko po siya sa Kadiliman. Then si Uno po is from Notorious. Parang iba-ibang team lang po na nagsama-sama. Then yung preparation naman po namin is puro scrim lang po and nag-RJ lang rin po minsan.
So talagang talagang winner con nyo yung inyong synergy. How about you, Otto? Any questions? para
Ayun!
kay Tet?
Kuya Tet, ikaw ba yung madalas binabati ni Kuya Berting? Sa
Ay,
kanila?
opo, kasi ka-teammate ko po si
Yun.
Kila. Sila OGP po. Sa Kadiliman po before.
Oo. Diba, naikwento kayo sa akin ni Kuya Berting lagi. Alam mo naman si Kuya Berting,
Talagang
makwento
madaming
yan eh.
kwento
Pero yun nga, ang katanungan ko lang para sa'yo, Tet, eto medyo magkakaroon tayo ng mahabang break. Bago yung susunod na esports events. And nasagot mo na yung paghahanda. Pero maiba naman tayo. Anong Christmas wish mo?
Manalo po ng FPC tournament na to. Yun lang po.
Yun!
Di ba? Ganda.
Manifest, di ba? Manifest!
Christmas
As we
wish
move
muna.
on to 2024, ito, last na lang. Sino yung gusto mong i-shout out given the time na nandito ako ngayon sa FPC Season 2? Baka may gusto kang pasalamatan.
Syempre po na shoutout sa mga teammate ko sa pagbubuhat sa akin and sila Flo, Uno, tsaka Clarion. Tsaka po sa mga friend ko, yung mga old teammates ko rin po sa Kadiliman. Sila WBU, OGP, Kila, tas mga friends na rin po sila Say, tsaka si Zap.
Maraming salamat sa buong kupunan ng rates at sana matupad yung wish nyo Syempre, dapat back-upan
Sana
lang
nga
din
po.
ng performance and effort. Sana nga. Wishing. Fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Tet. And of course, babalik na tayo sa ating caster panel na kung saan. Otto,
Oh,
ikaw ba? Ano Christmas wish mo?
Christmas wish?
How about you, Infinity? What's your Christmas wish? I just wanted to, add up to the Tagalog casters. I mean, Tet was actually saying that his Christmas wish is to win FPC too, but I'm really curious. What about you?
I want more seasons of FPC. Right, I want more seasons, like
same.
season 3, 4, 5, 6 to 100 seasons. No, I'm kidding. But if we get to that point, I'll love it. Right? Why not? And yeah, that's just my hope. Right? We have more seasons coming from FPC coming into the following years to come. Right through for Farlight 8 for Philippines Championship. But of course, thank you very much to Rates to Tet for that interview. I mean, they were able to really form up a new lineup into a new composition here for Rates, and they were able to practice, get a lot of scrims, and once again, their holiday wish is to be able to win over all the PC finals for FPC Season 2.
Yeah, super exciting times as well. And we were just talking about the roster before we passed it on to them. And it's actually an entirely new roster here for Raid. So hopefully this roster works out well for them. And of course, for everyone as well who's watching FPC2, we're going to be taking a short break first before we proceed to Group B. This has been Burger Kim and Infinity. See you guys in a bit.
Hello everyone, I am your host Lacey Cass and I'm back with some new updates coming your way November 30th. Farlight 84 is evolving and the next update will provide a sneak peek at what's coming throughout the next few months. Now grab some snacks and I'll share with you what's next on November 30th. First, let's talk about hero changes. In the past few updates, we've reworked a few heroes including Maggie, Duckside, MKR, and more. And in the next update, we'll bring some new magic to Cyber. First, to enhance Cyber's diversity and tactical choices, her tactical skill will be changed from area recon to coordinate shift. With her new skill, Cyber will throw an electromagnetic pulse device and monitor its coordinate changes. During the device movement, pressing a button allows you to go to that coordinate where the device is now located. Otherwise, the decoder will be directly transported to the coordinates where the device lands. This means Cyber can adjust more flexibly during combat. For example, she can quickly teleport to somewhere near the enemy and apply her ultimate EMP shock, which will reduce their defense capabilities by damaging their shields and deactivating their jetpacks. Just like how we adjusted the other heroes, this change will help Cyber to become more proactive in combat and fun to play with. In addition to this new playstyle, Cyber is also coming along with something the community has been asking for a long time. The long-awaited SSR skin for Cyber Wild Player. This new skin is inspired by the classic Streets Gaming arcade style. And coming along with this style is MKR's new SSR skin, Kinetic Mech. The series come with some interesting special effects that you'll definitely love. Both skins will be available in the all-new Battle Pass Pixel Bliss for the next season. Apart from these two skins, let's take a look at the other lottery skins coming your way in the next update. New chest event, Sandy Illusion, will bring us a brand new Bar 95 UR skin. In the merciless desert, only the most daring adventurers can survive. Also introducing the new lottery wheel, Polar Adventure. Craving piping hot pizza in the freezing Arctic? Look no further than Maggie's new SSR skin, Absolute Zero. Starting from this version, we'll gradually enhance the artistic style of the game. You've shared a lot of ideas about the game's art style, including suggestions for a new lobby art. That's a fantastic idea, but to do that, we need to first redefine the style of some characters so everything can look coherent. You may have noticed that many new skins released recently share a common theme. They all look trendy, quirky, and modern. Knowing that you love how these skins look, we'll start by expanding the aesthetics to some of the heroes that don't share these traits. And the first one is our fireman, Captain. Captain has a low selection rate, averaging only 3%. Unlike the other characters, we feel that Captain lacks his unique personality with the current character design and would like to update his look. The new Captain will have a more prominent personality, showing his robust physique with a gentle and reliable twist. Inheriting his instructor's will and continuing to seek truth, Captain will become the synonym of justice and will remain a helpful friend of the neighborhood. Being a skillful fireman, his Aqua Blast skill deals extra damage and slows down the enemy. But did you know? The effects actually become stronger when used closer to the enemy. I bet most of you don't know because so few of you play as Captain. Now, to reintroduce this hero to all of you, we've prepared a video to tell you more about Captain. So remember to subscribe and hit the bell for more Battle Royale content. What's that? Captain's dancing? Listen closely. His dance comes with music now. In the upcoming new version, we're introducing special sound effects and background music to some dance emotes. I really can't wait to try them and piss some people off. In addition to the dance emotes upgrade, in this update, we're introducing a new item, Kill Announcement. When you kill an enemy, everyone will see this announcement. Everyone. Talking about showing off. This will become a brand new way to highlight your perfect kills. I finally have some new motivation to practice my shooting skills. To make the gameplay experience more sophisticated for the long term, we're planning to make some important changes to the weapons in Farlight 84. So far, you'll notice that the recoil of our guns is designed to be relatively low compared to other games. The result is that it is relatively difficult to distinguish the unique feel of different weapons within the same type. This has created a weird situation where some guns feel so similar and some guns are not that useful in most situations. In this update, we'll start working on this part of the gameplay, generally known as gunplay. We will start by adjusting the feel of the AK-77 by making it feel realistic to hold and shoot. The first aspect is bullet spread. So far, all of our weapons have fixed bullet spread trajectories, not random. And in this update, randomness will be introduced first to the AK. The bullets you fire with the AK will no longer feel stale, but will spread more organically within the crosshair range. The second aspect is recoil. We fine-tuned AK's recoil in this update, increasing its maximum value. This means that you feel that your gun shakes a little bit more than before, and its shooting accuracy may become lower. While this feels more real, you have to put more focus on controlling AK's recoil. The third aspect is audio. We plan to strengthen the immersion of these weapons by improving how they sound. In the next update, the audio of the AK-77 and Bar 95 will be updated. The new sounds will have more realistic texture. You'll experience a clearer, more impactful feedback. Let's take a listen. Overall, our goal with these adjustments is to raise the skill ceiling of gunplay, giving you more room to learn and master the weapons. Your full potential will be expanded, creating an excitement that lasts longer. You may ask, will that make it more difficult to play on mobile devices? We totally understand your concern, so the mobile experience will be optimized by recalibrating aim assist so that the experience still fits well in the palm of your hand. We're preparing a special announcement video to talk more about these upcoming changes and share some design thoughts on making the Farlight 84 experience even better. So subscribe and follow us to stay tuned. Next up, events. The event column is introducing a new announcement section. In the future, updates and announcements will be displayed right here, making it convenient for everyone to understand the details of the updates and know what's happening in the community. For example, we'll post anti-cheats updates right here for you. While we kept updating the ban lists every week on social, not everyone gets the information because of social algorithms. Now, these info will be shown right here, so every one of you get to know the latest news. And good news! Rewards are getting even better in the events. Now the daily tasks will provide you with new challenges and rewards every single day. At the same time, more rewards are now available for progression have also been increased. We've added the drop of Elite and Legend pack in the progression track, and you'll keep getting extra rewards even if you finish the whole progression. We have also optimized the chest event. The chest event will now be an open draw, meaning you can be sure which item you will get for certain within a given number of pulls, let's say 50 pulls. In the past, you couldn't be certain about that. Additionally, on any PC version, the update will now support the direct purchase of weekly and the monthly cards, offering more choices for you to support the game's development. Personal profiles also have some exciting new additions. In the future, your profile will display a popularity score. Encountered a good teammate, give them a follow to boost their popularity. At the same time, you'll be able to view the history of visitors to your profile. Talking about social features, I guess you have encountered this weird situation. You see a friend when you log into the game. You want to invite them, play together, but they're already in a match. You wait, and they finally finish that match. You press invite, but he's in matchmaking again. After the update, you won't get this kind of trouble anymore. You can schedule to play with your friends who are currently in the game. Of course, if they indeed don't want to play with you, sadly, it's okay, we'll find another one. Now, you finally managed to find a friend to play together and you're in matchmaking now. While you wait, you want to claim the event and seasonal rewards, but you find that you can't click. After the update, this will happen no more. You can now claim the rewards whenever you see them. Finally, before everyone in your team's gone after a match, you will relive your highlights in the game. Every brilliant moment is worth watching and analyzing repeatedly. And I mean repeatedly. I'm sure you'll want to watch that 1,000 times. Okay, that's all for the update on November 30th. It's also almost December, and we've prepared some community holidays events for everyone. So once again, subscribe and follow us so you don't miss out on these free holidays rewards. Don't forget to like, comment, and share this video with your friends. Get the game updated on November 30th. I'm Lazy Cass, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Yo, you heard about Mike? Oh, they say he's like a giant, all decked out in heavy armor. He's the baddest legend in this city. No cap. Straight up. Baddies bounce when they spot him. Dare to mess with him, you'll get hurt. Nah, that ain't it. Why? Okay, hear me out. He's got that never give up attitude and hands quicker than anyone. He's always working on every muscle and improving himself. He's ready to pop up wherever people need help.
That ain't cool at all. Oh, trust me. When he pulled me out of that fire, he was hella cool.
That was a close one, kitty. But don't trip. You're safe now.
still watching FPC 2. This is Group A, and you guys were waiting for it. Back here again with me, Burger Kim, and of course, just Suave bringing you the action here in Farlight 84. Are you guys ready for more chaos? Because I'm ready for Group B right now, and I think this is gonna be the last one that we're gonna be having for this year.
Yeah, last one for the year, last series, the last 3 maps, and of course, again, this is the last open qualifier, so this is gonna be real interesting.
Mhm. Yeah, I think Group A, I think to sum it all up, it was a pretty aggressive group that we've seen. And I think here in the PC division, it is quite evident what the choice of capsulers are for the teams. I think a lot of the teams also prefer either 3 attackers or like almost all attackers here. I'm not so sure here about Group B. Will they be utilizing something else or a different type of composition here for Group B? We'll just have to find out.
I gotta be talking about that, of course. You know how PC has been working, where we do kind of have one central meta, but not much meta shifters. But yeah, we're gonna talk about, of course, who are gonna be playing here in Group B to decide who's gonna be winning this final series for the year. We got, of course, Paragons, Xpear, Mantas, of course, still gonna be there. We got Beta, PC Naos, PC as well, Powerhouse on the PC side. Some of the usual suspects here that we see in FPC.
Yeah, this band, Kia as well. I think I remember this so well because they've had really good performances back in the previous weeks here of FPC 2. We also have a couple of new teams that I've only seen right now, or either they have been picked up by an organization. So that actually does happen. So this is also a pretty stacked out group. I'm not so sure what kind of play style that we'll see, because Group A was just all out chaos there. For Group B, we'll just have to find out here. But yeah, we see some of the more known names here in Group B, some of the more evident organizations as well that have been in FPC for quite some time.
I mean, that's what you love about FPC, right? You start out as a grassroots team. Some org's gonna pick you up eventually, because I mean, there's room for everyone here. Even if you're playing from the comfort of your home or even from a computer shop, which, by the way, quite a few of the teams actually do play together bootcamp style in computer shops as well.
Oh yeah, that is actually bringing me back to the good old times wherein, you just all play together in one place. And I think it's very important as well. Like, I think it's a factor as well for some of the teams to be playing in together. The shot calls are going to be a lot more intense as compared to when you're in different areas. But then again, what works for you? Right now, just Suave, of course. We're gonna be starting off Group B here with map number 1. Let's head over into Sunset City once more here for Group B. And the flight path once again is in such an awkward position. This was the earlier on with Infinity. I think I've seen the map actually cut in Sanctuary Tower, and now it's actually over. Yeah, it's such a weird spot. I would call this probably 6:30. The 6:30 cut here for map number 1.
Yeah, things get a little weird. We've been seeing this even in the mobile finals earlier. For some reason, we keep ending up on the east side of the map, which, by the way, it also makes things a lot more difficult for the teams that love dropping on the west. I mean, got Naos here. We're usually in Power Tree Station. Definitely not going to be reaching their preferred region on the map. And we see Powerhouse as well, right? They're usually here more towards Nova Planetarium. Knowing that you drop in that direction, right? The longer it takes for you to get to your usual POI, the longer it is that you're going to be able to get the shield XP, all your attachments, your weapons, and that it's not the best, right? At that point, what do, right? Do you go with the flow, pick a closer POI, and risk running into one of the more powerful teams?
Yeah.
Or B, go to your usual spot, huddle down, get your stuff, and hope to God Almighty that you still have enough time to get inside the safe zone.
Yeah, please. I am that kind of player who loves to take my time looting what I need. I mean, it really disrupts my rotation if a team comes in and tries to go in for those early engages. I really can't do that. Like, it's really hard. I mean, I want to build up my arsenal before I go in for the total engagement here. And so far, I think it's been quite congested here over on the south side. We see shots coming out from Xpear. and Damon there over on the other side. not
Oh,
the
they're gonna
Vampire
go
Diaries.
all in. They're
Yeah,
going
they're
in
gonna go
full
all in.
send. War Falcon,
wow.
gunboat, everything. You got Yoki on the very front. Damon having corralled inside of the building. No way to fight back now here with the EMPs to try and deactivate them. Vision erosion being brought out by this team to get rid of X-Spear. Make sure that they can't get out scot-free. But here, they already have the sticky bombs on the outside coming from the wasteland hovercraft. Not really gonna hit the targets right now. Damon seem to have stolen some of the vehicles. They're gonna try and run for the hills. There's already one down and they're being hunted down. Broke Yanks here. Try and get him, and he does. Second target has been spotted, but there they go. X-Spear. Good for that initial fight.
Yeah, wow, and Xpear was able to bring down that squad and being able to take over this location. And it seems like a lot of the squads are loving this play. We're talking about the old map. This is a lot of shield XP devices. Squad number 3 gonna be dropped and back down in the exact same spot.
This is gonna be a three-way power struggle for construction, right? This is how how things have pawned out, all because of the flight path of our capsule, right? Everyone is heavy towards the south, and I mean, even looking at the minimap, we're looking at so many squads, right? You got 7, 8 in range of the minimap the way that we're looking at it right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if more teams join the fray. But for now, squad number 4, X-Spear, looking to reposition, except for the one guy who's stuck inside the building. Because he makes a little bit too much noise. Well, Eternity's gonna find them, and he's not gonna have a fun time.
Yeah, I think it's good that Eternity is actually driving out of that location, and that one member, I think that was Broke from squad number 4, is actually very lucky at that point, and he's able to say that, yes, thank you so much for dispersing out of that location. But although there are a couple of others as well in the building, so I might be like a 1v1 situation there. But speaking of Powerhouse Fanboy here, the squad is known to drop in Sunflower Shopping Mall as well.
Oh.
Their comfort drop, and they head over here to Hard Island and fight V, but they are here. Only 2 members left here, though. Numbers advantage towards Powerhouse Fanboy.
They're playing this perfectly. I mean, look at this. Shotguns in the face of them, and they really could not fight back. I mean, intense, the movement, amazing. You got Ju Eric. Yes, he did a lot of damage before he got dropped down. So, you know, the teamwork, the buddy system from Powerhouse is great. But at the same time, right, you're in the middle of Heart-Shaped Island. You're open to so many different angles at this point. And only having level 3 shields is not the best as of yet, right? Because right now, when you look down towards the south, Sunflower Shopping Mall is open, but this is essentially a low ground compared to all the other regions in this area. So you want to get out quickly. Meanwhile, though, Paragon's in a fight against Eternity long range. It looks like they don't want to go in full send just yet.
Yeah, this is Todd's Hot Rod. A lot of XP devices and a lot of resources to take in. Not to mention, it gives you very easy access to the Batcave, which a lot of the teams prefer, and even Tin Man Industrial. That seems to be usually the final circle that has been closing in for, especially for the mobile division yesterday. So I think it just gives you so much access to the middle of Sunset City and even towards the north side. So I guess why this is the reason why a lot of squads would actually love hovering over this area before they head over into either Sunflower Shopping Mall or even the construction site.
Look at the map. It's
over
cut
on
in
the north
half. You got I think half the lobby at the top on towards the north,
And
the other half down
half at the
towards
bottom.
Sunflower Shopping Mall. What's going on? But here, Powerhouse,
Vicious?
they know Vicious all
Vicious?
alone inside. There's no way to get out. It's just too much. You know, this is why it's so important to be with your teammates. Otherwise, when you're gonna be in a 1v4, there's just no getting out of there. Oh.
Yeah, I think U Level was actually chased out or bullied out of their initial drop spot. I believe some of their respawn pods were already taken out. I'm not so sure if it was the entire squad or it was only like a couple of members that had their respawn pods out. But now Powerhouse, actually, this is quite surprising. They usually stay for a long time in Sunflower Shopping Mall, but XP right now going up against LF4.
Yeah, lots of things going on here. Fight in the darkness here between X-Spear and LF4 Org, but right now it's gonna be only one. Yeah, X-Spear again walking away victorious from a fight. I think this team really showing their stuff right now in this lobby. Right, the aggression that is calculated at the same time without having to sacrifice your early gunfights.
Yeah, I think a lot. XP still has their respawn pods up, and they've been staying or camping out here in the construction site for quite a long time. So, just them beaming
Who's-
everyone who's going into the vicinity. And speaking
There's
of
a, who is this?
squad number 8,
There's
yeah,
only
squad number
one
8.
Is that only one person
I'm
trying
not so
to
sure
run
if
for
that
the
was 2
hills?
or 1. That was 2. At least 2 members.
At least two. But here are some long range shots coming in from Larynx. Great shot. You can see that the War Falcon, again, especially here on the PC division, right? We keep talking about how the War Falcon is a double-edged sword. Because number one, yes, you can play the scout, you can do damage from the cluster bomb, but if you're so far away, you don't see if anyone's shooting at you from a long distance. And just like that here, especially in PC, someone has their crosshairs on your War Falcon, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Wow, it is gonna get congested. I mean, it's funny how it got congested over at the north side and the south side. Now the circle is actually gonna be closing in neither at the north or the south. It's actually closing in on the center, somewhere near Riverview Park. So I believe that it's gonna be an even playing ground for a lot of the squads that are coming in from either the north or the south side. There has
Uh-oh.
to be a middle ground
Viva!
here for everyone.
Woo,
Viva,
the
they find
absolute
Powerhouse here.
gravity. They just get melted right now. The usage of this ability by Powerhouse is amazing. There's only one person left remaining on the side of me, but he are bringing out the absolute gravity and desperation. Trying to stay alive. He gets Yonmu. Now it's only going to be a 2v1, but it's way too good. Gets sandwiched in the middle of two threats right now, and there was just no getting away. Powerhouse, again, tactically brilliant in these situations.
Yeah, that was so intense. Yeah, for Powerhouse. See what I did there? It was pretty intense, actually. I think Powerhouse, they did a very good pincer move there up against
crossbang.
other squad. But yeah,
What?
you know what? Naos is here to join the party, catching Powerhouse off guard.
Yeah, they're not going to be ready for this. Aim just at the bottom, waiting for the right time to strike. You got Cosbang on top of the roof. It looks like they want to be able to find out where they are and isolate these fights. Because look at this. Really approaching this almost like it's ready or not. Because you got Tupac on the outside, taking a look where the windows are. Take stock of where your enemies are. Because right now, they're not all in the same room, right? But right now, I think Powerhouse are aware that Naos are trying to find the right time to strike. I mean, you got Pixie and Tupac playing around here. Cosbang on the top. They heard those footsteps. I am 100% sure. So they don't want to take this fight. And Aim, I don't know how Aim got out of there, but he's safe for now. So this is going to be a ticking time bomb of a fight. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah, the intensity actually of the build up there of the match. But I think Powerhouse and the members here of Naos, I don't know how Cosbang was able to infiltrate this building. I think it's just giving
How
so
did
much
he even
information
get down there?
Exactly. Matt here as well. They find Paragons. Was that the okay? So they
They got
did
melted.
Yeah, they got melted down here by Paragons.
I don't know how these happen.
I think
These
just as
early
we were
fights.
hyping it up, right? Like it's all done. Paragons was able to clean the members of the opposing squad, and they managed to take them out here, getting a secure hold of Riverview Park. And this is exactly what you want, right? Getting in those shield XP devices before you move out. Now Damon here, they've been in this exact same spot. Adios.
Oh.
Definitely adios to you. There's gonna be a team down there. A lot of damage coming through, and now LF4 or Foco, the only one left here.
He's in a terrible spot, right? And no shelter on the outside. You got the air beast shooting at you as well. Like, where do you go from here? Looks like he goes away. He just goes away, gets melted, and there's no way he can fight back. LF4 Org now with only Foco here, who is unfortunately surrounded by Damon. Now, here comes the divulge. I think this is coming from a completely different squad that they're fighting against. Meanwhile, though, now it's locked in a fight right now. You got a couple of shots coming in from long range, but Powerhouse do have the high ground at the moment. Coming in with a couple of shots. Tupac playing the hit and run here, almost like it's Fast and the Furious. Gets back after dealing that damage. Looks like Naos aren't ready for this, but they're going to be trying to chase down the territory as they're trying to find shelter for this fight.
Oh, they're finding shelter, but at the same time, you know what? Squad number 9, Tia, is just around the corner here. And did I just see a Siana here for Naos?
Oh!
He's actually working on that Siana.
That's new.
So very new. I think this is the... Yeah, I don't think I've seen this in Group A. So they were able to utilize that heal early on. Yes! Just like that. I was like, where did that come from? It actually came from Naos, actually. And it kind of is very... very evident of the playstyle here of Naus. They've been working with so much attackers and supports for the longest time, and now utilizing the Siana might actually be helpful to them when it comes to the close range combat.
Yeah, it gets so important, right? We talked about how in season 1, Niles was essentially playing with a glass cannon, with aim being on the forefront. Now I think they've adapted a playstyle, which means that you got 3 in the front, Siana doing the healing in the back. Make sure that they have that sustainability for a longer team fight.
I think I talked about this with Callie. Like, we were talking about how everybody just tanks up the damage there for aim. I think it's a good adjustment that they've made here as well for Naus, right? Like, having that adjustment to just support aim with either these healers or maybe even the embers as well. But now Powerhouse, Joe Eric lands his way to death as Dams is going to be able to clear him out. Wow. What a way to go there for Powerhouse fanboy.
Yeah, that's gotta be a nightmare. Can you imagine? It's like you're on a firing range, right? You launch yourself at your enemy and then you get shot in the air. That now they're down to the last person because unfortunately for them, Tyrant Shinigami was standing right where they wanted to go. So here now in the middle of the Surge Zone, we do have only 3 teams waiting it out. It might be a little early since we do still have quite a few squads very much alive, but now they're looking to hunt down each and every straggler here on the map. Yeah. Looks like a full-on wipeout here coming in from Naos. They only have one frag, despite the fact that we've seen them in 2 or 3 team fights already. What's going on?
Yeah, I think it's the sustain that they have here with the Siana. It just makes it so good, right? Like they've been going through all of these encounters and they have been leaving all these encounters unscathed as well. So I think having the Siana and the Ember, it just gives so much way for Naus to disperse from the situation, and at the same time, in case AIM or the other members here of Naus is down, they can actually heal up care of the Siana. So Tyrant here as well, squad number 15 rather, they're still camping out here in the motel. They have a good idea of where everyone's going to be coming in, a good vantage point of where either Paragons or squad number 4 is going to be coming in. So they're not letting go of this piece of land just yet, knowing that they've had a control of this and they have eliminated a lot of squads here in the vicinity as well.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that you do have control because they are kind of running out of space, right? Having a hold of motel is actually a great spot to be in at this point in time, knowing that the zone is gonna be closing in, and this is only one of the very few structured compounds in this area, so you can really take stock of the advantage that they have. But here, fight going on with the Vision Erosion, Paragons against X-Spear right now. They are going to be bringing out this War Falcon. Cluster Bomb's going to be missing for a bit, but they can't do that damage from a distance. So it's going to be a bit of a longer fight, knowing that zone is going to be closing in here. X-Spear not willing to expose themselves either. So it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate, at least for now, until somebody has to cross that road.
Yeah, I think X-Spear just wants to take hold of this yellow bridge where Paragons is at. And once they manage to take Paragons out, they can at least move towards that supply drop. I think they know. They definitely know. They're trying to beam down the vehicle there to no avail.
Under the truck!
I like that strategy coming out
from them.
What
is going on? That's insane.
If you do have cover, the best way to is to either shoot the foot or an open area. I think that's the same case when you're going up against the duck side. Once the shield is up, you try to aim for the legs. It actually dishes out damage.
It does. I mean, look how painful that is. They forced out the poison gas from the Ember on the other side, so they know that they're not going to be looking in this direction. So here, Paragon's going to be turning tail towards the other side. Make sure that they have an early rotation. Unfortunately for them, though, there's 2 other squads here. You got Naos lying in wait, and Paragons, they know that there's going to be a risk here. Risk involved in this fight. You got another squad just across this street.
Eternity. Yeah, Eternity as well. I think it's been such a long
standoff
between these. Yeah, I think it's coming out from squad number 3 and X-Spear from the other side. So they've been so quiet there, having an idea of where these 2 squads are. It might actually be them pouncing in once the opportunity is right. But now Paragon, they're taking in a lot of damage here from Eternity.
Yeah, Maestro's hurt right now. Shiva knows. We're gonna bring out the absolute gravity. Make sure they can't get out from their cover. Taking them down one by one. Isolated burn burning from the zone, running away from the bullets. There's no escape. There's pain damage coming in from so many directions right now. Now only 2 still alive for the side of Eternity. They're hurt. I don't know how, but they do get 1 down. Another team has joined the fray. Here with the EMP shock on the inside and the vision erosion. You can't see a single thing. Yoki gets 1 down. Xpear somehow taking control of the situation now. And it's quiet. Way too quiet. We're down to the last 3 squads already.
What? That was three squads left just after that. Xperia just pounced in at the right moment, and then that is exactly what they were waiting for before they went into the fight up against Eternity and managed to clean up the work. And now it's up to Tyrant as well as Naus that's still in the game. I think it's gonna be a 4v4 situation, so complete squads for all sides. And now they're gonna converge in over towards the center. This is gonna be such an open area, and whoever has the high ground here will have the advantage.
It's definitely not going to be fun for Naus, right? Their only cover is this gigantic rock. You got Yoki who knows that they're there, meaning that Xperia is going to have their crosshairs trained over towards them. Tyrant forced out into the open, getting shot down from long range. It's now going to be Xperia here with a high ground, knowing that they have this compound in front of them. Aim in the forefront, looking for the shots, try and find something, but the vision erosion is going to be brought out. Good news for them. Here, it's going to be the waiting game. You have the EMPs brought out. Tyrant Shinigami taking shots from Xperia, now still here, waiting for the right time to strike. They know that they're not the immediate threat to their enemies. So look at these shots coming in from AIM. He gets 2, 3, down. A full squad wiped by Naus. Right now, it's going to be down to the last 2 squads. Xperia still alive on the inside. Able to drop down Tupac here. Outside rather of the vision erosion, and they're closing in. They could not fight back. Xperia corralled them into a corner, move them into the execution here. Get map number 1.
The Vultures comes through at the final moment. Can you imagine? AIM was just let loose at that point and was able to eliminate the other squad, leaving them very vulnerable the time that Xperia just pounced right in and took everything and the map number 1. And this is Xperia taking in the victory with Yoki leading in the charge with the most frags here in this game. 8 frags, and was able to once again go in for the third party play at the very last moment.
And that is no easy task, right? We talked about earlier how Xperia always come in with the perfect timing. That third party move onto another team, they took down 2 entire squads, right? And now in this last fight, they do the same thing. Tyrant Shinigami couldn't fight back. Naus, still bleeding from that fight, didn't even know where the shots were coming from. They didn't even know where to look. They were still huddled in a corner, and they just got sprayed down body after body.
I love how Naus was able to adjust as well, like, you know, pulling off this different type of method that actually worked really well for them, because for the longest time, right, they've been utilizing the same type of composition, having AIM be the one beaming everyone down and the rest of his squad supporting him. But right now, having the Sienna and the Ember just enables AIM so much. But when you leave AIM out in the open, just like what happened earlier, right, they were healing up from the fight up against Tyrant Shinigami, and all Xperia needed to do was, they're all complete, they just pounced right in, and AIM didn't even have the time to recharge his shields.
Yeah, that's real unfortunate. Of course, the Naus we know and love, still the same. Yes, they are a little bit more adapted to the current times, but AIM is still the glass cannon. He's an easy target. Once they take him down, essentially the rest of Naus does still follow. So some adaptations definitely have to come in, especially since this is, again, the last open qualifier. So when we move into the knockouts, they should have patched up some of the holes in their defense or in their offense, right? Depending on how they time things. But what a performance from Xperia. Not only being the top squad in placements, but just the raw amount of fragging power on that team is intense.
Yeah. The decision making that Xperia did in that game, and the adjustments as well that the other teams have made in their composition, worked well. But of course, we have to check out the highlights on what went on in map number 1 of Group B.
take this.
Our MVP, of course, is none other than Yoki,
Oh.
dealing the most kills here, the most frags for the entire team of Mantis Spear. 8 kills and a total of 2,386 damage. You know what, Josuave? Apart from the Maggie, the Cypher is still stands number 2 here in the top choice of capsulers here in the PC division.
I think we're seeing a little bit of a later shift in the meta, right? Ever since, again, the Cypher rework came out, mobile division adapted real quickly on the back of, I think it was Aquila back in week number 3. Now we're seeing some intense performances coming out from the Cyphers on PC. Yoki here, of course, being the first landmark performance here. I mean, look at the damage done here. 2,386 is insane for a Cypher.
Yeah, I think at this point I can safely say the Cypher can be used as an attacker. I mean, the changes that they did in her tactical skill can make her an attacker. And I think for Cypher mains there, it was quite an adjustment for the past few weeks. But now we're starting to see the teams utilizing the chord shift to its fullest potential. And one of them is Yoki. If I'm not mistaken, Yoki was also the one that is leading the charge here for Xpear. He always has the most frags consistently, even in the open qualifiers for the weekly division.
Yeah, talking about how they should be celebrating map number 1 might not be the right time, of course, since it's still early. But well, you guys have a reason to celebrate. We do have a code coming in. Go ahead and open up your CD key in Farlight 84. Get that weapon skin here for the 1,500 view milestone. Got the pop art camo. I really like this Bar 95 skin. It came out, I think, a couple of battle passes ago back in season 1. But hey, it's one of those skins that's just timeless, right? Doesn't matter how old it was. If you have it on your gun, it's a really good way to highlight your favorite weapon.
Yeah, I think also apart from that, having these skins just amps up your gameplay. I think it does amp up your gameplay.
There's a psychological effect, right? It's like, hey, I look good.
I have to at least, show my skills somehow, right? But that's for everyone who has been tuning in to FPC2. You're gonna be getting a whole lot more of that. And apart from that, it's also Christmas season, Josuave. So we're gonna be raining down those redeem codes as well. So I think there's a lot to look forward to. Apart from the fact that I still can't believe this is our last week of our weekly qualifiers. But for now, we're gonna be heading once again to my favorite place, Sunset City, as we drop in for map number 2 here of Group B, the PC division, the PC finals for week number 4.
Map 2 now going to be underway. Not much to be said after map number 1. I think that was a really dominating performance coming from Mantis Spear, but there's still a lot to be said, right? So a lot of these teams, sometimes they're just dealt a bad hand, and once they're given the chance to shine, it just changes the entire landscape, the whole meta of the teams that are in the lobby. I mean, again, I don't know how or why, but we keep ending up on the east side of the map today.
Yeah.
But some early fights going on. Aaron Shinigami, Azusa, I think choosing Sanctuary Tower is a great spot recently,
Yeah, I feel like, sometimes if squads just go all the way to Sanctuary, there is no longer Sanctuary there.
No, it's not.
It's no longer Sanctuary, especially back in Group A. There were so many teams that landed there. Even here, down on the south side, I think this particular map will favor the teams that love to drop in Sunflower, Tin Man, and Todd's Hot Rod, because the cut was a straight cut over on the east side of the Sunset City, and it was favoring the teams that, especially the teams that are dropping in Todd's Hot Rod, Tin Man, I think Powerhouse and Kia, they love dropping in at Sunflower Shopping Mall. So early drops from them, but apart from that, say Naos, Damon, Xpear, they love dropping in on the north side of the map, so it's going to take them a little bit more time to get where they want to be.
Of course, our map 1 winners here are going to be choosing Iris Ranch. I personally love Iris Ranch, right? Because you get a vehicle, guaranteed, couple of shield XP devices if fortune favors you, and quite a lot of resources here, right? I mean, you get all the weapons that you could ask for. Most of the time, you get at least one rifle for, each as a team as well. So this is definitely one of the best places to drop, arguably alongside Power Tree Station and Nova Planetarium.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about the other map as well, like this is where a lot of the static shield devices are gonna be 3 if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 static shield devices here in Iris Ranch, a couple of getaway vehicles as well, and I would say a safe access to either the hot POIs here in Sunset City, Power Tree Station, or even going to the other side, which is Sanctuary Tower. It'll give you easier access there. Now, taking a look at U level here, it's they were actually chased out of their drop spot earlier. I have to double check if they did drop here at Power Tree, but it is going to be squad number 11 and squad number 3 in the vicinity, and this is their comfort drop that we're talking about.
Yeah, you don't want to be here, right? They're gonna turn into the old boomer going, "Hey, get off my lawn!" right now, and you can see it in the behavior of this team, right? They're not making noise. They're actually crouched down to make sure that they don't get heard by Naos. They are aware that this is definitely one of the hot drops. But here, a fight now going on between Tyrant Shinigami and Azusa. Got a couple of bolts coming in already. Spray down coming in from Dams. The rest of Tyrant Shinigami doubling down on this fight. Yes, they are going to be taken down, but they're not going to be dropped out here. But still, 2 members of Azusa still very much alive, trying to restore their... Well, never mind. I spoke
Never
too soon.
mind. Yeah, the caster's curse, as Infinity mentioned. Just as you were
Why
calling
must this
it, it's
keep
down.
happening?
Yeah, I mean, Diva here as well over on this side. Might just go against Mantas, and this is a team that
Oh,
is
the blending
here
mark.
unpunished. They're just gonna go haywire here in this particular game, and so far they're doing well up against Viva.
Woo! The movement from this guy, amazing. The rest of Mantis also, usage of the utility was on point. Really. It's one of those living in a coffin scenarios, right? If you get caught inside the building, there's no way to get out. And Mantis were able to bait them into rotating out of the structure just to take them out one by one. But here, 15 rounds of fighting. Tyrant Shinigami's not done. Damon has joined the fray. We also have Beta PC on the other side. The Sanctuary Tower, again, there is no Sanctuary. There's no Geneva Convention here in Sunset City right now because you got Adios trying to say goodbye to his opponents. Beta PC down to the last player. And Damon taking shots at all the teams around him because there's 3 different teams fighting here.
Here, it's just renamed as Chaos Tower here. Wow, nice shots coming out from the air base here. Beta PC, this is the squad that was the champs last season, getting picked up here by Beta PC. A couple of adjustments as well on their roster, but now they're looking to take control of Sanctuary Tower. Now, it's really congested here. 3 squads going up against each other, and they're fighting in the outskirts of the zone or in the brink of the danger zone. So everybody just has to watch out for that.
It's not gonna be fun, man. You got Tyrant Shinigami, only 1 player, hiding in the back of a flamethrower. As soon as he moves, they're gonna know where he is. But here, RZ is gonna be taken down. That's 1 member off of Damon. I think they know that one of the members of Azusa is on the higher part of Sanctuary Tower. As there's another player down in the bottom. Again, hiding inside the flamethrower. What's going on? The stealth plays here. It's almost like we're looking at a completely different game.
Yeah, I should definitely make a content about this. Good hiding spots in Sunset City because there's a lot of them, guys. You know, if you're doing all those rat plays. But wait, hold on. So this is squad number 15 and 13 drilling fight in the zone. This is so dangerous, Tyrant. Shinigami
So
for last
dangerous.
member.
Oh!
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
Yeah,
Shinigami, the first one out.
Yep. First one out, despite the fact that they are one of the more heavy contenders here in the lobby right now. But hey, again, you can never tell what's about to happen. Even the Uncrowned Kings in the mobile division, they go out early sometimes.
It's just the way it goes sometimes. And yeah, I think that's going to be them. Arjun got me the first one out, surprisingly. And you know what? The squads are just pretty much willing to fight there at Sanctuary Tower. It doesn't matter if
Boy.
it's closing in. Beta PC as well, willing to take the risk. Damon as well, they're looking really good right now. Complete members here still alive and kicking.
Oh, you got Morphe and now newly dropped down. Winter still trying to recover from the wounds. Damon, knows, drops out. Tries to take the shot, is not able to clean up BJJ just yet. And everyone else raining down bullets from the heavens right now. They don't even know where it's coming from. Rai finally getting spotted, dropped down. He's at it, he's dropped down. And Winter from the sky bringing in the sticky bombs from the Wasteland hovercraft. Not gonna be able to finish things off. So now for Beta PC, they're gonna be on the defensive because they brought back their fallen comrades. But Damon, they're still hungry for blood. They find Winter, BJJ in a 2v1, gets beamed down by Psycho, and they're gonna be 4 already wiped off the map.
Oh my goodness, Morphe gonna be forced over there on top. I'm not so sure if he has that one.
What do you do from here?
That's how he has to go down.
Oh, the Mad Rabbit, he takes down one, but it's not gonna be enough. Here, Adios now gonna be gone. You got Psycho still alive as people are still dropping down from the sky, doubling down on this conflict. So I like this. Psycho taking a spot here to play a stealth play, try and stay alive, stay unfound by your opponent. It is a 1v1 in terms of the team fight, but it looks like they're not going to be fighting for the rest of this. Now, Mantis Spear able to take down not RZ or Notorious here. Still only 3 alive on their side.
You know, if it gets pretty tight there in Sanctuary Tower, it's also pretty tight here in Carnival. We're talking about, what, 2 or 3 squads that are here. I'm not talking about full squads. There are a couple of stragglers that are here in Carnival as well. So it's gonna get a bit chaotic here. Paragons, not RZ as well here in the vicinity. 10 frags for not RZ.
Already, nice and early.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about Bethel the God, who has been one of the more... I like to say violent players, but that's a terrible word to use here in chaos. Here, Yoki getting got on the inside. EMP stopping him from getting out of the way of danger. Now, looking like a wipe actually, but here, not RZ. Barely on the inside. X-Spear holding off one side of the building. You cannot move out of here. You have to find another way through. And here, got D moving on to a different building, trying to look for a vantage point to see where the other teams are. Because that's 3 squads here. 4, in fact, if you include Maestro, who's still hiding there, the last person alive on Paragons. And it's a 4-way power struggle here in Carnival as not RZ.
Yep, I think they find Paragons here.
They know he's here, but they're not able to shoot him down yet. There goes the incendiary. They haven't spotted out. Paragon's now gonna have to vacate the premises. Here at the top floor, penthouse being bombed down from the sky. Not RZ, still 2 people alive, but everyone else is drowning in the blood. You only got Maestro on the side of Paragon, still trying to stay alive, trying to find where the rest of the teams are. Because he only saw 2 people. There's still the imminent threat of danger coming in from the other 3 teams in this region.
Exactly. Can you imagine they brought out the War Falcon there? I thought that would have been the end for the other squad, but fortunately enough, you know, Maestro was able to make it out, at least get the revives on the remaining members, but he's also taking in a lot of the damage from the other squads that are in Carnival. And I love this.
What's going on?
This is exactly what Farlight 84 is about. Carnival, chaos. Look at all of that. Not RZ as well. They've been bringing out all of these ultimates. X-Spear also over on the other side. So Paragons is left with Maestro. I don't think it's going to be easy to get those revives up, knowing that X-Spear and not RZ is right here in the vicinity.
Yeah, but it's about to get a whole lot worse. You're seeing some rotations coming in. You got Azusa now being spotted out by Mantis Spear. Able to drop down one, but saved by the railing there on the balcony. That doesn't happen a lot, but hey, it's the PC division. Anyway, now we have lost 1 squad, but 2 squad replaced them in their place here in Carnival. Full-on chaos seems to be enveloped in this area. Now, not RZ getting rid of their initial shelter, trying to find a way out of the death trap that is Carnival. Because, I mean, look at this. As they rotate
4
away Noble
squads.
Planetarium, it's so many squads that have to fight it out or rotate early. But you don't want to overcommit in one direction. But Maestro finding Ash, barely alive, brings out the absolute gravity to try and stay alive here. Bringing a back shields Maestro. Somehow taken down by Yoki. Completely different team, not even looking in his direction. Great way to end that. Now we're down to the last 9 squads, and still, it's a turf war in the city of Carnival. Where do you go from here?
I don't know. I think this is the best place to go if you're starting out Farlight 84. But you know what? It just is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding about that. Please, if
It
you
is
wanna
when you're
play it nice and
when you
safe.
are starting.
But if
When
you're
you're starting.
Yes, but if you're aggressive, you're as aggressive as X-Spear and not RZ. I think that's the right word you were trying to look for earlier. The aggressiveness of not RZ, right? 14 frags here, and I think they're looking to rack up more, knowing that X-Spear is also here in Carnival. So it's gonna be such a long stalemate, and not to mention, you know what? Apart from them, squad number 30 might just join in the party at Carnival in just a little bit. So no one's just letting go of their position just yet.
What in the world?
I think just they're just waiting for them to make a move. Damon
Yeah,
might actually
look at him.
join in the party. I don't know if they're gonna try to pass through Carnivale or are they gonna join in,
Oh, it
not
looks like
RZ
they're
and
going
Xperia.
in. Coming
Oh
in
no, this
from
is
Motel,
dangerous.
from the south. They do have quite a few shield. Problem is though, they're not the best equipped at the moment, but they do take a shot. Tab able to get the damage onto Psycho, who will be dropped down. Quite a few vehicles on the hands of Damon right now, but that's not gonna be any match for anyone here in Carnivale, right? Because the beauty of this is even if you have your vehicles up, how do you shoot a cluster bomb at somebody who's inside of the building? They're just taking shelter here, nice and healthy, at least for now. But unfortunately for them, Carnival is now enveloped in the red damage search zone. You cannot stay here for much longer.
Yeah. I mean, these squads, they were looking to at least take each other down, but now they have to move out. Carnival, not unless you guys want to make it another sanctuary
I
tower
don't know.
here for map number 1. I think it's looking to be like that because they are still not letting
They don't
go
wanna
of the
leave.
Carnival area.
Oh, but there goes the
Bring out the
absolute
War
gravity.
Falcon.
War Falcon now being brought out by X-Spear. Eyes from the sky as he tried to rain down death on not RZ. EMP being brought out. Able to take down one, but now suddenly Tides have turned. Stab is still alive. The only person still left on the side of X-Spear. Somehow, everything is quieted down once more.
Oh man, that is so dangerous. I think that the squads are just willing to take the risk there. Xpear, as well as the rest of the squads are willing to fight in the zone. But over here at Planetarium,
What?
usual rotation coming out from Nows, but you level as well, trying to get a hold of the situation. And we're starting to see a lot of Sianas here in the PC division. Not only does Nows have that, you have the U-level rocking in the Siana as well.
Some mid-lobby adaptations, right? I really like this because that means our meta is going to be in an interesting place once we get back to Farlight 84 in the knockouts next year. But, well, stop talking about next year. We're going to go back to the present
It's
right
a long
now.
time from now.
It's still a long time. It's 3-4 weeks. We're not going to
Yep.
have any Farlight 84 action until then. So we're going to focus on what we have today. 5 squads still alive as the search zone continues to shrink. Nova Planetarium now going to be a power struggle between these 3 teams. Actually, you got Now's PC. Squad number 12, which is, if I'm not mistaken, you know what, I can't even tell at this point because there's so much going on. New level in an attempt to rotate
no.
out of dangerous way. Bring out the War Falcon. Aim so good. Shoots him out of the sky right now. U level are
Oh, no.
1 person down, and Aim is also gonna be exacted revenge on. So it's up to the rest of the team to try and take them back. But Costbank taking shots from Vicious as the rotation has to be coming in. Now so low on the uptake right now. No shield for any of them. Tupac in a very vulnerable position. Not able to find any kind of shelter right now because U-level are just very well positioned at the moment.
Yeah, they have to get out of the situation, right? U-level trying to get into cover, but then again, they have to face the reality that the zone is going to be eating them up. So eventually, they just have to come out, and Naus is waiting right outside. But Vicious already out. I'm not so sure if the other one managed to leave that building, but that's going to be Naus actually winning in the trade there. But over on the other side, we have LF Org and Powerhouse that is trying to get into the planetarium as well. High ground is going to be very vital here. This is probably why this is a good choice or a good last final circle for the PC division, right? Aim is going to be a really big factor here. Once you have the high ground, people or attackers like Aim would really love to have that good vantage
Daisy, what
point
do
up
you
against
do?
the squad.
That's 3v1 right now. Daisy gonna be caught in a bad spot. Oh, but what is this? These shots coming in from a different team right now. LF4 Org doubling down on this fight. Powerhouse suddenly have been able to regroup, and now it turns the table. That's it. Right there, you can't fight back. LF4 Org down 1 by 1. They find the last member hiding behind this fence, trying to find cover. To Eric, leading the charge 3v1. You can't get out. You're stuck in a corner, and everything blows up in your face. Now Powerhouse PC isolate those fights and bring home this victory.
Yeah, looking at the squads that are left here, Powerhouse, Now's PC, Eternity as well, that we haven't seen so much just yet. You know, knowing that they've already racked up at least level 5, so they must have at least gone through, or at least gone through other squads and have taken in what they can get. And now Now's in a very tight spot, forced to use the Vision Erosion.
That's
as the members here of Eternity are
Awesome,
asking
man!
a lot of pressure.
Oh, the damage from Chivas is amazing, and the War Falcon, they're stuck here. There's no way to get out. Aim, bleeding, now it's eliminated. We're down to the last two squads. Eric inside gets caught by the absolute gravity. They didn't even have a chance to try and start the fight, and now Eternity have found one of them. Powerhouse struggling to regroup right now because you got eyes in the sky. Shots coming in from long range, intense. Down, we're down to the last two. But the revive does come on through Core Ship to prepare them for this fight. There goes the incendiary, the EMP. The absolute gravity gets them out. Josh, though, able to clean it up. Eternity here with a victory in map number 2.
Just as I was saying that we haven't seen so much of Eternity, and yeah, this is 7 frags that they have racked up. The last 7 frags that they needed the most in that final encounter. Once again, now finding themselves in a position where they managed to win the fight, but someone else is waiting to reap in all of the victory, and that was actually Eternity here taking in everything. And that was such a nice way to close it out. Josh actually used the chord shift, used that EMP shock, and was able to annihilate that last remaining squad that was left in the lobby. And looking at the entire picture here for map number 2, I think to sum it all up here, Joswavi, is that the squads are just willing to fight outside the zone. And I'm talking about Sanctuary Tower and Carnival. That was such a long standoff. I don't know what happened to not RZ, because if I'm not mistaken, they were the squad that actually got in the most frags here for map number 2.
Yeah, things just happen, right? You want to get the frags up, but survivability still does matter at the end of the day. However, sometimes you get a little bit over aggressive, you get caught, and it just happens. But hey, I think we talked about the caster curse earlier between you and Infinity. I think we gave them a caster blessing this time around. As soon as you call them out, they win the map.
Oh, that rarely happens for me, because every time I start to predict that this squad might win, it goes to another squad, something completely different.
Oh,
but this
no.
time, I think it's a nice way to show that it's actually Christmas. So I'm giving my caster's blessing to Eternity. Congratulations for winning in map number 2, by the way. And I think this goes to show that, apart from the frags that you've been getting, winning the map is also important. And I think Eternity was able to put in or lay down their cards very well at that last and final stand, because if they weren't able to hold out there, that would have been at least either now taking in the victory or another squad reaping in the rewards here for map number 2.
I think here in the PC division, right, it's really important to note that it's hard to get a lot of frags. Okay, it's a lot harder than it is in mobile, because everyone's a cracked aimer when you have a 24-inch screen in front of you. It's a lot easier to hit the shots. So you need to be a little bit more tactical, a little bit more careful, and a little bit more I would have to say cunning, right? When you want to take those fights, you're able to take them in full force, because it doesn't matter if you have an AK-77. If you know how to hold that recoil, it'd be great.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? There's a lot of things that we have to consider. Definitely a lot of highlights, because a lot of you guys, a lot of the squads here were willing to fight outside the zone. So never-ending chaos. Check out the highlights on what went on in map number 2 of our Group B. Nice use of the tactical skill that the Cypher had to get that winning shot. But of course, we have to talk about a little bit more about our MVP here, Shivas from Eternity, racking up 2 kills and a total of 927 damage. I don't think this is the usual sight that you would see. Yes, you see a lot of bows here in the PC division, but not this kind of damage, right? We were talking about how Eternity was able to hold it out and was able to pressure in, take in, reap in all of the rewards that the other squads have managed to take in. And sometimes this is actually the frustrating thing, right? You've managed to take or eliminate the other squad, but it's another squad that will come right in and take all of your rewards. And Eternity was able to did exactly just that in this particular map and was able to get in the victory for map number 2.
Things get real interesting here in the PC division. Again, it's the last time to be able to qualify into the knockout. So everyone's bringing their A game. Everyone's bringing out the hyper aggression, the insane plays, and we're even seeing some great performances out of the Sianas, out of the Bows and the Cyphers. Like these, remember, when you are in a high pressure situation, everything gets a lot more intense, and that's where the most creative strategies come out.
Yeah, a lot of performances in and out of Sunset City that we're starting to hear. But you know what? I think for map number 3, definitely, I think the teams will want to go all out here. I think it's a strategy that I'm starting to see pop up a little bit more. Say you're one of the more aggressive teams like Not RZ, you want to be getting in as much frags as you can get. Even though you don't win the maps, at least you get in a lot of frags. But for the teams that are, say, a bit more passive when it comes to their gameplay, teams like the teams that want to play it a little bit more on the safer side, they at least try to get their decision makings right, and that's exactly what Eternity did. So I love how we see like different varieties here in the PC division when it comes to how to be on top of the leaderboards, on top of the team rankings here for this particular group.
Yeah, winners come in all sizes here in the PC division. You get it by aggro or you get it by patience, and the tactical decision making is so different all across these different teams. So not surprised that we're seeing different winners per map.
Yeah, even different types of compositions as well. Not only that we see that it was Naos utilizing the Siana Ember combo. We've seen it as well for U level in that final stand, ironically up against Naos. So I think it just makes a lot more sense, right? I was gonna point that out earlier. Like it made so much sense bringing out the Siana, knowing that a lot of these PC players, they love playing the close range combats, either with the Maggie, either with the bow, and having the Siana is just pretty much very, very much useful for the squads. And speaking of the squads, right, we have to see them one last time here in Sunset City once again, the Suave, as we dive in to map number 3 of Group B for the final time. Before we head over to the holidays here, let's see where our flight path will take us here. Will it be in such a weird spot or not? Yeah, okay. It's pretty much
Okay.
here, I'd say.
Okay, we finally get a normal flight path here, but hey, again, it's the last map of Farlight. We're getting an FPC for 2023, so everyone wants to go in full aggression right now. Look at this, we already have some fights going on. 3-way right now, Paragons, U-Level, and Beta PC surrounding Riverview Park. Tyrant Shinigami here towards the North Sanctuary Tower, and everyone else. Again, now that we have a normal flight path, people are incentivized to now distribute across the map between different POIs.
Yeah, I love how everything, it's oddly satisfying to see this. That
finally,
a lot
right?
of the
It's finally
yes,
normal.
A lot of the people are actually going into disperse all across Sunset City in different POIs, because sometimes they're all at one place. A thing that I have to point out here though, Azusa hasn't found their comfort drop just yet. Like earlier they were in Sanctuary Tower. I think they're trying to find a spot that they're either comfortable to drop, or they're just adapting to, okay, I think there's a squad here, let's just move out, let's go to a safer spot. So earlier they went to Sanctuary Tower, but right now they are still pretty much scattered out as of the moment, right? Azusa, they already faced Not RZ, not really the team that we would want to face, because we are seeing a lot of the respawn pod being used up there already by Azusa.
Interestingly enough, I think Azusa, they're definitely one of the more new teams that have joined in FPC, so it's understandable that they don't really have their own POI home. knowing that there are these heavy hitters in the lobby. As soon as they see a different team, they want to make sure that they're clear from that early violence. But here, Novel Planetarium, we got a couple of squads already here. Viva T are trying to assess the situation. You got LF4 Org. I mean, look at this. They already have their guns up. A couple of shields as well. It's not the best because you don't really have a lot of shields in Noble Planetarium, but this is good enough for an early engagement. Now Viva T are spotting out the first, and everyone else on the inside. We're going to bring out the EMP. Vex Raver being shot down on the inside as LF4 Org are regrouping inside of the mansion right now. Poco now bringing out the forward shift to try and find the high ground in the middle of this fight. And now Mad Bang, last person standing, now left, gone, erased.
But you know what? Not RZ. Knowing that they're the more aggressive teams, here they come on the gates of Nova Planetarium and Betel the god leading the charge here. Let's see how LF4 will go up against this situation. Knowing that not RZ, they're willing to stay here as long as they can get the kills here up against LF4.
Oh, they know. Yeah, LF4 Org seems to have been spotted after having made all that noise. We're going to have a double down on the fight from Mad Bang and company as LF4 are going to be trying to stay alive, because right now they've spotted not RZ, and it's perfect. They have the flamethrower and the absolute gravity to corral them into a corner and burn them to a crisp right now. But it's so good on the execution from LF4 Org. Somehow, and not RZ, still alive, just below. Never mind, I might have spoken a little bit too soon. There goes the cluster bomb and the absolute gravity coming in from Mando. And they're going to be wiped out. Not RZ, wiped away from Nova Planetarium.
They finally found their match here because LF4 Org, they finally managed to at least control that situation, knowing that not RZ was going to try to go in for the kills there. Beta PC as well. Astuza having in that War Falcon gets spotted in by BJ. That is just not a good way to enter this location, knowing that Beta PC is one of the more seasoned teams here in the lobby.
You know, lots of respect now being given to these seasoned orgs, right? Powerhouse PC up against LF4 Org. Now, again, on the back of the initial gunfight, they get caught with their pants down, knowing that cooldowns are up. They're not going to be able to heal in time, put those shields up in time, and now Powerhouse are continuing their reign of terror. Wiping out one entire squad and finding one straggler. This is how you play this game.
Yeah, not RZ has been punished several times. They've used up their respawn pods, went back into Carnival, and now they go back and try to take down LF4 Org. But you know what? Surprise! It's actually Powerhouse Fanboy that is here and managed to knock out the other squad. But this is going to be very, very dangerous here. So a few teams have been invested here.
Yeah, they're starting it off vicious inside of the building. They know where he is. They corner him right now. Paragon's ever so efficient right now as the rest of this team on the outside. U-Level, who have the upper hand on top of this building, but the tracking's not going to be enough. Paragon's 2v1 it, and U-Level gets cleaned up.
Yeah, 12 is going to be jumping in once again. I'm not so sure back to Riverview Park. I think they're going to risk it, or maybe not, because they're actually flying out or dispersing to another location. They're like, yeah, nope. I'm not so sure if Tekashi's going to commit, though. It seems like, okay, they're like, they have no choice. Yeah.
They have no choice because there's
drop back down.
So many squads in the area. It doesn't matter where you go, right? So at least you know where Paragons is. But currently now going to be in a fight against Tyrant Shinigami. Cluster bombs from the sky does find Volaris. He's going to be dropped down. The rest of the team, though, from Tyrant Shinigami scrambling to find an advantage in this situation because everyone's hurt. Absolute gravity being brought out and they get shot down face first by the shotgun here in the hands of the Lucinda from Eternity. They're just taking them down one by one. Tyrant Shinigami outclassed in this fight, but somehow surviving a few more seconds. There's also Mantis Spear just on the other side. But the War Falcon in the hands of Stab, they know everything's happening here. You got all of the utilities being brought out and the Vision Erosion P. It'd be good to take down one as the rest of this squad tries to get away from the danger. Eternity running through the hills. Last man standing gets taken down. Yoki finalizing this fight.
Yep, there's gonna be Josh still up. Oh, that's you. Last man standing here for Eternity. And he actually make it. He's actually able to pressure Dams there, but to no avail because X-Spear is gonna be finally beaming him down. And that is gonna be them once again respawning back. So fortunately enough, they do have the respawn pods, so they're going to be dispersing out. But Xpear once again racked up 7 frags here.
Yeah, an attempt was made by Tyrant Shinigami, but again, Xpear was just way too good. This is why we keep seeing them on the top. And this is why they should be a force to be reckoned with, right? Really. But here, you got a few things going on. One,
Mantas?
oh,
And wait,
yes,
what's going
yes. A
on?
little bit of a ritual going on between U-Level and Mantas. Gotta make things a little bit spicy, yes. Bring out those dance emotes that we have come to know and love. Bring it out.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on there? Because I'm pretty sure there was one member from the opposing squad there. So they were just waiting for the other members of Mantis to come in and do a celebratory dance.
That doesn't
before he
happen a lot.
exits. Yeah, I know. That's definitely going to the highlights there. But, you know, speaking of the highlights here, definitely XP has to watch out for Paragon.
Oh, look at Maestro.
Them. They have a War Falcon too.
Hope he's so low. Look at these cluster bombs coming in from the War Falcon. They are going to be chasing them down, and now they know exactly where they are. Both damage and the scout for Paragons right now, regrouping with his teammates as everyone else now scrambling to get to safety, get away from them on the other side of this mountain. Xpear finding the lull in the violence, choosing to run in the other direction. And I don't think they're going to be expected here, right? Because they were last seen heading on the other side. They choose to change direction, so I don't think Paragons are gonna even think to look here towards where they're rotating away.
Yeah, speaking of XP, they're the ones that has the most frags here when it comes to the squad status, followed by, of course, LF4 Org that has taken in as much. And looking at the kill feed there, that is going to be Azusa, the first one falling here in map number 3. And like what I mentioned, still one of the newer squads. Oh wait, no, that's it. Still
Yep.
up here, but over here at the Iris Ranch, that's going to be Nao's PC cleaning up the work up against Beta PC.
Against Beta PC getting caught in a bad spot. This keeps happening for some reason, wherein they are essentially just so distributed across the map that you can't really help your other teammates. I mean, there's only Winter here left alone in the middle of this this farmland that now PC have taken. So they're going to be on the prowl here for the enemies. They actually have a great position, right? Because they're in the middle of the search zone right now. Everyone's going to be rotating over towards them, risking their lives to be able to stay alive. Now, not RZ and Kia also converging in this direction. There's still so many squads up at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much like a lot of early gunfights. That's why we feel like it's been such a long fight. A lot of squads have been eliminated, but not just yet because there was a lot of early game pressure that a lot of these squads have made up against each other, which means that, you know, this is going to be the case that a lot of squads don't have their respawn pods already up. And now here earlier back in map number 1 and map number 2, you haven't seen them racking up a lot of frags, but this is pretty decent from them going into the mid game, right? Having in 6 frags here,
Yeah.
quite understandable too, because this is right beside their comfort drop, which is Power Tree Station.
Look at this. Look at the map. There's 3 squads. Right, you got squad number 9 down there over towards the north. Another squad 4, and 1 straggler from squad 5. This is essentially a feast for Now's PC right now. But there's going to be a fight going on here in Carnival as everyone scrambles to run away from the search zone. Not RZ tanking the damage as everyone is rotating away. They're going to be the first to be hit, but LF4 Org going to be spotted out here by Not RZ as he tried to run away. Sid trying to stay alive. The shot from Kaden way too
Not for
good,
long.
but it doesn't come from here. It comes from Beto. Not RZ so good here together. Now Paragon's on the cliff. Not going to be seen rather by Powerhouse here. Now Springboard being brought out to try and stay alive. Reposition, get away from the danger of the absolute gravity that's sucking you in, because you do not want to go early into the light. Powerhouse PC though, still very much alive. Intent being brought back. And now Yonwoo taking the shots at Maestro. No armor left for him, and the absolute gravity to follow up as well. This combo from Powerhouse PC is way too good. They wiped this squad off the face of the earth, and Not RC joins in the fray. They're still bleeding. Ju Eric, the last man alive, stuck in a corner, gets shot down here by Ash.
The Ancient Star highlight is just way too good, even with the adjustments there. Not RZ I saw them coming in from the other side and knowing that there was a gunfight there. And this is the thing about not RZ. Once there's a gunfight, you know that they're there because they're just reaping in or trying to take as much frags as they can get every single map. And now Iris Ranch is still gonna be a center of attention for a lot of the squads here, knowing that the circle's gonna be closing in here. The supply drop has dropped here as well. So Naus hasn't been out of that barn yet, and for Kia as well, they haven't been able to find a way on how to get an Iris Ranch.
That's going to be a problem for Kia, right? Their only shelter right now is this container. You have Naos who are distributed between two buildings, but hey, there's a fight now going on. New level versus Tyrant Shinigami. Got Kago on the forefront as the rest of his team trying to follow up on this damage. He's going to fall, but the trade comes in. Tyrant Shinigami, the rest of the squad is there to avenge their fallen teammate. And there they are. Nice kill, and now it's going to be the last 7 squads on the map. But like I was saying, Iris Ranch here, definitely going to be a hot spot for activity. But the problem right now, there's already 2 squads that are very comfortable on the inside. Now FPC distributed between 2 different buildings. Definitely where you want to be in this final situation, because everyone's going to keep continuing to kill each other. Now, again, as I was speaking, we lose another squad already.
Oh, that was so fast. Xpear, once again, classic moves coming out from them. They're actually waiting for the right opportunity to get into Iris Ranch. They're either waiting for Naus or not RZ or even Kia to take each other out and then maybe come in at the very last moment to take in all of the rewards. But you know what, Tyrant, Shinigami as well, they are planning this out really well. They get themselves a vehicle to possibly traverse into Iris Ranch while the rest of the squads are pretty much busy with each other.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting right now. You have the Swerve Falcon by not RZ playing the scout, but at the same time risking his life. So they're going to be taking these shots. Gunboat missiles being fired at not RZ long range fight. And now they discover where Kia are hiding. Got Fernand trying to stay alive, gets finally taken down. The other 2 hiding inside of that same coffin of a building. Now the Divulge, you know where they are. Axel and Derps trying to get away from the danger. Tupac has everything trained on this one area, and you have the poison gas bringing them out. They have to get out, and the rest of now is diversion. You got Cosbang already face first, trying to take this fight. Running away, Axel's gone. That's gonna be a wipe coming in from now.
Oh man, Naus just played that out so well. The poison gas was emitted there, but you know, it was a diversion play, but fortunately enough, Cosbang, presence of mind, was able to delete that last squad from the map. And now we're down to 5 squads here. I would say these are probably the top guns that we have here in the lobby. Not RZ racking up 10 frags here. Tyrant Shinigami as well over on the outskirts. But we have to take note on who's inside. That's squad number 4, squad number 11 not letting go of the high ground. So if we're talking about who's in the center, that's actually now. So either the teams that are on the outskirts, they might actually go up against each other before they head over to Iris Ranch. It's gonna get really congested in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be taking some time though. I mean, look at this. Not RZ choosing to bring out this flamethrower. I think they're aware of the presence of Tyrant Shinigami. So they're gonna bring out 2, not just 1, 2 War Falcons, but they get shot down by Tyrant Shinigami. They could not fight back, and now they're already bleeding on the floor. They have to be able to regroup right now. Ash still alive, bringing in the shield as the shots coming in from Manta's spear as well. But you got the absolute gravity now being brought out. Not RZ caught between a rock and a heartbeat. So here comes the absolute gravity as Not RZ from a distance taking these shots onto this enemy team. They can't do it. They can't find any kind of cover because Buladas here desperate to stay alive. Now is closing in. Bethel the God continuing to move around. Tyrant Shinigami struggling and falling in the end. They're gonna be wiped out by Viva TR. The one member from Viva TR still alive, dealing damage here on the outside as well.
Oh man, that was such a clutch coming out from Bethel the God. He was able to wipe out Tyrant Shinigami and maybe perhaps get in those revives. But it's not gonna be easy because it's a complete squad coming out from Naus. And Naus has been staying here in their real estate for quite some time. It's not gonna be easy for Xpear to buy out this area, knowing that Naus has the high ground here. It's gonna be
Blinding Mark.
Try to find a way to go over at the top.
What's going on?
Naus is pretty much unreachable at this point.
They can't find them. Divulge being brought out. The movement's so good. Look, I mean, as soon as Manta Spear move in, they get out and now aim taking these shots. He could not fight back. One person down for the side of XP and AIM, continuing to punish them from a distance. There goes Pixie, now being the forefront. Tipping the spear to take this fight. Here, Stab being brought down to his knees, and P, the last man standing, hiding inside of the barn in desperation. Poisoned here, could not even fight back. It's gonna be a full squad fight from now FPC, but the fighting is not over. AIM caught in a close range fight, takes down Yoki, down to the last two squads. Packs the Reaper, last man standing, the last rat, hoping to stay alive. They find him, Pixie on the front. He takes away the flamethrower, but they chase him down, and then cleans it up. Map number 3, now is the time to clean things up for Now's PC.
What an explosive way to end things. Having in that flamethrower chase just to end the life of that last rat. And that was the Reaper that you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken. And Now's finally wins in this map. Now's the time for them to take in all of the rewards. There was a lot of close calls that they've had for this group, but they finally take in the victory here with AIM leading in the most kills here, of course, being the top attacker here for the side of Now's PC. And if you look at the overall picture here, it is quite surprising on how things ended. Not RZ once again racking up, I would say, the most frags here in this particular map, knowing that whenever there's a squad here, they pretty much go in for the engage. And Now's finally wins in this map with AIM dealing the most damage here, 2,102. I think it's relatively more easy as well because they were only going up against Xperia. They were staying in Iris Ranch for a long time, and they were able to get a good vantage point of where everyone was coming in.
Yeah, the timing amazing here for Now's PC. A little bit of an underperformance in the first two maps, but they popped off in frags and in placement here in map number 3. So I'm gonna call it now. We're gonna have to wait for the scorecards before we decide who wins this series.
Yeah. Man, this is absolutely absolutely insane as well on how things played out here for the squads here for map or Group B rather. So we've seen a lot of isolated fights. We've seen a lot of teams that are willing to fight outside the zone, and even a lot of clutch plays coming out from some of the star players here, Battle the God and even AIM here. So it is just I guess a treat for a lot of the fans here who are just willing to or who are actually looking forward to the holidays and maybe getting some tips here from our FPC2 players.
Yeah, making things a lot more interesting here. No repeats and victories between all 3 maps. Everything was the best you could ask for, because we want to go out with a bang for the year, and then we're seeing fireworks before New Year even.
Fireworks, a lot of those music, the festivities is very much evident as of these days. And yeah, you know what? Speaking of festivities, speaking of all of these wonderful things, you guys have to enjoy this as well. The highlights on what went down in that last and final map here for the Group B PC finals here for week number 4.
And of course, the MVP for this map. Are we even surprised at this point? It's AIM, the tip of the spear, the glass cannon of Now's Esports, getting 7 kills and 2,102 total damage. And I mean, are we even surprised? We got the shots from long range, we got the fights in short range. This guy is an all-around fighter.
I mean, if your name is AIM, right? I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but if your name is AIM, you definitely have to perform. And this guy has been pretty much, very much visible, even way back in FPC 1, right? Everybody was so inspired by now, which is kind of really nice to see that a lot of the teams have been stepping up as well recently. And it's no surprise, too, that this is, of course, AIM's comfort capsuler here for FPC2. Once again, finally getting in their first map here for Group B in the PC finals. And what a way to close things out here for now is finally getting in a map, because if I'm not mistaken, for the previous weeks they have been struggling as well on how to make things happen. But you know what, they've also made their adjustments as well. Having a Siana, having an Ember, changing up their composition actually worked well for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, the meta continuously changes here in Farlight 84. You can never expect things to repeat themselves, even between maps, right? Well, yes, next week we might see a different capsular, but when you get this surprise of between two maps, it's a different comp, it's a different new breakout performance from a different team as well. That's what makes it so exciting here in FPC, you know?
Yeah, I think what adds up to all of the things that we mentioned here for the PC division, I think it's a little bit more exciting to know that there's a lot of re-rosters here for the PC division, right? Beta PC, I think at least 3 of them were coming from Dream Team back in FPC 1. So there's a lot of re-rosters, a lot of new faces, and you've heard it from Tet earlier in Group A that there was a lot of squads that have either been adopted by some orgs. They come from different teams, they come from different organizations as well, and they've all combined. But now as well, they've played out so well here, and the other squads as well that have stood out here in this particular group. Let's take a look at the Team B rankings here for the PC finals of week number 4.
Well, like we said, it's going to come down to the scorecards because we can never tell, right? I mean, we got underperformances, overperformances from these different teams. Beta PC going to be coming out at the bottom. Now, surprisingly, despite a few failed attempts, actually coming out at second. But of course, top of the scoreboard right now is Mantis Spear with a whopping 91 overall points here. That's an amazing performance out of this team.
Yeah, 1,500 final FPC points as well. That is a lot. And now it's PC as well. They are on the upper half of the list. And what's really surprising here is some of the teams that some of us actually predicted that might actually be on top. Kia, that had a good performance. Mantas as well, and Beta PC. We're talking about the team that has had the championship roster that we had for FPC 1. But you know what? It's still too early to tell. This is the last week of our weekly qualifiers, and we're going to be heading into the knockouts next year. So it's going to be really exciting here for both mobile and PC division.
Yeah, there's so much time, right? We can see meta shifts that we're not going to be able to see because everything's going to happen offline. Like there's scrims going on between these teams, of course, in the off season or in the off time, right? It's not really a season because we're not even done with season 2. And they're going to have all this practice. They're going to be developing these new strategies in during the holidays. And we're going to be treated to the gift of new, more chaotic Farlight 84 once we come back to the knockouts. But well, of course, we want to have a look at who won here. So we're gonna be throwing you over to the Tagalog broadcast. Go ahead and take a look at what Stab thinks of the lobby here.
Hi!
Hello, Kuya Stab.
Hello po.
Ayun.
Ayun.
What's up, Kuya Stab? Congratulations sa game nyo kanina, no? Sobrang init nung inyong game. Pero yun nga, no, dahil magkakaroon tayo ng konting pahinga sa Farlight. Anong plano mong gawin doon sa libreng mga araw mo?
Chillings muna, sir. Palamig ng ulo. Masyadong mainit eh.
Uy, Ayun na nga. Pero ano ba mga, sabihin natin, ano bang mga ginagawa mo para hindi ma-burn out sa Farlight? Ano yung mga outside hobbies mo, ganun?
Kain tulog lang po sir, tsaka laro lang. Practice. Walang tulog.
Akala ko baka ballers ka eh. Hindi, talagang bahay lang. Team bahay?
Sir.
Ayan, team bahay. Ganun, di ako nagiging kasing galing nito ni Stab, no? Parang ang hirap.
Nasa bahay din naman tayo, no?
Pero di natin sila kasing galing. Parang ganun eh. No? Ikaw, B, may tanong ka ba kay Kuya Stab?
Ito question lang nasa computer shop ka ba ngayon? Kasi parang may kinakausap ka kanina eh. Magkakasama ba kayo, buong Xperia?
Nag-freeze
Parang we lost Kuya Stab already.
No,
Kasi
nawala ng
feeling ko
signal.
parang itaas mo yung phone para may signal. Feeling ko feeling ko nasa computer shop sila. Kasi may mga tendencies na especially yung mga nandun sa southern part of the Philippines.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like Stab forgot to ask Kuya to give him overtime, no? Lost him halfway through the conversation, but hey, we got a little bit of a look at the face of Stab, right? So we didn't really get much insights out of that because of, well, what happened. So yeah, interestingly enough, Mantis Spear, great performance in a breakout performance, actually, even dropping Beta PC all the way down to the bottom of the lobby here, which was, again, like we said, they're a championship team. So that means, at least in the moments that we are standing in right now, currently, before we end the year, it's anyone's game. The champions are not on top. Anyone in PC can pop off once we come back to the knockouts.
Yeah, I think apart from that too, right? There's gonna be a shift of meta as well right after, right? And even maybe some interesting things that will be added to the knockout stage. So you guys gotta stay tuned for that. But you know what? Stab actually mentioned his holiday or where he's gonna be at during the holidays, and I think he's gonna be staying just right at home. I mean, it gets so congested once you get out of home, and hopefully you guys enjoy the holidays too, because it's gonna be 2 weeks of break, and we're gonna be heading back into the knockout stage. But for now, let's take a look at the top 15 total FPC points for the PC division here, Josuave, and let's take a look at the overall picture here now for Group A and Group B for our weekly finals.
Yeah, so for week 5, we're looking at the very top again, Mantis Spear. Their points for this week in particular, right? 1,730. Got Rates following close behind Paragons. Then now is PC. Everyone else, not much of a gap between these points, with the most being, I think, Kitsune and Daichi here, 640. Everyone else, 500 below. So this is going to be actually not much of a competition when it comes to the FPC points. But of course, this is only the points that they have for this week.
Yeah. So I think it just pretty much gives us like either the teams have adapted to the changes, say the Cypher and even the new guns that have been buffed, M4, the AK-77 that we have seen to be very much visible here in this week. But that was it for our total top 15 FPC points here for the PC division.
And that's, of course, again, like we said, the top 15 for this week. We still have to find out who has qualified for the knockouts, who we're going to be seeing once we come back from our holiday break. That's going to be real interesting, knowing that a lot of these teams, right, they're usually at the top, some are at the bottom. They might be caught up in the sauce once everything shuffles around after the FPC points have been applied to our current FPC scoreboard.
Yeah, I think, a lot of these players too will be gearing up for next year. I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to be grinding in a lot of Farlight 84. And hey, come on, it's the holidays. You have plenty of time to do that. And speaking of next year, there's going to be a whole lot more Farlight 84 action for you guys, a whole lot more chaos as we take a look at the schedule that will be happening next year. And mind you, that is 3 weeks from now, and see what you guys will be getting in from the knockout stage. So we just finished in our weekly
the last weekly
qualifiers. We're going to
qualifier.
be heading into the knockout stage, which is actually the first week of January.
There is no rest for the wicked. Yes, we get 2 weeks off, but that's it. We go straight back into the action in the first week of the year. And that's going to be a real interesting now that we know that the knockouts are going to be coming, we need to find out, of course, who is going to be competing in the knockouts. The top 60 teams here for Farlight 84 in the PC division. They're going to be distributed across these 4 groups for the 6th and 7th of January. So if you're looking out for Group A or Group B teams, you want to watch on the Saturday. For Group C and Group D, watch on Sunday the 7th. So, well, everyone take note of that because you don't want to miss the match of your favorite team as well.
Yeah. Kick-starting off the year here with our knockout stage, and that's gonna be the first weekend of January 2024. So if you guys haven't been catching up, you guys better catch up next year as your New Year's resolution. Be sure to catch Farlight 84 every weekend. But now, of course, speaking of the teams that will be playing in the knockout stage, let's take a look at the qualifying teams here that will be heading into the knockout stage next year. Now it's PC, Azusa, 24 KPM, Eminence, Beta, Crusader, Kia, All-Star, Damon, Ghost Reborn, PH, not RZ, and of course Kitsuna Daichi, just to name a few of the qualified teams here.
Yeah, looking like these usual suspects, but a lot of new teams, right? We got Azusa, who we have not seen before, NSR for great performances out. I mean, these new teams now qualifying for the knockouts, really cementing their place in Season 2 of FPC. But that's not it. We have 45 more teams to talk about, so we don't want to spend too much time on these guys because, of course, we gotta give everyone else their time in the spotlight. We got Built Diff, Easy Sweep, Paragons, 1TUM, Nitrox making a return, Mantas, Quorum X, Powerhouse PC, great performance on the back of that last series. Nitrox A4US, Notorious, Drift, GSR, PC1, that's Dream Team, XEZR, and DDCB.
Yeah, and like what we mentioned earlier, these are some of the squads. They're sticking with the same roster. Some squads have actually gotten in some of the players from different squads. So it's going to be really exciting to see the knockout stage, knowing that the synergy of the teams have already been built in the weekly qualifiers, and we're looking to see more of that next year in the knockout stage. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more qualified teams here. We go up to the next slide here. Modern. This is Digital Devils. We got Ace, another Ghost Reborn team, Hold W, U Level, Rates, another Build Diff team, Malaya, Paragons, Zeal Maniac, One Bap, Noobs, and of course Euphoria PC that is also qualified for the KO stage happening next year.
I love this, actually. We're seeing Built Different growing their family of teams. We're seeing new orgs joining in, Paragons, Euphoria, as well. Modern making a comeback from Season 1, still making it into the knockout stages. So it looks like we're starting to see these teams really cement themselves as the upper echelon of teams. And now, of course, to cap this all off, you got Eternity, Dishban, Built Different again, and WD Purge. DDVO, that's Kadilima and AZ, WRTH, Viva TR, Heaven Set, Xpear, Vice, Team KZ, Tyrant Shinigami, Crown XC, and DR2M. I think this is a Dream Team sister team as well.
Yeah, a lot of the sister teams and Built Different as well that has been building their family, their community. I think it's so nice to see this because last time I've seen this, they were looking for like the players and even content creators for their squad. So it's so nice to see that they have already evolved, not just on the original Built Diff team that they have. They also have like a variety of other Built Diff teams. So I can't wait to see more of them play out in the next year's KO stage. A lot of sister teams, a lot of teams that we have known and loved over the past FPC, and they're gonna be looking to make their comeback here in FPC Season 2. And I think it's just the best way to highlight our hashtag here, Josuave. It's actually hashtag Create Your Saga, and what the best way to do it here with our PC players that are now playing with either different rosters or maybe even the same players that they have been playing with for the longest time.
Yep, again, the continuous storylines for these teams built up from Season 1 or those new ones creating their own saga from the very first brick in the wall as they build up their own stories of greatness as we move on to the knockout stages. stages. So I really love what we have going on here. It's only season 2. It is very early in our timeline of Farlight 84, and we're looking forward to more of these as we continue to move forward. But, well, look forward to this. Bring out your CD keys because we got one more code coming in for you guys to cap off the day. Everyone, don't forget to drop in with that code right down there for the Sienna Street Art skin, which if you missed some of the battle passes before, you definitely do not want to miss this.
Yeah, the street art. We got a Bar 95 street art skin. We got a Sienna street art skin. And I like this. They put out the Sienna skin just as we've highlighted it in Group B, right? We've seen 2 Siennas being utilized by both U-Level and now. So for those Sienna mains out there, if you guys missed out on this skin, this is a great one. Probably one of my favorite line of skins here. Be sure to grab that and let your friends know as well that there is a lot of action or a lot of things in store for you here in FPC 2. And of course, that is exactly the reason why you guys should follow us in our social media. That's our YouTube, our Facebook, our Instagram, and our TikTok for more updates on, Farlight 84, even contents as well about Farlight 84 on how you can improve your gameplay. Care of our content creators, by the way. So YouTube, that's Farlight 84, Facebook as well. And we got Instagram and TikTok, that's Farlight 84_official.
Yep, definitely not something to miss because you get those patch notes, you get the content, and of course you get the updates when we have the esports events that do happen here in Farlight 84.
Yeah, and of course that is made possible by our sponsor, of course, Asus ROG. For those of you guys who dare to be awesome and who dare to create their own saga, definitely, our Asus ROG, you guys enabled everyone here to be their best of the best. But you know what, just Suave here, any final thoughts before we head out here for our holidays?
Well, you know what? I just gotta say that what a year it was. We started season 1. We're in season 2 right now. We're not done with season 2, but what a way to go out for the year. Explosive plays coming in from the newbies and the oldies alike here in Farlight 84 as we move forward to the knockout stages. We're gonna go for a quick holiday break. See you guys in 2 weeks. It's me, Jaswabi, here with Burger Kim. It was an honor to end 2023 with you guys. See you in 2024 for the knockout stages. See ya.
See you guys next year.